Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, today we're going to be actually looking at a few games, a few little weird ones. Well, to be honest, they're generic games. Yes, generic role-playing games. Kind of sounds a bit odd to say, doesn't it? A generic role-playing game at its core is very simple. It's a game meant to play other things, or nothing much at all. Now, I need to explain a little bit what a generic RPG is. At its core, a generic role-playing game is, put it simply, generic. It's a toolbox. It's a bundle of mechanics with no setting. You're supposed to put the setting on it, rather than doing the hard part of making the world or, putting all the little details and notes together. You're instead have a convenient little thing there to work with. That's really it. Welcome to generic games. Sounds weird to think about, though. Generic role-playing games sound like they should be boring, they should be dull, they should be nothing. And the answer is, well, they kind of are. Generic role-playing games' value mostly comes in the fact that they are able to give you something immediate, something immediately present that you have the access to talk to about. That makes zero sense? Don't worry, it's not supposed to. One of the big things, though, is that you can attribute that most... Let me... fucking file. I'd say most generic games fall into three categories. You have true generic games. Now, generic this is the term of a genre-specific game. This is the cowboy RPG. You can run just about any kind of western or cowboy-related game in this system. It's just going to be cowboys. Can I run Alien? No. Can I run a sci-fi? No. You're going to be running a cowboy game in this cowboy RPG. The second variety are what I like to refer to as toolboxes. A toolbox is just a bundle of tools for you to work with. It's just a bundle of mechanics, a bundle of ideas. Nothing really is actually present in there. This isn't a game about, cowboys. This is just mechanics. It's just everything is kind of just present there for their own needs. Now, obviously, one of the most famous games, generic role-playing systems actually out there is GURPS. Or, Generic Universal Role-Playing System. Yeah, they kind of got the name on that one a little bit. Generic Universal Role-Playing kind of has an issue. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, do you like GURPS? And the answer is not really. And I'm going to give you a secret why. Spell my name backwards. Spell Sprug Workshop backwards. Generic salutation sound string. Hello! Yes. Also, hopefully I'm coming in all right. My audio has been a little bit fucky-wucky today for some reason. I think I updated something and I shouldn't have. But, hey, generic people. Yeah, hopefully you like the music in the background. But yes, generic systems, I think the third and final kind of generic system is what I call a false generic system. Now, a false generic system at its core is a game that is clearly wants to do its own thing, but they've just made it generic. True and false generic. True generic this is the cowboy RPG. This is the cowboy and cowboy accessories RPG. It does nothing else except cowboys. Toolbox is just a giant bag of tools and resources and things for you to work with. GURPS is the quintessential toolbox. False generic this is the magic cowboy RPG in which we already kind of assume we have a setting and everything for. We're just making it as false, making it that way. You could argue that most SRDs are false generics. Rather than having their own, specific idea, it's you are playing their thing, really. For example, we'll use We'll use Forged in the Dark, for example. This is Forged in the Dark. This is what I like to call a false generic. It likes to say, like, oh, well, it can run anything like this. It's not really. It can't run everything, and it's going to have its own very specific kind of taste of things. But this is kind of the basic gist of it. Generic systems have really fallen out of fashion, though. I will say that. Over the past few years, generic systems have fallen vastly out of fashion, mostly to be replaced with... Mostly has been replaced by the SRD phenomenon, the system reference document. System reference documentation is actually really interesting and really cool. Yeah, we have a lot more games coming out. It has unfortunately led to a lot of people abusing this to just pump out shit. Generic systems are fairly rare these days, because who wants to buy a generic system when there's 1,000 SRDs for free, or just a bunch of games that people have tried to make into a generic system? Looking at you, D&D, but that's kind of like what we're working with here. That's kind of the idea. Those are the concepts. But what games are we looking at today? What are the games we're really looking at today? Well, we're looking at a handful. We're looking at quite a few, actually. Because a lot of these aren't very big. Now, bring this up. We're going to be looking at a fistful of dice. The Chimera System Rulebook. CRUX Universal Roleplaying. COGS, yes, COGS. Yeah, hello, Scribbles. Yes, we're going to be looking at COGS of version 1.2.3.1. This isn't going to be the fully updated version. We're going to be looking at Era. Good old Era, epic storytelling. We're going to be looking at Morra, the cinematic role-playing system, and come on, get up there. And RemiNES tabletop role-playing system. You may be wondering, Notepad, wowzers, that's a lot of games. And the answer is yes, it is a lot of games. However, most of these are very, 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 very short. So, out of all of these games, I didn't really have a list of like how to go in order or like what's the proper way of looking at things. However, we're going to start with one that is relatively recent. This is CRUX. Yes, CRUX Universal Roleplaying. This music's going to drive me insane by the end of this. Yes, welcome to CRUX Universal Roleplaying. Now, this may seem... You may have heard of this one, you may have not have heard of it. By a company called Ill-Gotten Games. And it came out relatively recently, 2020. This is actually one of the more recent games we've gone over. And if we go hit that magic button... CRUX, CRUX Universal Role-Playing System. Okay, let's look at... Oh, well, it's on itch.io and their own website. So let's go to itch.io, obviously. CRUX Universal Role-Playing, right here by this company called Ill-Gotten Games. Now, let's look at Ill-Gotten Games. They've got fuck all, almost. Weird. You can kind of see, you can see Twilight at the Bazaar of Tenfold Wonders, Beyond the Copper Doors. A Dwarven Dungeon Crawl for CRUX Universal Role-Playing. A Generic Fantasy Rules for CRUX Universal Role-Playing. The official zine for CRUX Universal Roleplay. Interestingly enough, CRUX Universal Roleplaying actually has CRUX Universal Wargaming, which is completely miniatures agnostic. This is an entire thing that you can download right now. That this is the main thing. This is the basic concept of like what I believe they're kind of focusing on, because Ill-Gotten Games themselves, you can kind of see us right here. Here's their Patreon. Let's take a look at the Patreon. They make 1.6 a month. They make more than me. But you may be wondering, how the fuck do they make 1.6? Well, the big thing is they don't actually make, how do I want to word this? people aren't really buying them for anything else. They're buying them for these, actually. One of the big things is that a lot of their stuff is actually 3D prints. This is kind of like, you could say, where they got a lot of their money. Here we want to go to, if I go to the Kickstarter, Ill-Gotten Games. 30 Kickstarters have been created by these guys. 30 fucking Kickstarters. Pocket Tactics Series 3, 3D printable tabletop RPG, 3D Highway, Old School Archive, Walhalla, Daring Adventures, Coils of Chaos, Pocket Tactics, Pocket 3D printable miniatures, 3D printable miniatures, 3D printed, 3D printed, 3D printed, 3D printed. One of their big things is that they do 3D printed miniatures. This is kind of like their main thing, you could say. This is clearly one of their big things as well, which is Pocket Tactics. A 3D print-and-play strategy board game, battlefield control of hex-based tile map. You can buy this right now. Everything has to be just 3D printed. Which, you can kind of see the direction, you could say, being like, yeah, if you want to play the the benign kingdom of Hithk, you can play it there. You want to, oh boy, you can play it in the Coils of Chaos if you really want to play it there. Look at everybody. Ooh. 6XTLs you can buy. But yeah, it's Pocket Tactics is kind of like one of their big things. You also see things like CRUX Universal Role-Playing here. Let's do Coils of Chaos, which is weird fantasy role-playing, and it does actually use CRUX role-playing. Have I been able to find anybody else to do anything with CRUX role-playing? No. Yeah, you can kind of see here the filler 3D, printing miniatures all at one time, 3D prints, 3D prints, 3D prints, and there's a miniature store right down here that you can buy. Yeah, just to kind of give you the idea of what we're working with here. Open Tactics, for open source war game rule based on our Pocket Tactics dice system. Interestingly enough, I believe Open Tactics would become CRUX. The CRUX version that you kind of see here would become CRUX Universal Wargaming. Now, if we go to, right here, you kind of see there, kind of like, oh, well, this is kind of interesting. I haven't really seen anything, but if we go here, nope, that's one. We want to go, but this is a bitch to navigate because it all sounds the exact fucking same. You go right. Apparently, there's going to be a new version coming out. Currently in the process of revamping the system. Wargaming should be ideally different from the RPG rules. Cool, ka-choo-choo. Interesting, right? Interesting. So I kind of gave you the background on what's going on. What's the jammerino? What's the plan? Who actually wrote this kind of game? Well, who actually made this? Well, the main writer, what we've been able to find, is by a guy named Dutch Mogul. Yes, that's what he goes by, is Dutch Mogul. Thangverse, as you can kind of see here, I believe this is this guy, this Arian Croft guy. As you kind of see here, he's a 3D designer, or at least he would like to believe he has 35,000 followers, over 1,000 designs of things that he's just made over the years. He's a designer, all the 3D models by, Colts 3D models by this guy. You kind of see all this. This is who this guy is. This is how he operates. He is a 3D print designer. Let's look at his Twitter. Wow, look everybody. Cool. He posts photos on his Instagram of all his stuff he's printed. Neato burrito. This is how this guy operates. This is just who he is. As you can kind of see here, there are actually really wasn't a Kickstarter or anything for any of CRUX. Only really Pocket Tactics was the only thing that was really kickstarted. But it's also one of those things where you have to realize Pocket Tactics, it's Pocket Tactics, CRUX Wargaming, CRUX Roleplaying, CRUX, all of these things are all kind of the same thing. So we've kind of understood who the guy is, how he operates, and has he done anything else? Let's just do a quick look. Arian Croft TTRPG. No. I don't think he's ever actually done anything else. Yeah, I think it's, I don't want to jump in. Yeah, I don't think he's really done much outside of, like, board game design. That's pretty much it. He's done board games and some strategy games, but he's primarily a 3D. That's what I was able to find on him. Really wants you to buy this and 3D print stuff. That's his jam, and that's what he wants you to do. So, that in mind, welcome to CRUX Roleplaying. Now, someone is now if I do this up, obviously we're going to need someone to help us throughout this entire endeavor. Someone is going to be here, and of course we're employing, I said we're going to employ a real human being, you could say. Oh, give me 1 second. Smash Lockjaw! A human super reader. As you can kind of see, Smash Lockjaw was someone I randomly generated on a site, pretty much. It was Dolly 2. Randomly typed in the coolest superhero you've ever known, and that was like one of the first images that popped up. So Smash Lockjaw was born. I would like to say that he was originally supposed to be like Duke Nukem, but his outfit said PBS children's cartoon with budget in the hundreds. So that's kind of the theme we're going on with this one, which is I was trying to create Smash Lockjaw, best friend of all readers, and as many times as possible. See what I could do. The basic idea is very simple. He is a E-rated PBS character, effectively, who wants to teach kids about reading. That's literally it. This is what we have to work with. Did any of the games today succeed at it? No. Very few of them did. Yes. As you can kind of see here, this is the basic character sheet. Not exactly the most detailed character sheet in the world, but let's get going. So, Ill-Gotten Games. As you can kind of see, there's quite a few different people who are working on it. I do find it odd that he doesn't just write his own name in there. He specifically writes his username, but part of me thinks that's because people know him by his username rather than his real name. Hello, phone. Obviously, all the special thanks. Basic table of contents. This is only 30 pages. So, what is CRUX? Well, it's a role-playing game system without a world to call home. Oh no! It can be anything you want it to be. Welcome for it to be a generic role-playing system. Now, sure, rules codex for field role-playing games, such as Coils of Chaos, Things Beyond Wonder, Kingdoms of Hell, Streets of Plasma, These Dark Hills, and many more to come. Has anybody really used CRUX role-playing for anything? No, not really. I haven't really seen anybody else be like, yeah, I want to make my own CRUX universal role-playing experience. No one really has said that. So bear that in mind. What you see here is pretty much what you're going to be getting. I urge you to share it, whether it's free or a supplement or something you intend to sell. Reach out via email. We'd love to hear about it. So, the core rules. Now, the best way to think about it is that this game is a 1dx plus modifier system. Alright, pretty simple, not exactly the most grandiose system. Doesn't need to be grandiose, though. I mean, come on. Not every game needs to be GURPS. Not every game needs to be 900 pages long. That's not the point. It's good to be sometimes very tight and is well designed. Who messaged? No one did. No one messaged. Phone, you're just dinging because you wanted to gaslight me. Saying it's a role-playing game without a world to call home makes it sound sad, like a kitten in a box on the side of a highway. Yeah. So, 4 rules. Full standard use of polyhedrals. Alright. Each player and game master should have a set. 2d10 can be rolled as 100. Oh, alright. Every character in CRUX possesses the CRUX die, the single polyhedral that is rolled and added stat values when tests are made. Yes. So, one of the big things is this CRUX die is everything. When you first begin your game of CRUX Universal Role-Playing, every single player will be rolling 1d4 plus their skills. Hey kids, I need to make an alertness check. I'm going to roll 1d4 plus 4. Roll a 7. Hey kids, I'm going to be making a guile check. 1d4 plus 6. Roll a 7. Hey kids, I need to make a strength check. 1d4. Hey kid, that's the idea. You are very much going to be just rolling this CRUX die to begin with, which is okay. Now, what happens if you have an advantage? Now, if you have an advantage, what happens is that this CRUX die goes up or down in value. So, hey everybody, I have an advantage. My CRUX die increases by 1 step, and I am now going to be rolling d6 plus whatever it is. I have a disadvantage, though. I believe at d4, you just have a flat -2. No, at d4, you end up, we take a dice below d4, you just receive no modifiers. So, oh no, I have disadvantage to my diplomacy check. Instead of rolling +6, I roll I just rolled d4. I rolled a 1. Welcome to, I just taught you how to play CRUX, everybody. You ever want to know how to play more CRUX? That's pretty much it. Success margin is exactly what you think it is. You can roll over the value, you've got success margin. You can use it for other things. Contested test, just beat it. Just beat it. Beat it. You know how it goes. Now, character creation begin with attributes and ending with advancement. You got 4 attributes: bulk, vitality, presence, and aptitude. Now, it does say the human average is 2. Remember that. Human average is 2. So we are very basic attributes. Bulk is effectively your strength. Vitality is how weirdly agile, manual dexterity, pretty much all your attack and defense checks. Pretty much, you can think about bulk is your strength, vitality is everything else. Presence is self-control and social magnetism, and aptitude is intelligence. These stats are a little bit weird. I was at first a little bit like, what the fuck? They seem really, strange. Strange a little bit. They were like, something doesn't quite work out here. Now, you do end up with additional sub-attributes of health and speed. Now, health is just all your attributes combined, while your speed is just your bulk and your vitality scores, and that's your movement speed. That's pretty much it. Now, when generating your base attributes, you can roll 4 times on the table below, then put the results where you like, or you can choose a base attribute granted by your archetype, or distribute a pool of 9 points. There are technically 3 ways for you to generate attributes in this game, and none of them are really good. So let's take the D20. Now, on average, if we take our D20, what's going to happen is that you're going to be able to roll effectively 2 or 3. That's going to be the most average. You have about you got about a 20% chance of getting a 4 or 5. Actually, you have a 5% chance of getting a 5, but you're mostly going to end up with 4 to 16. You're going to end up with a 2 or 3. Now, let's say I rolled a 12, so I get a 3. I rolled out a 2. I got a 3. I got a 1. And I got a 1. I'm crippled. I'm a literal subhuman, literally below human average goblin. Or do you have a pool of 9 points to distribute? 9. 9 points with a minimum of 1 in everything. Yeah, hopefully you like the new let me just. This man saw. This man straight up saw D20 decks and not good enough. Yeah. One of the weird things is you have very tight attribute spread. Like, with 9 points. This is 9 points distribute. It's going to be 2-2. You're effectively, your main stat spread in most cases is going to be a 3-2-2-2. With some cases letting you do this. There's no, like, guidance when it comes to that. No, it's just, this is you have one attribute that is slightly above average. Which, again, and remember, this is going to be the core thing you're going to be adding to most checks. So when you begin the game, you're going to be rolling, on average, 1d4 plus 2 for all checks. And it's like, wow, that sounds terrible. That sounds really awful. And the answer is, it kind of feels a little awful. Skills, on the other hand, are, well, ranked from 0 to 5, and they act as exactly what you fucking think they are. They just add a flat value to whatever it is. And you can choose D20 skills and roll D20 and you distribute points. Now, okay, so how many points do I get? Now, how many points do I get at the beginning? Well, or apply to different field each time they're selected. All right. Okay, so here's all the skills. So, if you're using the archetypes listed in this book, each template comes with the appropriate starting skills. Okay. You get a random set of skills. Raw. It's, if you create your own archetype, you're going to get D6 plus 2 skills. So I chose that as 5 skills. And then you're supposed to roll D20 to determine them. Yeah. I used a little bit of math wizardry, otherwise known as I just gave myself a flat 10 points. I don't know why this game has this weird obsession with saying, oh, well, you need to roll for this. Roll random attributes, roll this, roll this. It's not deep enough to have that much of it. So this is what would happen with my just randomly distributing my attributes. And among my skills. Now, kind of see, like, skills are like acrobatics. All right, alertness. Okay, climbing, diplomacy, endurance, guile, intuition. Leaping is its own skill. Legerdemain, rushing, stealth, strength, swimming, and willpower. But strength is also bulk. Yeah. So we have very basic common skills. I find it like climbing is a skill. Why? Leaping. Why? You have acrobatics. You have athletics. You already have things that cover leaping and climbing. Why are they here? Because Legerdemain is not stealth. No, Legerdemain is the ability to conceal small objects or perform sleight of hand or pickpockets. Why? That's what I kept asking myself throughout this game. It's like, but why is this the way that? Why are the skills the way they are? And you can kind of see here, like, oh, well, you have to take specialty skills. Well, of course. Yeah, and I didn't think about this when I first was starting, because you have things like engineering, cool, fieldcraft, okay, operation, okay, writing, study, just chosen field or creative form of art. Or any weapons. Yes, any weapon you choose has to be a chosen one. Hence why, unfortunately, Smash here doesn't actually have his signature kung fu. or Smash Fu. He doesn't have it because I just never thought about taking the skill because it's just nothing's listed here for it. I'm like, yeah, okay, this makes sense. No. The only way to make a dexterity less powerful is to make every stat reliant on dex. Again, it's not like these are bad, but it's like, yeah, here's fucking swimming. Why is swimming in here? Why? Now, mind you, some like skill traits are special abilities that come with training. Archetypes may come with a skill trait. If you're playing a character with a human ancestry, you can choose a role. Yeah, so all of these, you pretty much have 20 special abilities throughout the book. Now, obviously, I chose 2 because you get 1 for free and 1 by virtue of being human, so I chose focus. Because it's like, oh, you can reduce the cumbersome or obstructive value. Cool. You gain an advantage when attacking helpless or flanked enemies. Easy enough to understand. 2 instances of advantage when instead of 1 when using the aim action. Treat number 2 less. When you and your opponent are close enemies to another, you may force them to reroll their attacks. Frenzy. Or this focus, in which you gain advantage when testing this skill. So for any diplomacy or acrobatic check, I just get bonus for it. Simple enough to understand, nothing too odd about it. You know, Harrier, heroic nudity, which is like, the fuck are you on about? Multi-wield, quick reload, resilient, resolute, sharpshooter. Yeah. Quite a few different things here, but like, I kept wondering, these are really it. Again, you gotta remember, there's no like book to reference. Heroic nudity, GURPS detected, wee you. Yeah. Now, it was like, all right, like maybe there's going to be more. There has to be more, right? And that's when I was starting to go on the kind of the quest to find things about CRUX. And like, I need to find other books about CRUX. There has to be other things about it. And there just kind of wasn't. There really, really wasn't. The only one that was available is the Coils of Chaos, which use it. But Coils of Chaos is $5. And it's sword and sorcery. And it's like, oh, well, yeah. I'm like, here you go. More archetypes. Chaos magic, tables of random mutations, full bestiary equipment lists. Like, what the fuck? Like, here's a bunch of, like, here's like clearly a bunch of stuff for it, but I'm like, is this the thing that's gonna fix it? Is this like, do we get more skill traits or something? Because there just isn't a lot actually here. Then we have personality. Every character have 5 personality scores. These aren't stats. They aren't really anything. You can just kind of choose them whatever you feel like. This is how I broke down OCEAN. Smash is very open. He's a very good, he's quick to accept new ideas and welcoming of them. He is very, very conscientious. You know, he's structured by stress. But he lives a structured life, but he's kind of laissez-faire about things. Very extroverted, quite agreeable. However, he is not very neurotic. He's a very calm guy. He's okay. Do these do anything? No. These don't do anything in particular. They just kind of exist. At first I thought like, oh, they'll be like scores or something. They aren't. They just kind of exist. They're just here. So if you want to max out your neuroticism, go for it. I can't stop you. So then we have our archetypes. Now, templates would grant you a batch of predetermined scores. Every template comes with a set of base attributes. Engineer, civilian, engineer, mage, outlaw, priest, scion, soldier, and warrior. This is what I mean by like, This is the most average kind of character right here. And even here to like, they're below average according to their own game almost. Because you only would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You only have 8 skills, 1 trait, and a 2-2 and a 3-2-2-2. 3-2-2-2. Yeah, that's why I said like this is the most standard array. You have 9 points to spend around all of them, and that's really it. But then you have like the Scion, who like for some reason just choose powers are here, but they get 9 skills. These guys get 9 skills for some reason. But oh well, the Outlaw gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They get 14 skills if you play an Outlaw. But if you play a Mage, you get 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, 11. Warriors get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. They get 15 skills and a 3, 3, 2, 1 split. Now, it's like, not, what? Huh? It feels like there should be a lot more archetypes or a lot fewer of them. Now, we have also our basic ancestry, which are also things that you can augment things, because these are all fairly, I would say most of these are fairly fantasy-esque. You know, but if you ever want to add them, just add them. Hey kids, I want to play an android. Well, if you play an android, you get +2 vitality, which makes you just better at everything, +2 aptitude. You have this damage susceptibility, this damage resistance, and you're unliving, and you have strength +6. Strength +6 means that you are already, they would be, before any attributes or anything, before even adding their bulk, twice as strong as like a pretty standard character. Because you're that, and it's like, okay, neat. Yeah, this... And am I saying things need to be balanced? Here's the thing. Am I saying that things need to be like, yeah, you have to balance everything? No. What I'm trying to say here is, but why? But why, though? Now, and basic ancestral traits, these are kind of exactly what they were kind of going over before. It's like, oh, hey, you're unliving. You double your HP. Are destroyed when HP is brought below 0. Can't heal damage. Are immune to bleeding. Are immune to effects. And then we have the various powers. Because anytime you get a power of any remote capacity, what you end up having to do is you end up rolling against it. Because everything in this game is actually an opposed roll. In one way or another. So, you know, power skill test against the DV provided by the power. Fail, no powers effect. A failure, a margin of 5 or more result. 1d10 HP lost. Alright. So let's say, for example, I want to use biokinesis. Cool. I have to roll whatever my power is, and I'm going to roll a d12 against it. Cool. Roll. I rolled a 12 against it, you rolled, and let's say you have a d6 plus 6. Wow, I beat it. I rolled a fucking 6. Go me, woo! And these are what they do. And it's fine. Do you like basic powers? There's not that many powers to really kind of give you a big idea, but necromancy is involved, psychometry is involved, telekinesis, telepathy. What this is pretty much telling me is that you really need to dump points into it if you want to do it. So basic advancement is you're just going to get 2 XP at the end of every session. Wowzers. Get some advanced skills. If you pretty much just have to pay whatever the new cost is. Buy new languages if you want. And then you get your basic new traits. As you can see, here are the prices. Here are the powers here. Now, the more XP you get, the higher your CRUX die is going to be. 0 to 4, you're going to be rolling only a D4. You suck. After about normally 2 sessions. 2 sessions, or, you know, on top of this, you know, end of adventure arc. So most likely you probably are going to end up with about 5 XP at the end of the first, maybe like 2 sessions. You're going to promote up to having a D6. Now, after you accumulate almost 20 more experience, you know, which, if let's say on average you end up getting about 2 XP per, let's say 3 XP per session. Let's be generous. You on average are going to end up with 3 XP per session. So we're at 5 XP with 3 XP per session. So session, you know, we're going to go from 8 XP. We're going to then get to 12 XP. We're going to get to 11 XP. Then we're going to get to amount of XP. Then we're going to get 17 XP. And then we're going to get 20 XP. Now, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sessions for the privilege to roll a D8. Which then you need to build up, again, on average, about 23 XP, about 3 XP. You're going to have to build it up. You know, to, let's, yeah, we're making it. Don't worry, everybody. There we go. On average, it's going to take you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can get about 8 sessions of just D8 slog. Now, I'm saying this as an average of 3, you know, and what I mean by an average of 3, for great ideas, solid role-playing, it's kind of hard to tell like what's going to really reward it. Most of the time, it's going to be actually 2, so this is probably going to be even less. This advancement goes, again, because the core system doesn't change. It's always just going to be whatever the CRUX die is plus. However, they also don't have a solid way of determining what the ending is. You know, what an actual score is. Because difficulty values do exist. You can say this is DV4, or you can just roll a D4. You could say that this is easy, or just roll a D6. That's pretty much it. I would just go with the opposed rolls, because opposed roll games are kind of cool. Roll example character, hoping to convince another. If you roll to choose a passive DV, a good and equitable passive DV should be 1/2 the character's max CRUX die value plus their total modifiers of that attribute or skill. Thus, a character with a D10 CRUX die and an intuition of 7 would have a passive DV of 12. Yes. You can optionally just choose to be like, you have this, whatever this is, kind of like as your floating basic one. But a vast majority of your text, let's say even a moderate, it's going to be D8, or it's going to be just a flat 8 versus whatever it is. Now, the thing is here, which gets a little bit funky when it comes to opposed rolls in general, is most of the time you're going to be D6 plus whatever it is, correct? But the problem is you're going to be just collectively getting higher and higher. Your skills are a hell of a lot more valuable than your CRUX die most of the time, which is weird to think about because the name of the game is called CRUX. And this CRUX die just isn't as valuable as just pumping up your skills to be in a variety of ways. It's like, that's kind of weird. That's weird. It's weird to kind of feel it out a little bit. Because if we use kind of like the idea of like the passive DV, my CRUX die is D4, so I'd get a +2. I have a floating 8 guile and 8 diplomacy. 8 guile, 8 diplomacy means I'm going to instantly succeed pretty much at every moderate check thrown at me. There's no way that it can beat me. And so it's like anything moderate just immediately over at level 1. And when I level up by 1, it goes to 9. And when I get another 1, and mind you, my skills are just going to keep increasing. Can we get much higher? So high. God. Yeah, so basic scenes, increments 5 feet. Don't you worry. If you use miniatures during the game, do not worry about miniatures. We love miniatures. You should use miniatures. I mostly use our 3D printed miniatures, wink. Basic hazards. These are just, if you feel like doing it, hey, here's a morale test system. Here is the encumbered system. You want weather? We have an entire weather system for some reason. Conflicts are pretty simple. You roll your initiative, but you have to make an alertness test, so alertness is very good because that's your initiative. Actions, you attack, move, aim, or brace. That's really it. You got 2 actions to do things in, and you can move up to your speed value if you feel like. You rush, you move 2, but you actually have to make a rushing skill test. So yes, to sprint, you've got to make a sprint test effectively. I'm usually not a big fan of these things because I always found it very odd. I always find it very strange to make it like actually how far you can go. Here's where they make them free basic melee or throw in ballistic weapon attack after resolving their movement. Refer to as a charge. You got rough terrain. If you do hit, so let's say I'm attacking you, you're attacking me, and I'm rolling. Let's say, for example, I've got D4 plus 2. I roll and making a defense. I hit a 2 plus 3. I hit a 5. You just have a D6 and roll the 6. You beat me. Pretty much, if it's lower, you're going to miss. If you're tired, you're going to get a glancing hit, which is just half damage. If it's higher, you're going to inflict full damage, and higher by plus 5. Full critical double damage mega hit because you're cool and everybody likes you. Basic range, throwing. Dying is exactly what you think it is. Now, the weird thing with dying is that this game doesn't fuck around. So when you hit 0, rendered unconscious, risk of death. So at the beginning of their turn, they roll the CRUX die equal to DV versus the value which their HP has fallen. -7 have a DV of 7. This is just their CRUX die. If you succeed, you're good. If you fail, you lose additional HP by the margin of failure. So, if they fail by a margin of 5 or more, they will die from their injuries. So, for example, I've got -2 HP. I need to make a CRUX roll. Let's roll. I rolled a 1, so I'm now at -3. Beginning of next round, I roll, and I rolled another 1. I'm at -4 now. I need to roll again. This is getting scary. Oh no, actually I would be at -5 now. Oh no, I rolled a 3. I'm at -7 again. I'm at -7. I rolled a 2. I'm fucking dead. Yeah, dying is when you hit 0 HP, you are fucked. You are fucked, pretty much. And if you go healing damage, full day to make an endurance skill test, because you need to make an endurance skill test. It makes endurance very valuable, which is pretty much means you need to make a vitality check, which is CRUX die plus vitality. A CRUX die, well, I restore 6 HP. Cool. Or more accurately, you have to roll 1/5 of the test value. So if at low levels, if you need to restore HP, you're going to be most likely restoring 1 HP. Unless you dump points into endurance. You should, because you need to. Yeah. I don't know why it was like, oh, equal to 1/5 of the test value. I don't know why it's 1/5. If it was just roll your CRUX die, that's it. That's what you get. Cool, you know, it's like if you're low level, you're not going to heal very fast. But if you're higher level, it's like, okay, you know, I restore 2 HP a day kind of thing. Okay, all right, that's fine. That's cool. Simple enough to understand. Don't know why it's the way that it is. Generic case of Fader Fudge. Why would I... Why would I go over Fader Fudge? I only go over fun games that are weird. Yeah, from... Yeah, development. Yeah, I don't know why. It does feel, but I have a theory on this. I have a theory on why that's the case. So we have, Dr. Braza. I don't know why, but he doesn't like this side. Our cool Saibapanku doesn't really feel like he's like, oh man, my fucking arm has been tore off. More like, oh man, I'm not. That's the face you make when you're like the bar closes. Like, oh man, it's like, oh man, shucks, they ran out of the fucking guacamole at Chipotle. That's not, my arm is literally off and I am bleeding profusely. I don't know why this face just makes me laugh. Yeah, they really do encourage you to they want you to get advantage on almost everything you do. When you're defending from cover, when you're attacking from an elevated position, attacking an enemy who is within close range of an allied character, when attacking an enemy with lower bull, uses the block. Then you can also add in hit locations if you feel like. If you want to hit location, roll a d10. Oh no, I've punched you in the noggin. I'm gonna punch you. Let's see where I actually hit. I rolled an 8. I've punched you in the chest. I've gone bang. I've hit you in the chest. However, let's roll again. I rolled a 10. I've punched you in the head. I deal +5 to damage, which is pretty fucking scary in this game. Because most characters are only going to have about maybe 10, 9. Your starting HP is going to be 9. Because all your HP is what the sum of your attributes. You can't really increase it in any way. Stealing Dr. Brazos. Dr. P. I mean, let's. Yeah, no, we don't talk about Dr. Brazos, the real hero. We have unarmed maneuvers, boom, mounted combat things, various stats effects like, oh, you're being accelerated, you're bleeding, you're blinded, blinded's a weird word. Demoralized, encumbered, load, staggered. Now, various pieces of equipment do various different things, so all of these actually do something. Okay, bash. After inflicting damage with this weapon, roll CRUX die plus number of HP that were lost. Roll it equals or exceeds target's bull score. They are also staggered. Interestingly enough, Smash Fu does actually have bash, which I thought was very funny, where by sheer technicality, at level 1, at kind of like base level, if you punch a dude, you are most likely going to actually just completely stagger them, which if you go up to staggering over here, have been knocked off, has been rendered prone or otherwise knocked off balance, may not take action until they spend a single action to clear a stagger status effect. This does technically mean that if you do get up close with just your fists, you punch them once in the face, a normal human being is going to, you punch them once, they're going to fall over, and then you can just continuously punch them, and they have zero way to actually, fix it. They get stunned. You can stun lock somebody with your fists. No, Pat, that's not how it works. Yes, it does. But yeah, it's like, you're dangerous. You hit on a die roll of 1. Point blank, protection, scope, thrown. Yeah, technically I just do 2 damage with the unarmed, but most of these things do actually a decent chunk of damage. Like, hey, I have where's a good one? A dagger, for example. Dagger is going to do whatever dagger is going to do D4 plus bull. So my pull is 2. I'm going to be able to do 4 damage right off the bat. With 9 HP right off the bat, that's pretty bad. Like, that could actually hurt someone pretty gnarly. But you also have the weird thing where there's knife and dagger as different things. Or a sword, it's like, okay, I want to do a sword. Cool, it's going to be D8 plus 2 damage. I rolled 10 damage. I'm going to kill literally anybody in the first hit. Or a bow. Like, crossbows are horrifically dangerous. Like, oh, here's chainmail. We're like, okay, we want to do more modern day weapons. The crowbar. The mighty crowbar. Does this mean you can play Gordon Freeman? Yes, you can play Gordon Freeman in this game. Just beat the shit out of any problem you have. Assault pistol, assault rifle, flamethrowers, handgun. A single handgun shot will kill you, by the way. Like, you're pretty much, it's Jover if you do that. You also end up with the laser sword, which is instant death for a level 1 character, by the way. Just instantaneous death. Laser minigun, laser pistols. Yeah, so I ended up picking up Duraclothing because what this actually does, what resistance actually is. If the generic system doesn't let me beat Gordon Freeman, it's failed. So, how it pretty much works is, let's say I do let's say I do 5 damage, but let's say I do 5 cutting damage. And if I have resistance, but I have 2, let's say I have cutting resistance. Cool, I'm going to end up taking 3 damage. Not exactly the most astounding way of doing things. It's not exactly like, oh wow, I've never seen this one before. But, like, standard clothing actually doesn't do anything to protect you. But by sheer technicality, chainmail is amazing. And you should just wear chainmail when getting into a fight, because guns do technically count as piercing weapons. Let's see. Yeah, so remember, if you're getting shot by an assault rifle, put on your plate mail and you'll be able to resist it pretty accurately. Oh no, everyone. I put my chainmail on. I'm being shot by an assault pistol. I'm able to mitigate 4 whole damage from it. You know, I've been shot in the chest with a 45. But don't worry, my chainmail has blocked most of the damage. Good job, team. Did it. Yep, then we have a basic character sheet, and that's kind of that. That's not exactly the most... Yeah, also, here's the entire cybernetics list. Yeah, it's like, ooh. Oh no, oh no. Yeah, here's the entire cybernetics list. What's my opinion on CRUX? CRUX is really simple. A little bit arguably too simple. You kind of even see by this. Like, this is the entire character sheet. At first when I saw, I'm like, okay, there's going to be quite a bit here. There really isn't. Now, I have a theory on why things are kind of this way. What I think... They would be about equal, yes. Chainmail, good at resisting piercing damage, yep. Now, my thinking, anyway, my big think, you could say. So if we go here, CRUX Universal Role-Playing, oh, wowzers. Oh, I clicked the wrong. Oh, wowzers. Ill-Gotten Games. What I think is, I believe this is the... I don't want to word this. This right here is actually what came first. I think the war game came first. And they just made the role-playing game on top of it. Because this technically uses the exact same rules. You know, and I'll even let's open it up real fast. But yeah, here is CRUX Universal Wargaming. Yeah, let me turn order attacking. Yeah, it's like you see right here, like glancing hits. Let's actually even looks nicer. Man, I have a strange, beautiful feeling. Yeah, advantage, gain advantage, intimidation, hazards, mounted combat, unarmed maneuver, victory and morale. And then we have, oh wow, look everybody, vitality, presence, aptitude. Here's all the d20 rolls. Climbing, which it makes sense why there's climbing in this, because climbing is pretty valuable. Leaping is important in a small scale tactics game, because that could actually come up more often. And then it's like, oh, here's all the skill traits. Archetypes. See, the archetypes make a lot more sense now, because it's the warrior, soldier, scion, priest, outlaw, mage, and engineer. You just slap those in and you're good. Hey, you want to be human? This is what you end up getting. This is what I think, and even like here, these are the exact same things. Everything is the exact same. There's very little difference between them. Even this ends up being the exact same. Wow, that's actually... Yeah, you can kind of even see, like... It is a great name. By the way, this game is played with every dice in existence, technically, but like D1, yeah, D100 is like clearly not. That's if you want to make something, but yes, you definitely does go all the way to D20, but it doesn't do anything. All that matters is your CRUX die. But yeah, this is what I think it is CRUX Universal Role Playing was the second. This was the second product made. This was, oh, well, we made this war game, but we also wanted to give it like, oh, well, this war game is kind of neat. Let's make it a role-playing game without changing anything. Why is there only 20 skill traits? Well, there's only 20 skill traits because that's what the war game did. Hey, why is there like so limited options? Because that's what the war game did. Why does the CRUX die feel so fucking awkward to you? Because that's what the war game did. If you go under that idea, then yeah, it makes a lot of sense, like, why this is the way that it is. And yeah, am I like a mega fan of CRUX? Not really. I think it's a... You can't fault them for that. That's how GURPS happen. Yeah, that's what I think it is, but it's like one of those things like, oh, well, we want to change GURPS wargaming now. So I'm like, okay. Honestly, that's how a lot of role-playing games actually came out, if you think about it. No D30, D24, D17, or D5, no. Yes. That's kind of the basics of it. So let's see, what should our next game be? We did a light one. Let's do another light one. Yeah, with chainmail and stuff. Let's do something light. This is RemiNES. RemiNES. If you can't see the or reminisce. Now you may be able to see, like, okay, I wonder what this game is all about. I'll give you a hint. It's about emulating a very certain kind of game, a certain era of NES game, mostly SNES era RPGs. So, okay, let's throw COGS for once. COGS is on the list. God damn it, people. Give me a goddamn second. We're going over RemiNES role-playing system now. Now, this is RemiNES, or RemiNES, by a guy named Matthew V. Morgan. This is a silver seller. There's no itch, there's no anything like that. The only thing this guy has that I'm interested in is technically gratuitous anime gimmick. An anime flavored role-playing game. Because I'm just horrified about what the fuck this is. Like, this is the character sheet. You kind of see here, like, it looks very similar to NES, so I'm assuming that it's probably going to be the same thing. Yes, Matthew V. Morgan, I have not seen him do anything else. He's the artist. Yeah, nothing else on this guy at all. Nor the only thing I was able to find was like 50 modern magic items. This was pretty much it. And if you kind of look at like the author, he's the only author on this one. Yeah, yeah. That's what he does. Couldn't really find anything else on the guy. But what is this game? What are we actually looking at this game for? Because it was in my folder and I thought it looked kind of weird. So this is a D6 game. This is a D6 RPG, and it's about, something out of the 80s or early 90s, like a platformer or JRPG. It's a JRPG. Just don't. You're not going to be playing a platformer in this. Let's just say that. So a lot of games are flavored like something out of Final Fantasy, or Mega Man, Final Fantasy Edition. Designing a system with something clean, quick, and efficient. Fun first. Fights should be engaging. Puzzles, what you need. We're going to be just rolling D6s. And obviously, we're going to bring in Smash Lockjaw, because Smash Lockjaw is the real hero. Yeah, as you can see, things are pretty quiet. A lot simpler here than anything. Anytime you're going to be actually making a check, you're going to be using one of these attributes. What you're going to do is you're going to roll the number of D6s equal to whatever your attribute is. So, for example, if I need to make a bash check, I'm going to roll 2d6 and take the highest. Pretty simple. I want to make a move check. I'm going to take 3d6, roll, and take the highest. How it goes. That's how it is, and that's how we're working with it. Cool. Very simple. Neato burrito. Very simple. What's the target number? Well, there isn't one. There are technically no target numbers. Instead, they have this. This is the roaming difficulty system. Now, what's roaming difficulty? When you first begin the game, you have a difficulty of 3 on your first task. The next task, if you succeed, is going to be difficulty 4. If you fail that first task, your difficulty is going to be 2. This is it for everything. It's going to go up and it's going to go down, depending on if you succeed or you're failing. Never go above 6 and never go below 2. Nothing's ever truly impossible. Now, one of the big ideas is that you have the idea of burning a stat to lower the difficulty. Burn a stat, one of your 4 main score decreases by 1. Burning stats are actually kind of like one of the main ways the game is played. This is a very fundamental part of the game. Let's say, for example, I'm making a move check, but I really need to succeed. I can burn my move down to 2 for the rest of the session, and I get a bonus to it, or something happens. So it's like, oh, cool. Should be noted, difficulty is not meant to gauge how hard a task would realistically be to accomplish. Cool. Difficulty is set up to swing the drama around. Single number players roll against, thus the game master never rolls dice. Never roll. Sorry, game masters. Super Mario Man from Devil May Cry Metroid Edition, featuring SMT. My favorite Atlas game. Good day. Ooh. God. Stretch a little. So, choose one and drop it by 1 point. Stat drops till the end of the gaming session, or you fulfill a quirk. These are 3 things that you can end up doing. Reroll a check, lower the difficulty by 1 point, or recharge one of your per scene or per session. Oh no, you've taken damage. What occurs? Nothing. you notice this, you don't actually have any health or anything. You don't actually have damage. You know, it's different types of threats. Some threats are minor, like a pack of wolves or a swinging blade trap. Other threats are more dangerous, like an ancient vampire. Fail a check to fight, avoid, or otherwise deal with a minor threat, you get hurt. Light you a flame, sending you into a wild panic. A group of goblins might beat you up and tie you to a tree. Minor injuries like this only last until the end of a scene. However, if you just fucking die, you just die. Like, just major threats pull you to the floor, no one can reach you. Monster's breath incinerates you instantly. Many towns have a way to bring back the unfairly deceased with a little time. This might be a church or a shrine or more fantasy, or even something like a cloning facility. Yeah, pretty much everything that occurs. Painted boat in hell, yeah, case time, yeah. Pretty much like the basic concept of what occurs is, let's say, for example, I fail a check. I might have a minor injury of, I fail a check to fight a goblin or something. And my minor injury is that I am knocked out. No, I am bonked by goblin. Oh no, I'm unconscious. Someone has to rush over to wake me up. Someone has to do something to wake me up, or at the end of the fight, someone gets me up, kind of slaps me awake. I'm up and going. Major injury, on the other hand, might be something by like murderized by vampire. Now, by being murderized by the vampire means I'm DEA dead unless somebody actually ends up fixing me back up at a church or a shrine, or I am resurrected in some way. Now, here's the secret, though. Here's the secret. Oh no, I'm fighting a bunch of goblins. I need to roll a 3 or higher. Wow, I rolled a 4. I did it. Cool. Oh no, we're fighting a vampire. What do we do? I need to roll a 3 or higher. I rolled a 2. Ta-da! Yeah, because remember, all of these things are having the same roaming difficulty on them. So you might end up getting, injured or frogged or frozen or any of these other things. But if you just get fucked and roll poorly on like a very, very little roll, like, yeah, it's over. Sorry, it's very, very basic scenes. Now, you end up with your basic stats, 2 quirks, 2 specials. There we go. Pretty simple. Your stats are bash, hold, wise, and move, which are, I would say, fairly standard assortment. It's your strength, your ability to hold is a little bit weird. It's just, how hard it is to shake you. So it's pretty much strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility. Those are your 4 attributes. Like, the only one that really is kind of odd is just hold, just because it's a very, I wouldn't say situational, just odd. You don't really actually have that many points to spend. How many points? 7 points among your 4 stats. Yeah, so your normal lineup of skills are end up going to look more like this is a pretty average, this would be a pretty average one. That would also be fairly average. If you really want to be like, I guess, yeah, no, these are literally the only 2 spreads you actually end up getting with this particular setup, really. So you can do 2-2-2-1 or 3-2-1-1. Those are your 2 options. Because you can't go higher than 3, I don't believe. Yeah, no more 3 points in a single stat. Yep. Yep. Very tight on this game, for better or for worse. Now, obviously, your quirks are things that allow you to do things. If you succeed at your quirk, you can actually remove burns. So, for example, I get into a fight. I'm like, okay, I'm going to use... Okay, I roll. I need to beat the vampire at 4 up. I rolled a 6. Good job, me. I beat the vampire. But let's say, for example, I rolled a 3. Oh, man, that sucks. I can burn my bash and re-roll that dice. And I rolled a 5. I've succeeded. But if I fulfill one of my quirks, such as being a befriender or empathetic, I end up getting it back. That's pretty much all quirks do. They encourage you to encourage you to play your character. And if you play your character, congratulations, you're going to be able to actually get all your things back. So it's kind of a everyone needs to be a 2-note character, effectively. These are your 2 things that you are going to constantly be doing. Specials are abilities that you are able to do, but they're narrative talents or abilities or ideas, and they're your thing. Because they're your thing, they allow you to do things that are important. Like, cool, that's fine. You know, other gear, obviously, we have basic advancement. You're really going to become only stronger at certain intervals. You want to improve your specials or extreme upgrades, number of times you use special to be used. Generally speaking, you shouldn't be increasing these at all. You should be increasing these. Your specials are really how you are going to become you. So, for example, here is... Oh, technically, I guess you can do 0. Like, here are, here's a basic, basic character. Like, yeah, congratulations, you're the priestess, you have the heal miracle, and you have a protection miracle. A psyker punk. It's so funny, right? And these are all your various specials. They treat them all as items in here for some reason. They just do. Just deal with it. But it's like, okay, once per scene, if you are ambushed, taken by surprise, caught off guard, or otherwise attacked in a combat scenario, you may instead have a retroactively struck first. You replay the moment the exact same, except that you are no longer surprised in the attack of the enemy before they attack you. Cool. If you level up, technically what happens is this is twice per scene, or twice this, or you get a bonus ability with this. You can attack twice. You can do this. Grim Gear. Oh no. Heroic Helm. Technically, I ended up going with Disco Smash Fu and Command Center Goggles, being the idea that I can detect everything and I can do Kung Fu. I just deal bonus damage. Which doesn't really mean anything in this game, but it makes it sound cool. Settlements build up. Dungeons, threats, rewards. Most everything is going to be that kind of like one hit. Let me just see if I can't find... Because the idea being like, oh no, here's a flying squid. Since you're a minor aquatic enemy, if I just beat you, you're done. I've beaten you. Major enemies usually take a little bit longer to deal with because you need to actually succeed at finishing them off. So it's like, okay, so for example, fighting a grave slaver isn't necessarily mean fighting just I rolled a 4, I succeed. No, it's, well, we got to get on its back. We got to get, we have to fight off the ghouls in it. Then we have to stab it in the back. Then we have to stab it in the brain. There's multiple rolls needed to actually deal with it. It's a puzzle. And almost all of the enemies are things like this, are things you must find to do, or you need to work around. And that's pretty much the game. This is not exactly a complicated game. Do I like it? Eh. It's hard to really say, oh man, this game's amazing, or oh man, this game sucks, because it's very to the point and very, light. I'll say light affectionately. Because there really isn't much here. If you really want to go yeah, cool, I really want to play a classic SNES game. Why? And usually the one you're thinking about, there probably is already a game emulating that feeling a lot better. I don't know what the purpose of RemiNES, RemiNES is, outside of saying that it is what it is. It's to say, I created an NES role-playing game, fuck you. Which has its merits, I guess. So that's that's RemiNES. Very simple, very to the point. Nothing really to write home about, but it's interesting to go over. Let's go to our next game. We got quite a few games today, so I'm kind of going through. Let's see. Let's do a bigger game. Let's see. So we got two big games here. I will ask the masses. Do you want to go to the movies or do you want to go to the Dominican Republic? I'll let you answer that. Because both of them have their own uniqueness to them. I would like to believe I would like to say Dominican. Everyone's like Dominican Republic. That last game kind of felt like member berries. Yeah, it was a little bit. There's a little bit of member berries in there. A little bit of member berries. All right, we're going to the Dominican Republic. It seems. All right, so this is Chimera system. This is the Chimera system rulebook. Chimera system. Now, earlier today, Luca, actually, my mom. Luca, my man, posted another game, which I'm going to bring up here, called Chimera. Which Chimera is this? This is Chimera RPG. As you can kind of see here, $5 for what effectively boils down to a playtest. I was like, I remember initially I was like, huh, this is kind of weird. I was very curious. I wanted to know what was going on with it. I needed to learn more about this game. However, what happened was I typed in Chimera RPG. And the first thing that popped up was actually this game. Chimera, a fantasy, modern, and sci-fi role-playing engine. A Dwarfware game. By Dwarfware Games. And I see here, alright, kind of neat. Alright, looks kind of cool. Dwarfware Games has done literally nothing else except cartography and dungeon world playbooks. So, here's the Barbarian playbook. For $2, you have the privilege of playing Dungeon World. Came out in 2016. Remember when Dungeon World was cool? Yeah, cool. Yeah. That's cool. Neat. Woo! The Jimbutsu for $1.75. Woo! Victor Hurtado. But Chimera is their big game. This is the thing that he personally made, Victor Hurtado. Because you're going to realize this very quickly. This is the main dude. So let's do Victor Hurtado. Victor here, however, as you can kind of see, indie tabletop RPG publisher and art enthusiast. You see the logo here. And Nintendo still holds all rights since I did not do them entirely from scratch. There, still holding the rights. And Legend of Zelda: Heroes of the Wild. Well, let's actually let's do a. I didn't look at this actually. Legend of Zelda: Heroes of the Wild. Did this ever get? Don't believe this was ever made. Oh, nope, it totally did. This is literally him, by the way. The game Chimera Fantasy, yeah. Overflowing, how do you clarify? Yeah, well, so this is kind of like how he does. He talks up his game a lot on fucking Reddit. Now, interesting thing, like, I find that, you can copy pieces of image depending on prompt or type, much of the engine they use. Give an example, you're cutting pieces of images, technique called matte painting. Yeah. This is what this guy does. He's the matte. You could argue that he's a matte painter. Like, that's what he does. Is like he takes images from various sections and he places them on each other, you could say. He's an artist. Not necessarily a Photoshop guy, but we'll see actually through this. Some other one. Surrender to Oblivion. Yep, welcome again. To a degree, but like this is all he has on his art station and what he does. So I'm like, okay, let's look at Dwarfware Games proper. This is Dwarfware Games and how it actually works. It actually looks pretty nice, all things considered. He clearly does have a lot of care that goes into his game. What is Chimera? What is the core mechanics? For the players, for the GM, third-party content license. If you want to do some videos, the preview of it. Here's the content license. And in case you're wondering, no, I have not seen a single other person use Chimera for anything. Like, yeah. Looks like he wants to do... Let's see, this is a year ago. Kind of see here. I wonder, does this go anywhere? Yeah, so here's this. I guess it's using the same system. Yeah, so I can't really... I don't know if he's still working on this or not. Yeah, here this is. This is kind of what this guy does. I see his thing. I haven't really, I haven't seen anything about it. Go to his news feed. That's a thing you can do. You want to make it is. It's almost a complete open engine. Attribution, non-commercial, international license. You can't sell any of it. However, you can create third-party content. You can do it. Yeah, it is, you know. This is a kind of a weird one because what this is saying effectively is it is a non-commercial, attribute non-commercial. However, you have the permission to use third-party content to be sold commercially. Which I think everybody would make a big meme about him if he didn't do that, because this is what he did forever with Dungeon World. So, yeah, this is pretty much all him, by the way. There's no one else really except him in this company. It's like, all right, like, well, let's check the Twitter. There's nothing here. Let's go. Let's go. Wow, look everybody. Twitter. Woo, Twitter. Woo! Are you having fun yet? So, yeah, that's kind of the basic gist of what this guy is. He does Dungeon World stuff. And he has sworn himself to the Dungeon World experience. Now, why do I say, like, oh, this is... like, why do you say this is, from... I'm having a stroke already. What am I trying to say here? Santa fucking Domingo. No, I'm having a stroke. I'm sorry. Dominican Republic. This is where this guy technically is. He's from the Dominican Republic. Like, that's just... I thought that was interesting. I'm like, oh, it's a game from the Dominican Republic. That's cool. That's kind of neat. Now, this is entirely designed by this guy. Writing and design. As you can kind of see the artwork here. Victor Hurtado leaves on. A lot of people did artwork for this. All these various different people did things for it. I'm like, cool. All right. Now, when I first opened this, I'm like, okay, cool. This looks really nice, actually. Kind of has a very unique design to it. Then I'm like, oh, wow. Look at all these credits here. Dice font, brushes, 3D models used are from SCF 3D Mason, 3 Dominus, Arrows. There are a bunch of fucking people here of various 3D models that he's used. Okay, a little bit weird. Acknowledgements. This chimeric beast is heavily draws some inspiration and mechanics from the following games, along with a few others. I highly recommend you check them out first. Apocalypse World by D. Vincent Baker. D20 System by Jonathan Tweet, Monty Cook, Skip Williams, and other contributors such as Richard Baker. Dungeon World by Sage Latora and the Robot Rapist. And Fate Core by Leonard Bossara, Brian Enger, Jeremy Keller, Ryan Macklin, and Mike Olson. Fan of Powered by the Apocalypse game, the core Chimera will be very familiar. Liberties were taken to add change, deconstruct many of the game's mechanics to adapt them into my personal playing style. Give me 1 second. I need to just vent something here real fast. All right. Yes. My initial thing when this kind of popped up for me, I was a little bit, I wouldn't necessarily say hesitant, but my enthusiasm was definitely tempered, you could say. I was a little bit tempered when I saw the acknowledgement. But what is this game? Let's go into it. Let's learn about what it is. This is a D10 game. At its very core, it is a D10 RPG. In very pretty artwork. I really like the artwork here. But when we're going through this, I want you to remember this. 3D models and all that, plus the matte painting, and plus all of the artwork in this game gets a little bit weird. Very nice looking, but it's also very strange. So, GM describes the environment, what the characters do. Players roll D10 10-sided dice per rank of the relevant abilities and chooses the highest. Alright, very simple. Abilities, actions, okay, alright. We got little symbols dictating, fantasy, modern, sci-fi, alright. We need to build a dice pool. Alright, D10 dice pool. A little bit weird, not PBTA, alright. Man, I will never, that's just how I refer to fucking Adam Coble now, because he's a funny man. Ooh. The Chimera, dice pool, D10 dice pool. If your dice pool is 0, roll 2d10 and keep the lowest of the 2 die. Alright. Inside the pool help determine how capable your character is. And then you list the percentages. Alright, everybody. We're going to do a little bit of a game here. Dice pool of 1, you have 20%. 2 is 36. That's a jump of 16%. 3 is 50%. Then we have 60%. And then we go, again, it's 16, 10, 10, 7, like 38, and then 5. There's an exponential loss at some points when it comes to actually kind of like value. I would say about 4 dice are pretty consistent. And now you may be raising your hand. Notepad, what does it mean by 20% chance of success? Well, when I said this is a D10 game, I wasn't lying. This is a D10 RPG. Now, if I go over here, I'm going to bring up... You can also tell it's a EnviroPod email Chimera character sheet for and fillable. This is the character sheet. You kind of see like, oh wow, there's a lot of character sheet here. This isn't really that much. But what you got to do is you're going to be building out your dice pool of D10s. So let's grab some D10s over here. And you're going to roll them. If you score a 10, you've succeeded without consequence. If you scored a 9, you have a partial success. Everything else is a failure. You have roughly a 20% chance to succeed with every die. So let's say, for example, I want to make a talk. I want to make a talk and let's say stealth check. I'm trying to be a little bit on the DL, trying to get across information. I'm going to take 3 D10s because my talk skill is at 3. Chan, are you covering it? Nah. And why? I'm going to take 3 because my talk skill is 3, and I'm going to take 1 because my stealth is 1. I'm going to go roll, put it down here. I scored 2 8s, a 4, and a 3. I've completely failed. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this system. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this system. Not a big fan of at all, really. Because this is a really tight dice pool. And when it's like, oh, well, you got a 50% chance of succeeding. Sort of? Because remember, you have to roll a 10. You got a 10% chance of like a true success per dice. Which is very strange to me. Not a target number, how hard it is. Kind of see here exactly what to roll. 10s are your main success. 9's a partial success, and everything else is a fail. Which kind of sucks. Even your damage is actually just roll a d10, then add a modifier. So if, let's say, I do damage, I'm going to roll d10, I rolled a 3, and then we add all the numbers together. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Opposing rolls, exactly what it is. The highest number of 10s and 9s succeed. Group rolls, kind of the same idea. Aiding another, pretty much you get advantage on the roll. Now, advantage allows you to effectively add more dice. That's good. We like advantage. Let me see if I can find where the advantage... advantage. There's advantage. But yeah, no, it's like you want to... Okay, it's actually down here. Advantage, you add d10, you need more d10s. D10s are king. But yes, it's success. Success with consequence, and just failure. This is a really fucking tight dice pool. And I'm not a big fan of it, personally, because we're gonna get a little bit explanation of why. Disadvantage kind of works the exact same way. Take away dice. Pretty much everything you do you want to get advantage on just about anything. You know, disadvantage is usually bad and you shouldn't do that. Abilities, obviously. The big thing here is that you have the I want to and then with, which every I want to can actually be applied with any with. So, for example, I want to fight stealthily. That means I want to sneak up on somebody and bop them in the back of the head. If I want to discern force, I want to, like, kind of just power my way through learning something similar to that. Fight caution is like shooting a gun, or handle with speed is trying to fix something rapidly. That's pretty much what it is. So you always are kind of trying to do things with how you want to handle it. Smash here on is very good at talking, is very fast. So he wants to talk to people and be fast about it. He wants to fast talk people. He's going to be able to roll 6d10 if he does that. But maybe if he wants to punch someone, he's going to do fight plus force. Works. Skills, on the other hand, allow you to simply do it. Skills are very important when it comes to more skillful things to do, because if you don't have a skill in something, you actually take a pretty nasty penalty to it. Let's see up here, you know, various approaches. Yeah, so let's see. If it actually takes place in skill, description of skill, you roll with disadvantage unless you are trained. You don't actually have many skills. Again, these are the 10 skills you have, which you're going to get a lot of these, by the way. Like, it's not necessarily the skills you don't have. What does this have to do with PBTA again? Don't worry, we're getting to that. We're getting that, Jaeger. Medicine, mechanics, shooting, survival, willpower. Ah, right here. Moves. Because yes, this game is actually built on the back of moves. Why? I don't really know. So, for example, let's say I need to make an attack roll. So when I attack a creature with that, I'm going to roll my fight plus force. I'm going to roll 4d10. Yeah, let's do it. I rolled 1. So, if I succeed, my attack hits, I deal my damage, and your option, you can choose to deal plus 3 damage, but open yourself up to an attack. Neat. Or attack ranged. Defending object, you choose to defend a creature. Dodging. Manifesting powers. Facing death. Fortitude. Everything in this game is a move of some variety. And that's just what you gotta work with. You want to roll, test your stamina, push yourself. Fight plus force, 40, Congratulations, I rolled a 9. I can choose one. You endure, but taking its toll, you take 1 level of fatigue. You are safe, but your equipment suffers the brunt of it. The hazard effect reduced by half, rounded down. Condition of the affliction remains the same. Oh no! Congratulations. You're good at physical distance, can only walk 8 hours or run. Self-control. When you resist ill effects that affect your mental capabilities. Plus grit. Survive. Exploration moves. Drive, pilot, and steering, which Neon Man runs away. Yeah, so this is where kind of where you could argue that the PBTA aspect comes in, which is the idea of these moves. Which I'm assigning it more along the idea of Kunai Academy's moves. Which I believe that this is kind of its own independent, kind of neat thing. You're just using moves and stuff like that to say you have moves rather than anything else. Am I, like, a major fan of the way they're doing it here? I mean, not really. You could have probably just... You could do all of this without calling them moves at all. You could just say that they're just actions. Hey, you want to do that? If you want to handle advice is what you do. Like, if you just call these actions, they're fine, but they call them moves because that's kind of the way that it sounds and kind of like the way that it works. But, and mind you, these are quite a bit of the actual game itself. Each of these get about a single page each. Yeah, they're lined up. Yeah. So yeah, no, it's like page 40, the actual moves begin on page 18. So for page 40 to 18, like page 18 to 40, that's 22 pages of literally just moves. Like, that's quite a bit. And I don't like it. This is a 300-page book, though. Like, okay, we got a 300 pages book. This is going to be pretty good. Need a burrito. Awesome. We're doing it. But not really 300 pages. So combat is exactly the way you think it's going to be. You determine whether the participant involved by caught by surprise. Who goes first? Everybody takes an action. When does combat start? He uses the same image twice. No. Right? Yeah, no. And again, as you can kind of see, like, the artwork here is pretty good. I was at first very impressed with the artwork, but remember, 3D models and matte painting. You gotta remember that. 3D models, matte painting. How much of this is actually his artwork? That was the question that I wanted to constantly raise. How much of this is his actual artwork, especially when we hit the latter half of the book? Pretty standard I would say PBTA combat, which is kind of like it's a little bit wonky, but generally there's a lot more actually going on here. Like, this is pretty interesting, actually. You know, you get, not really interesting, but there's plenty of stuff happening. How many actions do you get? Technically, you end up with just an action and a move, and you can take a minor action, but again, it's a little bit loosey-goosey. So alongside, you know, alongside, close, near, far, choose whatever you end up with. Movement in combat, kind of move around, how kind of area of effect moves kind of work. Attacking creatures or objects without stats. It's fairly simple. And it usually does boil down to, okay, I want to make a move against this person. I want to do the... Drop to D10. You're going to be making a combat move, and then after you're done, congratulations, you're going to be making an action against it. That's it. Oh no, I'm defending. You're going to make a move. Oh no, I'm attacking. You're going to make a move. I'm dodging. You're going to make a move. Again, it's move-based combat. Still, when you do damage. Oh, this is just Muzak. Stimulus, yeah, most of Muzak's stimulus progression. You can do this, it's great. Let's Doom Pass. God, Muzak, it's painful, I love it. But yes, damage is D10 plus whatever the weapon damage is. There's gonna be a lot of smaller modifiers, particular one. Not like I have a 1d10 plus 2012 damage. No, it's like gonna be 1d10 plus 3 or something. You know, ongoing damage. Some enemies have ongoing damage. You have very basic kind of damage types, but the fact that there are damage types is kind of interesting. You know, burning, corrosive, poison, piercing, necrotic damage. All these various things. Immunity and resistance and vulnerability. Oh, you're immune to something. If you're resistant to something, you're vulnerable, you double damage from it instead. Ooh. Ooh. Now, hit points wise, you actually end up with quite a bit of HP. So I ended up with 45 HP, which if you kind of see here, you're going to be taking a little bit of damage. However, at the point when you hit 22 wound, pretty much directly half of whatever your kind of condition is, you can't raise above it. So let's say I take 5 damage. What's going to happen is, oh no, I've taken 5 damage. I'm down at 40. I'm 40 out of 45. Not really that much of a big deal. Not really that much of a big deal. However, if I go down to, say, 21 HP, I've taken quite a bit. I cannot go above my current wound threshold until I get treated. So it's like, okay, it's like, oh, I've dipped below. I can only go up to a certain amount, and you can get kind of crippled. Things can go kind of wrong. It's like, oh no, you need to hear it. Severe wounds, this is a complete optional one. You can spend fate points, because fate points are in the game, by the way. Here are fate points. You usually use them to reroll dice, but they're pretty much your basic betting mechanic. Yeah, so, do not worry, there's technically 3 versions of resting. Short rest is 5 minutes. All you do is, congratulations, you restore 1 d10 HP or 1 power per short rest. Or you can also reduce fatigue by 1 if you have only 1 rank of fatigue. Extended rest, 6 hours in relative comfort. You gain all your HP if you're not wounded. If you have a wound, then you have to treat it. Then they can regain it. So you have to treat your wound, then you can retrain, but you can also treat your wounds during extended rests. So it's like, okay, if you have 2, you can choose to heal 1. Recovery is 24 hours. You recover all your wounds, you recover everything, and good job, you've done it. You got an advantage, bunch of things. And if you recover. Heals 1 level of fatigue per recovery if 3 fatigue levels are. Now, fatigue is fascinating, because fatigue is kind of like one of that floating resources that just make your life miserable. So let's say I have 3 fatigue. So let's say, for example, I have 3 fatigue. Well, if I recover, what I need to do is I have 3 fatigue. I need to do recovery. If I recover, I'm going to have 2 fatigue. Then I'm going to have to do an extended rest. Which means then I'm going to go down to 1 fatigue. And then I'm going to have to do a short rest to finally get rid of 0 fatigue. A little bit involved getting rid of fatigue. You can't just take a nap and be okay. No, 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 no. There has to be an entire system for it. But yeah, fatigue is bad. We don't like fatigue because fatigue pretty much makes everything you do miserable. I wonder if I can find like the exact, yeah, right here. Measure level exhaustion if you're suffering from dehydration, thirst. Level 1 is you have disadvantage. Disadvantage on all rolls. You have disadvantage on all rolls, and then it's you're incapacitated. You're just dead. Yeah, fatigue is generally speaking very bad because you're just going to have a miserable experience. But yes, there's quite a few conditions, quite a few different hit points, and you want to be blinded, you're debilitated, deafened, dominated, fatigued, irradiate. Yeah, there's a full thing about irradiation. You're scarred, you have a wound. Hey, you're wounded. Well, obviously, you should roll whatever your wound is. Well, I rolled a 5. That means I'm deafened. Because I am deafened, if I scroll up here, you have disadvantage. All rolls require hearing and automatically fail all rolls solely on your ability to perceive sound. Now. Alternate wounds, though. Don't worry, I'm going to roll an alternate wound. I've rolled a 2, so I have a crushed arm. Someone's broke my arm. Oh, no! Quite a few here. Very interesting. Vehicles in combat, easily point the threshold. There's quite a few here. And there's actually quite a lot of different kinds of how vehicles end up working. Though weirdly enough, they do count things like a horse or a wheelchair as like a vehicle. Don't know why. So yeah, technically wheelchairs have 10 HP and 1 armor. While because remember, a horse and a wheelchair are effectively the same thing. I do like the graphic design. Don't worry, it will get worse. Attacking with a vehicle, there's an entire section on how vehicles actually work and how they attack one another, which I actually think is kind of interesting. There's a lot here, and like here you even have things with collision. That's kind of neat. Exploration, time, climbing, jumping, running, sprinting, cold environments, corrosive environments, dark environments, hot, radioactive, drowning, sleep deprivation, rule of 3, falling damage. Kind of neat. Neato burrito. I like it. See, I like this game. Here's the weird thing. I really actually think this is a good interpretation of that particular formula. I do not like the dice, though. I don't like the core mechanic. Because 9 and 10 feel real awkward to me. They feel real fucking awkward. If it was like 7, 8 was a partial success and like 9, 10 was a full success, I think I would be a little bit more on board. But like, 10 is the only way. I'm like, oh. So it's like, oh, well, shit. It feels really awkward to me. I get it, but it's like, Making characters actually very quick. Let's see here, very nice looking. And it's like, okay, character rules. And they kind of do encourage you to go down various character roles. Like, you can be just the combat guy. You can be just the exploration or just the social guy. But generally speaking, you have very limited, I wouldn't say limited options, but it's like, yeah, you have 5 points to increase your ranks, 5 points to increase your approaches, then 5 points to gain training in different skills. Now, at first I'm like, okay, maybe the ranks have something. No, the ranks just are you just assign them, because this is like a standard level 1 character. So this means you technically have half of the skills you already have, which I thought was kind of odd. If it was like 3, then like, okay, 3 makes sense. No. I'm gonna get flagged for this, by the way, if you all know that. Well, chucks. Oh, didn't mean to click on that one. Let me go all the way back up. Let me go all the way back up. So, okay, we've got this. Now, you have 3 points to use on perks. I don't know why he keeps referring to it as points. These aren't points. A perk doesn't cost like 2 or something. Everything costs 1. You just have 3 perks when you begin the game. You have 3 perks. You have 5 points here, 5 points here, and then you have a few points of, then you have a few skills. I don't know why he refers to it as points for everything. It feels a little bit weird. Then we have to set our initiative, and we determine our hit points. Generally, like, your maximum starting HP equals 25 plus D10 per rank of fight and force. Yeah, so technically what I was supposed to, I didn't do this. I just halved it, being like, cool, I've got, 2 fight, 2 force. I have 4, so I'm going to add just a raw 20, I believe it was a fight, force, and fucking something. Fight and force. So I just took it in half. I just put 20 points in, plus 45 HP. Technically, what you're supposed to do is roll for every single one of them, in which you're going to get 5 to 10 additional 5 to 10 HP, because they say take 5. Which, it's like, just, okay. May points, re-roll anything. Power points. Some things use power points. Some things don't. Generally speaking, you're going to have a decent, if you choose to focus on that front, you're going to have a decent number of power points. Few things can actually increase your fate points, though. These regenerate at the start of every session. So if I use my fate point, I'm going to get it back at the beginning of next session. Cool. Easy to understand. Simple and to the point. I like that. Basic writing principles, starting principles, using principles. If you stick by your principles, kind of like these basic ideas, you actually get XP. Because at the end of every session, you're going to see how many milestones you succeeded at. And once you succeeded at a milestone, you get a 1 XP. Because yeah, you're not really going to get a lot of XP, nor does the game really is like, you should get a bunch of XP. No. That's not the point. Goals are kind of the same thing. If you complete goals, good things happen. That's the entire thing. You're going to start with 100 resources to buy starting gear. 100 resources is 100 money in whatever the local currency is. So it's just resources rather than anything really precise, and I find that fine. I think it's okay. Everything about it, cool. Various points and milestones, yep. Kind of went over this 1 milestone, so it's each goal you complete. If you struck at least one of your principles, overcame a notable challenge, explored an unexpected or memorable reward, has uncovered meaningful information about the world of current plot. So on average, I would suspect you're going to get like, I would say about 2 to 3 of this per session. And that's like, if you overcome a notable challenge or you resolved or you stuck by one of your principles, these ones are going to be the common ones. These ones are going to be kind of the uncommon ones. Kind of see this and various downtime activities. We all like downtime stuff. It's all there. Various tiers of play, experience, character, death, and retirement. Now we begin to see some of the more stranger pieces of artwork. Mostly when things start kind of breaking down. Now, archetypes are pretty much your things that they kind of want you to associate with. Where, hey, you're a bard, here are your actions, here are your approaches, here are the skills you have, here are the perks you have fun. Go for it. Yeah, stick to it. Stick to your guns. Do these things. Hey, kids, you are because you're a cleric, here's your abilities. This is what you have, this is what you need. Cool. Hey, kids, you're a druid. This is what you have, this is what you're going to do. Hey, kids, you're a monk. Hey, everybody. Hey, you're a warlord. Hey, you're a wizard. A wizard. Woo! Wizard. Wizard lizard. Modern character archetypes. These are just very basic archetypes they want you to kind of associate with and just make example characters with. Races and traits are one of the odder bits because this did kind of signify to me that there was a setting already planned. Well, no, the thing with like this, these aren't actually playbooks. These are just, hey, if you want to play a paladin, choose this. This is how you're going to play a paladin. Hey, kids, you want to play a rogue? This is what you're going to do. Smash Lockjaw doesn't have any of these. He just kind of put points wherever he felt like because I thought it would be cool. Again, I do like this more than like the traditional way. This is just examples more than anything. I'm like, cool. That's fine. A little bit weird, but okay. I mean, I've seen weirder things. Races and traits are when things start getting a little bit wonkier because this is the fantasy races. You have like things like the Yakrati, which you have to choose one of the optional traits. You have the androids. You start getting a little bit rougher looking. You have the awakened. Boz. Changelings. Oh no. Yo, changelings. Fey creatures. Again, there's quite a few of these too. Like, there aren't just like a one or two. No, there's quite a few. And I like this. Now, if you're noticing kind of some of the artwork here, things look a little bit odd, a little bit wonky on how they're kind of proportioned or how they look. Yeah, you kind of see this. And these are humans. Humans technically are able to get this, you know, skillful, talented, and then an optional trait if you want. I went with just, I believe I chose friendly. Advantage all talk rolls made to persuade. Roll likely, Katashi, Marrows, Nagai. Now, it was actually the orc that tipped me off. That ALML looked like it came from an old FPS Area 51. Now, the orc was the thing that tipped me off about something. Because if you look at the orc long enough, you're like, wait a moment. It looks really different than the elf. It looks a lot different than the dwarf. Wait, why the fuck is there a Dampier in this game? What? Why? It sounds so random. Is there a changeling here? Especially a changeling that looks like this. And then we have like, oh, here's this Lamau in this like specific pose here. It's like, huh? What's going on here? But remember, and we're on page 84, but remember, 3D models used from all of these people are all, you know, licensed under CC BY 4.0. Are you seeing what I'm putting down here, boys? Yeah, I don't actually think most of this artwork is like hand done, if that makes sense. I think this is a lot of like 3D assets and stuff that have been kind of put together and then like matte painted over to make it look like it's a piece of artwork, but instead it's just been a bunch of 3D assets that are 3D assets kind of put together in a way to make it look decent. And like there's I guess there is, you know, skill and talent to that, but it's a little bit like that's a little bit wonky. Because it does lose a little bit of coherency. You know, things don't quite always look the exact way that you would think so. And it looks like, and it also kind of puts into perspective like some of the races where it's like, why are there marrow here? Why are there marrow? Well, because he probably found a marrow model and then put it in here. That's what happened. Why are the Nagai here? That seems like kind of an odd addition, because he found this particular model and put it in there. Because he found this model. Because he found the right model, he put it in there. If you want to play as Skinwalker, and goddamn, I would play as one. You can't play Skinwalker, unfortunately. I mean, you can play Changeling, I guess. Using 3D models requires more skill than using AI for images. Yes, but he's dead instead. Yeah, it's... I find it interesting because we're going to see some down below further that I'd like, oh no, I know where you got these from. You kind of see here, perks, they say perks are like their own special section, but they are not. They are not their own special thing. They clearly are not, but they actually like really want to pretend they are. Deafened myself by fucking back. No, actually, we would have chalked it up to style effectively. Yeah, I was like, if it was there, I'd be like, okay, it would be fine. But it's just like the fact that it's just that little thing. Because the thing is, none of this tipped me off. Like the orc, I'm like, okay, orc's a little bit weird. But I'm like, okay. But yeah, you see, the weird thing about it is that your path's name doesn't actually, like, your path doesn't really mean anything. So let's say, like, take the ace here, for example. I can take the ace, and as long as I'm trained in pilot, I can take any of the novice perks. If I level up enough, I can get to the expert perks and then the veteran perks. And there's quite a few of these. Now, there's things like Beastmaster, Defender, and things like the Defender means you have to be trained in melee, and you also have to take the Guardian one first. Before you take any other abilities, you must take Guardian. Cool, alright, understandable. Fortunate, which allows you to add, things like Fool's Luck or Lucky. Cool, Gearhead, a bunch of novice things, which grant you a bunch of little abilities or little bonuses. Cool. Leader, which grants you a bunch of, basic bonuses. Being a medic or being a media personality. Fun fact about being a personality, though, is technically if you are a personality, you have nothing beyond these 4 novice perks. So leveling up, personality doesn't improve at all. I find that very funny. Scholars, scoundrels, scouts, sharpshooters. And you kind of see here, the art direction seems a little bit wonkier. You kind of see there. Whoa, yes. A lot of these are very clearly. Let's say a lot of these are actually very clearly combat based, and I'm being fucking blind sun because it's shining down right in my eye at an awkward angle. This is great. Yeah, powers are powers. Like, pretty much what you have to do is you have to manifest the power, you have to pay the cost, then you need to roll, then you resolve all the effects for it. So notice his arm appears to be broken slightly, or it's just at like an awkward angle. Powers thing, let's just do like a... Because like one of the things is, let's say I go down the power group of Charm, I can pick up any of these novice powers. And if I pick up any of these novice powers, they're going to be tied to Charm. So, and there's quite a few different powers. Conjuring, Divination, Healing, Illusion, Martial, Necromancy, Negation, Primal, Telekinesis, Transmutation. But anytime I see anything with armor, what I can do is do this. I pay 1 power, and then I use these abilities. I pay 1 power, use Comprehend. I pay 1, use Divinate, pay 1, and use Enhance, and things like that. That's pretty much all powers end up doing. It's just more about the perception of it, more than anything. various expert powers. Yeah, this system isn't exactly the most robust in the world, but doesn't really need to be super robust. I'm okay with that. Ooh. Now, wealth and resources. Well, this is kind of a weird mechanic, so I'm going to explain it a little bit with Smash here. Pretty much, you have two basic stats for like the amount of like wealth and power you have. You have resources and wealth. Wealth is the amount of, you could say, I wouldn't say necessarily is like, wealth is combined assets. It's, if I have wealth too, it's I have a nice little house. I can sustain, I can eat well, I can do all these things. I don't really need to pay for any of these things because I've already invested that, but there's an upkeep every month. On the other hand, resources are more liquid assets. It's, you have just 100 resources to work with. You have $100, you have 100 gold coins, or you have 200, you have 100 of this, whatever. But these are all abstracted. So it's not necessarily, oh, you have 100 resources, I have $100. It's 100 resources is $1,000, or 100 resources is 10 coins or whatever, 10 gold coins or something. That's kind of the idea. Very abstracted idea of wealth and resources. They never say like what you can start with for wealth. So I just decided to start with 2, which is just a modest lifestyle. You cover your basic needs. Having a servant or a greenhorn hireling working for you. I don't know why that's like considered to be a modest lifestyle. Acquiring and losing wealth for every 50 resources. You can increase that. Upkeep, various upkeeps. Yeah, inexpensive items. Most everything is going to cost these resources. It's like, it's going to cost 1. It's going to cost 5. It's going to cost 100. Very simple, very easy to understand. Now, equipment, though, I actually quite like equipment. I think this is kind of a cool idea. Because every single piece of equipment here actually is fairly abstract. There's nothing like very hard about most of the equipment. This isn't a AK-47. No, this is a rifle. This is an automatic rifle. This isn't a... I'm trying to like avoid the sun bearing down on me here. This isn't... God, the sun is at such a terrible... Trying to not become fucking blind. This isn't light armor. It's a variety of different kinds of armor, which is its brigandine, flak jackets, hide, tough leather protective gear. But heavy armor is thick plates, metal that protects the entire body. If you want to say, hey, my riot gear is effectively heavy armor, then yeah, that's what it is. That. World of Darkness, money rule, yes. Yes. Power armor, basic shield types. Because most everything, let's say I buy, let's say for example, I buy some light armor. Every single piece of armor and weapons actually can have a light, can actually have a minor, medium, or major mod, assigned to it. So for example, like I could put ballistic resistance, which I gain ballistic material, and I can make it cloaked, and I can also make it, displacement field. So for an additional, for a 50, additional 60, I have pretty much something to resist ballistic shots. I'm cloaked, and I have displacement abilities. Cool. Or hey, I want to put in energy resistance or freezing resistance, or have everything is integrated, so it's just in my suit allows me to do this. Or I can just make it weightless. I like this. I think it's kind of a cool idea. It's neat enough that you can kind of augment different pieces of equipment. It makes each additional... Best way to think about it is that it makes individual pieces of equipment go further. Because you can... It's not just a, heavy shield. It's a spiked heavy shield with, that's integrated into my armor. It's a spike... it's a ballistic resistant light, medium shield with the deflective quality. Cool. I think that's neat. I think that's fine. It's neat idea. Then we have all our various kinds of basic weapons, of bludgeons and things like that. So, for example, you can be like, oh, I want to do a light blade. You're going to do +1 damage. So what you're going to be rolling for any damage is going to be 1d10 +1. So I rolled a 6, I rolled +1, I'm going to do 7 damage. +1, +2, +3. Very simple. I don't know why picks are here. That might just be due to the name. So rest assured, everybody, the katana is, in fact, a valid and good weapon. And in case you're wondering, oh hell yes, you can actually augment everything of these. So yeah, you want to make your nano katana. You can make a nano katana if you. There's nothing stopping you. Though I did end up realizing that unarmed technically does count as a weapon. Absolutely nothing in the game says that I can't augment my fists. There's not a single instance where it says I can't augment that. So, you have various ranged weapons, sling rocks, bolts, cannonballs, flamethrower cartridges. That's kind of weird. Handgun bullets, rifle bullets. Would you actually call this a flamethrower cartridge? Gunmen. Let's actually do like flamethrower. I'm gonna Google this flamethrower cartridge. I guess that would, yeah, I guess that would be the case. Kind of weird, but it's like an ignition cartridge. You would think normally for like, oh, flamethrower would be like a tank. That's like, to me, that's like when I think of like ammo for a flamethrower. It's like, oh, it's a tank. It's a tank of, gas, not. Huh. I guess that would be right. It doesn't feel right, but I guess it would. Yeah, rack or cannon. Yeah, canister sounds right. Like, oh, yeah, it's a tank. It's a flamethrower tank, or it's a flamethrower canister or something. It sounds a little bit more like cartridge. That might just be a ESL thing. Because remember, this guy is from the Dominican Republic. Like, if you really were paying attention, you can kind of see things. Like, sometimes it has like dots, and sometimes things aren't capitalized correctly. The guy's from the fucking Dominican Republic. This was probably written in Spanish first. Again, I'm not really going to be like harp on like every individual little thing like that, simply because I fuck up too. Like, it's, if I notice anything like egregious, I would point it out, but I'm not really seeing anything. It's technically, though, I will say this, technically you do not need to add a period to endings like this. You don't need to do that. Fun fact. Rifle bullets, shotgun shells, ammo is really only used if you fuck up rolls. Ammo really isn't used for anything. Crossbows, repeating crossbows, longbows, short bows, semi-automatic, machine gun, all right. I mean, I want you to remember, everybody. The Colt Python is the exact same as the Colt Double Eagle. The Beretta 92F is the exact same as a Colt Python. Let's actually see what does a Colt Python look like. So this is a Colt Python. As you can kind of see here, this is what we would like. I think the best way to think about it is like, this is what, like, the most classic just revolver, like modern revolver of what you see. Like, this is like, the dirty, hairy, like, I'm gonna fuck your day up. This is real. I'm a all-American badass. Let's do a Colt Double Eagles. Yes, the Deagle, you could say. Yeah, this is the exact same as the Python. Let's see. Technically, I guess you would Pathfinder revolvers. Tell me more about Pathfinder revolvers. Behold, my Pathfinder. Yeah, they are, yeah, gun autists, this is not a game for you gun autists, unfortunately. I'm sorry to break it to you. You're gonna die a little on the inside when you realize that the Pathfinder revolver and the Colt Python are the exact same. And this does technically mean blasting you with a 45, you know, bringing out the 40 does, you know, shooting you with a fucking 1911 is going to be the exact same as shooting you with a Colt Python. Mac 10s and Scorpions and Micro Uzis exact same. Machine gun heavy, machine gun medium. Carl Gustav. He's citing the Carl Gustav. See, if you ever want to have someone lose their fucking mind, automatic rifles include assault rifle, the AK-47, the HK-33, and M16s. All of those are the exact same kind of rifle. And by sheer technicality, cost the exact same as a machine handgun. Single shot rifles, yeah. Single shot rifles, of course, fall into the muskets tier. Various shotguns. Yeah, not exactly what we would like to refer to as a gun autist game. But don't worry, everybody. We also have the boomerang. Missile launchers, slings. Now, mind you, every single melee weapon and every single range weapon can be augmented with each other. Now, so for example, melee weapons, again, because again, nothing says that I can't augment my fists in any way. You know, so technically I could just make my fists blazing. Or I could say, oh, don't worry, my fists are cold iron, I'm going to beat the shit out of the Fae, as, you know, I just roll up and, you know, fucking, you know, drag it and install someone's fucking face, and you know how it goes. You can technically break down your fists. Oh, have no fear, my fists are collapsible. Yeah, that's an option that you can do. Concealable fists, freezing fists, hydraulic powered fists, which knock people back. Obviously, Disco Smash Fu did end up taking Forceful, Agonizing, and Messy, because I thought it was hilarious. Because you can take Motorized with melee weapons. Nothing is saying I can't. So yes, my fists are not only forceful, they are motorized. Disco Smash Fu is truly the most terrifying thing available. Does this mean I can have a nano boomerang? You unfortunately cannot have a nano boomerang, but you can because it technically counts as a ranged weapon. But, when, you know, group weapons together really grab the eye. The thing is, putting a bunch of weapons together is not inherently a bad thing. It does really cut down time. Like, for this, I'm fine with it in this. I find it funny. Like, I find it really funny in this game where it's like, yes, the Colt Python and the fucking, you know, and a M1911 are the exact same according to the game. That's funny. I find that amusing more than anything. if you're built your game as being like in this generic game like Chimera here, that's fine. If you've built your game around having that as like really detailed, that'd be it's a little bit different. Cyberpunk really did base it around a lot of that, with Red, kind of combining a bunch of arms together, making it feel a little bit more awkward. The odd thing is, like, how do I want to word this? If you've made a point to it already, it's hard to say no. But you also end up with things like, we'll say, for example, ops and tactics. If Sweet Soul Bro or Melon decided tomorrow, he's like, you know what? I want to combine all the arms together to have a singular arm system. People would be up in arms. Like, people would be like, what the fuck are you doing, you idiot? No, you dumbass. And they're like, don't worry. This Colt 45 and this fucking, M1911 are technically the same thing. This AK-47 and M16, exact same gun. It's just flavor, bro. It's just flavor. Yeah, people are more than one person cares about ops and tactics. Hey, ops and tactics does have a community, and in 2 weeks we'll be going over it, actually. So let's see. So for ranged weapons, again, I want you to picture all of these with boomerang or sling. So just remember that. My blazing boomerang, which sounds like a move from like my coal iron, boomerang, collapsible boomerang, energized boomerang, genetic tagged boomerang, long barrel. Have no fear, here's my long barrel boomerang. My organic boomerang. My scoped boomerang. My silenced boomerang. It just gets funnier every time you look at it. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm a little bit in attaching a silencer to my boomerang. Blazing boomerang for the Tasmanian Tiger. Yes, you can technically, if you really want to, have a blazing silence boomerang. And yeah, you congratulations, we did it. We silenced boomerang. Let's go. You want to do that, you totally can. Nothing is stopping you. Gear is kind of odd. I find gear interesting. I don't think this is like a full official character sheet, but I think it's official enough because he's actually like cited it. But like, this is here, like, you can actually like how it's formed is a little bit weird. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. But yeah, like adventuring gear, disguise kits, just a fucking jetpack, which you can technically use in the modern day if you rations. For the six people who ever give a shit about rations in any game, radiation suits, repair kits, space suits. That's just a fucking A pose. Fucking the shortest like stalker alive is just T-posing on me. What the fuck is? I just noticed this because his legs are fucked up. Because if he were to go all the way down. Yeah, I don't think that's quite right. He doesn't have his like lower legs. Chemical weapon, you want to do chemicals. Computers, you can have computers, panic rings, personal translators, portable computers. There are quite a few implants available. That advanced prosthesis, artificial organs, combined implants, cosmetic implants. Psi implants. You just remove unnecessary organs or parts, create storage compartment. On a medical stuff, a lot of service things as well. I mean, if you want to do anything there, dining and lodging. Hirelings they have their own like abilities that they can kind of do. Yeah, like a lot of these guys are pretty cheap and they're supposed to just be able to augment your actions or because they have their own set of points to do things with. They're there to help you. Various medical care, transportations. vehicle modifications, because yes, every single vehicle can also technically have their own. Well, you can acquire a land vehicle. So, let's say a horse. Technically, a horse can be augmented with any of these things. So, can be enhanced in one way or another. Anti-missile horse, an armored horse, automated system horse, cannon horse, big engine horse, cloaked horse, cushioned horse, displacement horse, fortified horse, jump jet horse. Nothing can stop you from... You mean I can store my collapsible, shocking, silenced boomerang? I believe collapsible and silence, you cannot put them together. Because they're both technically considered they're both considered major. But you can slap your scope in there instead of shocking, it'll work. Rule to nature didgeridoo. Raiden, what are you doing? Doctor, turn off my boomerang inhibitors. Raiden, let's do it. Crikey, stink. Yeah, you can you gotta say speed tank, spiked horse, turret horse. Nothing can stop you from saying this. And then we kind of hit the GM section where you're like, okay, be flexible, set the pace, be prepared, and all these kind of things. There really isn't that much to this game. Partial success, creating enemies. Enemies are kind of interesting because they kind of they're stacked on top of each other. Because if you build a minion and then you kind of choose the enemy's size, then you kind of choose whatever their defenses are looking like, and then kind of how they eat traits, and you put everything together. So, like, at the end of the day, you might have an enemy that looks like this. This is the Juggernaut Defender. This is his basic, outline, and his tactics are blast large group with energy blast, grab the weakest opponent, and use defender traits. And when multiple targets get close to the facility. Cool, that's like what it wants to do. And this is kind of neat. Like, it really does help you kind of build enemies and things like that. You have very basic adventure types. There's a lot of GM stuff in this game, actually. There's a lot of GMs. Yeah, you kind of see. I will say there is absolutely zero consistency when it comes to actually, like, art design, though. The more you look at it, it's like, this zombie rage, creating character. Who does, also, I should ask, who does this artwork? I see this kind of style a lot. Artifacts. Let's see, there's new powers. If you want to make new powers, you totally can. You want to make new perks, and here's how you make new perks. Bunch of optional rules that you can do. There's a lot of things in this game that allows you to change things up. And I think it's cool. Just a large selection of enemies to kind of play around with. Not exactly, nothing here to be like, oh my goodness, I've never seen anything like this before. No, it's very standard assortment of people who want to murk you. Now, the thing is, there is an example setting in the back. Worlds of 1,000 Moons, small campaign setting put together, test how well the elements of Chimera work together. Yeah, this is a... Colony called numerous moons. The dimensional cataclysm effect would be mild. Host abduct species they deem worthy of saving. Yeah, this is their kind of base setting, which I think is kind of interesting, and I would actually prefer if this was just a game about this particular setting. Because it has enough kind of going on that could be like, okay, this is a good, I would say, this is a really good generic system setting, because it's just like, yeah, well, pretty much the entire concept for this setting is these guys kidnap a bunch of kidnap a bunch of races and put them in safe areas, so the death doesn't arrive. So it's like, okay, cool. You know, you've arrived. Like, no one really kind of knows what's going on, and you can have a kind of various levels of tech. You can be, oh, well, I have this laser gun, but I use my sword on my back because I'm from a fantasy world, effectively, and I'm trying, but I kind of get this. I kind of like this game a little bit better. I wish it was just this setting, and that was the entire thing with the game, but it just... What's my, like, kind of my summary opinion on Chimera? I would say that I would like Chimera. I would say I would actually like Chimera if the system was a little bit tighter. If the system was better... I think I would enjoy it a little bit more. And just to give you... Thank you, Caffeine. Okay, it's pretty much how the system works. We'll keep this here just as an example of what I mean by it. Is pretty much the game is a D10 dice pool. D10 dice pool. However, the problem is only like nines are partial successes, while a 10 is a full success. And normally you're going to be rolling like maybe 4 to 5 dice. If you have an advantage, like you're going to be on average going to be rolling 4 to 5 dice. This is really wonky because they want to do like this weird PBTA thing with like moves and stuff, but it's like each dice has a 20% chance of success. That's really fucking low. And it's not like you can augment the numbers. You have to just augment the number of dice, which that still just means each die still just has a 20% chance of success. You know, it's like, okay, cool, I have a lot of advantages, but I've rolled a 2, 4, 1, and then an 8. That's a complete failure. I've completely failed. And it's like, that feels really awkward to me. That feels really not quite correct. I would really like to say, again, maybe if it was something along the lines of like 7 to 8 was a partial success and like 9 to 10 was a full success, so you'd end up with about a 40% chance of success on a single roll rather than 20. You pretty much double the chance of success, and that makes even like the smaller dice pools feel a lot better because it's like, okay, you roll, you look, and like, okay, I got a 7, I got a 9 and a 7 and a 6 and a 3, so I can't like... I have to throw away the 6 and the 3, but I got one of these. I would be a lot more okay with this if this was kind of like a... How do I want to word this? Like, even like a... even like equal 1, like success equal 1, or like success equal 2. Like, if they weren't going for like this weird partial success, full success, being like, this is difficulty 3. And like, okay, difficulty 3, re-roll. And I score a 7. Okay. Oh, I only scored 2 successes because I rolled 2 7s. Shucks, I failed. But, I have an advantage or something. And I roll again and be like, oh, cool, I scored a 10 and I scored this and I've got a bunch of successes and I'm super cool. If it was like that, I would like this game a lot more. But that system is so wonky. And it's... like, I would like it if it was this, but it isn't. This is the 9 to 10 is really all that matters. It's like, yeah, you have a 20%. I don't think it's necessarily a lack of playtesting. I think it was maybe trying to like stick to the guns. I wouldn't say stick to the guns a little bit more, but like stick to... We're stuck in it. But like this, like feels odd because it's like, again, on average, you're going to have about 3 to 4. So even like 3, you're like, oh, you have a 50% chance of success. Like, that feels a little bit low for something which is like, which technically this is even lying to you. Because this isn't a full success. You have a 10% chance. You have to roll a 10 for a full success. A 9 is just a partial success, which still might actually come to bite you in the ass, which feels really odd. To get actually any like relative consistency, you need to have 6 D10s, which is insane. But you don't want to increase, like, you have no incentive to really increase things past 4, because rolling 4 doesn't really increase your chances all that much, and it feels really weird in that regard. I like all the ideas behind it, but it was just like, yeah, that core, that it's a cool idea built on balsa wood. And like, I want more skills maybe, because like 5 skills right at the bat, like I already have half the skills in the game. And play a human, you get another one for free. Like, you kind of see here for like all the perks and powers. It's like, yeah, I get a decent amount of these perks, but they still rely on that core system. Which is like, maybe I'm not digging it as much as I was hoping I would. And yeah, then you end up with things like where you can actually they better just to copy Blades. Well, they kind of do Blades dice system, but then they choose not to. Like, it's clearly its own thing. Clearly has Blades in its DNA. I can tell you that much. Blades is in this thing's DNA. But they want to go down a different angle. I like the fact that there's no like playbooks and stuff. Like, if you were to be like, you have to play something like PBTA derived, I wouldn't complain playing Chimera. I wouldn't complain to play this. I would be like, maybe like, Monkey Brain would want to optimize, though. I will say that Monkey Brain would want to optimize. You can optimize them. Solve every conflict with Beyblades, yes. Yeah, it feels a little bit better. I like, part of me thinks like they went with these hens just to be a little bit more unique, which maybe wasn't the right call. Yeah, again, I don't hate this game. I think it's just, I think there's something wonky with the math. I can't get behind it. That and the artwork is very odd. Because like the artwork is very pretty, but when you realize like, oh, it's all like 3D, like poser 3D models just posed and like drawn over, it does, you start to notice it a bit more, because it's like, wait a second, like there's no internal consistency of how the actual book looks, and everything kind of starts being its own very odd looking thing. So another one bites the dust, or a more accurate term, another one bites the dusto. Let me this up. There are very few D8 systems, but let's go to our next game. Let's see, we've done CRUX, we've done S, we've done Chimera. Oh god, we got 3 more to do. So I think we should do a light one, and we're gonna do a very let's play it safe. This is a fistful of dice. Bring up the character sheet. Very simple. Oh my goodness, look at this, everybody. It's a very simple, nice little game. Smash Lockjaw, of course, has showed up. He's the coolest dude you know. Of course, he is part of the, what I can only describe as a Disney Channel. Yeah, he is a Disney Channel regular, effectively. That's the best way I can kind of think about him. Now, a fistful of dice is actually pretty fucking ancient. As you can kind of see here, 2002 was 20 years ago. This game is technically 20 years fucking old. Like, this game is almost legal to drink. So, who actually wrote this? Fistful of Dice. And it's odd because, not Fistful of Dollars. If you actually look at a fistful of dice, it's nothing. Want to go to Portsmouth? You can go to Portsmouth if you want, and like here's this absolute tabletop fistful of dice. There's actually not much here anymore about this game because it's a bit old. It's older, and it's because it is older. You've probably not maybe heard of this. Now, the guy who did it was Judas I. Z. That's his full name is Judas I. Z. TTRPG. And I'm like, okay, I wonder, like, what has this guy done? Interestingly enough, Judas here contributing design for layout for There Is No Spoon. Now, There Is No Spoon is here. Let me do. This is probably one of the. This is pretty much the first Matrix RPG. He worked on it right there. Design layout by Judas Isaac. This was, you know, RPG Net, Wushu Guides to the Matrix. You want to play the Matrix? This guy was a part of it. That's really all he's known for, as well as a fistful of dice. Now, I did a little bit of looking around, and I'm like, okay, he's got a website. Azathot LLC. Okay, Azathot. I mean, there's got to be something here, right? I mean, cool. Azathot. So let's look. Okay, Azathot LLC. Currently available RPG Now. Cool. RPG Now for $5. Goodman Games Complete Guide to Dragonkin. Got a link there. Well, we have a website. Let's click on the website. Whoa, yeah! Fucking yeah, malvertising is, you know. Yeah, their website now links to a Chinese gambling site. Many such cases. So obviously we need to go back to the Wayback Machine. This as a thought, you know, .com and index. Cool. Oh god, I need to get it. And you see, like, oh wow, there's a lot of activity here. All of this is death. This is just all Chinese spyware. We got to go back to 2005. Yeah, 2005. This isn't not a young one. I'm going to use February 12th. Click right here. Azathot LLC has filed for dissolution due to the large increase of corporate minimum tax in our state of operation. Currently on hiatus until we refile in a different manner and reopen as a partnership instead. Sorry for the inconvenience and thank you for interest and past patronage. Well, that never happened. That, let's see, even like 2000, this is 2007, not refiled. Let's try 2013. I believe the website would have died. Yeah, the website's been dead. Yeah, this is a fucking Chinese website. They died effectively in about 2005. That's kind of like when I was able to get like a good estimation of like when they kind of went out of business, or at least when they refiled. But this is their website. This is all the way back in 2004. Their big thing is, as you can tell, it's God bless the early 2000s. Yes, God bless the early 2000s. They apparently had games of Marvin's Run, or Trivia Grid Horror, Trivia Grid Science Fiction. Their really only game had been Fistful of Dice and Gravity Point. Cool. Shipping is free. Play through 50 levels pursued by security ripper. Rip your head off. $10. Power PC processor. Mac OS. 16 megabytes of free RAM. CD-ROM drive. Oh yeah, gamers. We gaming. Yeah, Gravity Point is Game uses the action system. Now, oddly enough, we've actually talked about the action system before, action system TTR. And kind of see right here, multi-genre open licensed role-playing game by Gold Rush Games. We talked about this actually before right here with Gunslinger's Wild West Action. It was going to use the exact same rules. And that just never happened, and it's never developed anywhere. But yeah, this is a fistful of dice. Right here, $5, minute by instant download. High resolution, fully bookmarked screen version. Guys, this is it. You can play it right now. Fistful of dice. Can you buy it anywhere? No, not anymore. Yeah, they died pretty drive-through or something. It's non drive-through. They kind of died on their feet a little bit here. I'll check Facey Space. Are you yeah, no, that's not. No. Yeah, it seems Gravity Point was going to be like a science fiction game. I hope the GeoCities site. Yeah. 2002, man. It was different time, different era. Now, this is by far the most updated version. Has he done anything since then? No. At least not anything I could find. And interestingly enough, if you really look at some of the people he cites, Brent Langdon, Patrick Riley, the posters and proprietors of RPGNet and The Form. Oh, hello, The Form. The Forge. Good times. Yeah, here it is, 44 pages. Multi-genre role-playing system. Suited for play in many different settings. Manual's not revolutionary or radically different from other role-playing games. Elements find useful and removes elements. This is strictly a D6 game. Now remember that, this is strictly a D6 game. This is also a D6 opposition game. Every single thing you do is going to be D6 versus another helping of D6s. Pretty simple. Obviously, we have Smash Lockjaw here. He's ready to go. He's ready to fuck. Readjust my body here real fast. Now, we go through here, we kind of see look, personality, nothing too exciting. The main thing is what it comes down to are talents. Talents are very important. Talents are the main thing. They are ordinary, meta, and extraordinary. Ordinary talents are what we would normally call skills. Meta talents are like a Benny currency, and extraordinary talents are like your super. So all extraordinary and meta talents start at a score of 0. All ordinary talents start at a score of 1. Oh, wowzers. Certain talents may not be used for that. Specialization is kind of weird in this game too. I should also kind of state that, like, specialization is, let's say for example, I specialized in, like a strength, for example. If I specialized in strength and let's say like weightlifting, I would roll 3 dice for weightlifting. Everything else I would roll 1 dice for. Yeah, specialization's a little bit weird. Yeah, it's like, oh, however, any use of the talent not within the specialization are used as though the talent were 1d lower. Certain talents require the character to have a specialization. Like, it makes sense for these ones, but like some like that's kind of just weird. Overall, you're gonna have 30 of these character points, otherwise known as CPs, and from there you're gonna be able to build whatever you feel like. Normally, 30 is gonna be it. Characters are not exactly the hardiest thing in this game. They are not like super tough. It's also very hard to level up anything. Like it's expensive, very expensive. Physical hit points, but how many dice you have in your physical toughness talent. Keep a number of dice equal to the score, the highest rolls, and total them. Oh wow. Mental hit points, kind of the same thing. Then we have our basic move, which is all of this divided by 2. Got the average. Basic damage bonuses. Then we have all our equipment. Now, doing things. Anytime we need to do anything, let's think. Anytime we need to do something, we're going to take the number of dice we have, and we're going to roll. Now, let's say, for example, let's say it's going to be a challenging roll to do something. It's a challenging roll, and let's say I need to use my unarmed combat. Let's say we're doing something. So I have my unarmed combat of 3, and it's a difficult, and it's about an average thing. So they're only going to get 2. So they rolled a 5. I roll, and I scored a 6. I would have succeeded. They would have failed. Simple. This is Muzak. Yeah, Muzak, M-U-Z-A-K, is the most generic kind of background music physically possible. Yeah, it's very simple, very basic, just background music. Currently, this is hour 3. This is Lady Blue. And now we're going to be going into Kate McShane. Yeah. Yeah, now mind you, picture of me just having elevator music on the entire time. Now that's awful. Now, possible tasks, everyone can kind of do everything, like GM rolls number of dice equal to the score. Technically, I believe I should actually have higher scores than these, but yeah, everything is going to be kind of an opposed roll. If they have a difficulty 2, you're going to roll 2d6. You have a 3, you're going to roll 3d6. That's pretty much it. Now, if you work together, you'll be able to get success. That means more dice. And this is where things get weird. This does actually have exploding dice, but it's exploding dice in the wrong way. So, for example, let's say I have 3d6, and amazingly enough, I roll 6, 6, 6, the number of the beast. Go me. Then I get to add another d6 to it, and I get to roll, and I get to add it to whatever it is. But if that rolls a 6, I add another 6, I add another 6, I add another 6, so on and so on and so on. However, if I roll half as much, I'm gonna botch. I've failed. So let's use a very basic example. Let's say the target number ends up being about 10. If I score a 10, that's going to be a success. However, if I score somehow, I have a roll of 5, that's going to be a botch. We'll do like a roll of 7, that's going to be a fail. If I have a TN of 20, if I have a roll of 20, that means I'm going to have a whammy. That's pretty much a critical success. That's all it is. Meta talents are weird. These are Benny points, effectively. At the start of every session, you're going to get a certain number of these meta talents to do things in. These are courage, ingenuity, and style. Anytime you choose to do something courageous, you can spend these meta points to bonus dice. Anytime you use ingenuity, you get to use them to roll more dice. Style, you get to use them to roll more dice. You can actually get more and more and more and more. And that's what you want to do. Meta talents are you, Zach. God, man, at least put a smooth jab for millennials. Nah, sorry everybody. It's music. It's music time. Yeah, clouds fly back. Gets to add more dice. Targeting everything is exactly what you want to do. Now, One of the big ideas for any time you have like psychic powers or magic or anything, you have to build power first. First thing you have to do is you have to build and focus power. So it could be things like magic rituals, intense concentration, chi, or whatever the fuck it is. At the end of the day, you do that, and congratulations, you've scored. Then you roll, and if you do it, you do it. You don't, you don't. And you lose, and everyone hates you. Now, losing it, struck for damage, power drain. If you use too much, you're going to backfire and you're going to lose things. And magic items don't actually have magic in them. They have a power container more than anything. So, for example, I have my flaming sword. That flaming sword isn't just flaming sword. It actually has a die of pyrokinetics in it. That's the idea. You can draw the die out and do stuff with it. Simple. Cool. We did it, everybody. Combat, exactly kind of how you think. Weird thing about this, though, is each character can act as many times in a round as he has points in reflexes. As many dice the character has reflexes, and each number that is shown on a die represent an action in that particular phase. So, let's say, for example, if I roll my dice, I roll a 2 and a 2. So on pretty much step 2 of this round, I would act twice. However, let's say somebody else rolls, and they rolled a 6 and a 5. So on pretty much step 6, there'd be first action, and then step 5 would be second action. Technically, if you have, let's say, 3 or 4 reflexes, you can technically do 3 or 4 actions. Each phase declares what action they will take in order from lowest reflexes to the highest, and then resolve them. Yes, they will take order from lowest reflex score to highest. For characters have the same reflexes, yeah, you can kind of fuck people's day up a little bit. Yeah, no, it's like a penalty when characters slow down. Simply a reduction number of dice can roll for initiative. Bonus is the additional dice. More actions, more things. Oh yes, it's the action economy, baby. Like, that was actually one of the main reasons why I ended up having to take some of these abilities where I normally wouldn't. Because you need physical toughness and mental toughness for these. You need these for your health. You need agility and for move and evade. That's very important. Reflexes are essential. You must take reflexes. Those are quintessential to the experience. If you do not have reflexes, you will be rolling a single d6. You'll be taking one action, which, mind you, taking 1 point in reflex suddenly doubles the amount of actions you can do. If you take 2 points of reflexes, effectively you spend 5 of your initial character creation points, you get to do 3 actions in combat. And mind you, you might this also counts for surprise and things like that. Like, damn, like, this is pretty fucking big. Like, attacking and defending, exactly how you think things go. If I am attacking you, you're going to be able to try to make your dodge check. You need to dodge, I need to dodge, we're all dodging away from each other. So, for example, I'm someone's going to punch me, they're going to roll me rolling 3d6. I want to try to be evading them. So I'm going to grab my d6s. I said I'm grab my d6s. And let's say they have 3, I have 3. They're going to roll. They rolled a 7, and I'm going to roll. I rolled a 12. I've dodged. Everything is opposed rolls in this game. Alright, cool. Weapon ranges, same thing. Most everything you're going to be doing for damage bonuses when it says it is, for melee attacks anyway. So my damage bonus is actually 2. So anytime I actually hit anybody with my melee attack, I'm going to do 1d6 plus 5 damage. I ended up doing 9 damage there. I go bang, and I bump you in the head because Disco Smash Fu is melee, is an unarmed attack. Yeah, it's like more actions will always be better than a few. It's more actions are always better than fewer actions in any game ever. Being able to act just multiple times gives you more options to do things. And the more times you have to do something, the better. Just simply because that's how... If I can attack you 4 times, it's kind of like one of the best things to think about it is. I think it's kind of the rogue conundrum. Yeah, if I can attack you 4 times, if I can attack you 4 times for 10 damage, versus you can attack me 2 times for, you can attack me 2 times though for 20 damage. However, the big thing is this is 4 ticks of damage, while this is only 2 ticks of damage, and I can obviously mix things up. So if I want to spend one of those times I would normally hit you for 10 damage to do, say, I want to maneuver out of the way, I want to dodge, I want to, increase my defense, I want to do something else, I want to do something. It's suddenly like, oh, well, yeah, we're doing the exact amount of damage, same amount of damage, but you just have more stuff to do. You can do it more reliably, usually. Yeah, like, that's why I'm usually very hesitant to giving people bonus actions, and when I do, it's for a very good reason. I actually will say the Dawn line. The Dawn line has done the best way of handling this I've ever seen in a fucking game, and I adore it to death. And I will talk up the Dawn line anytime I can, because they have the Surge mechanic, which is you roll 1d6 plus whatever your initiative bonus is, and you can spend those points on additional actions. You'll always have one, but you're able to get more actions, but you can use it for initiative. I fucking adore that system. Fucking genius. Fucking genius. Yeah, 0G combat. Because, like, some things actually have special attacks, like called shots, slam attacks. Roll the target strength or reflex score. If success, target knocked back to side. When in doubt, just disco slam people to death. That's usually good. 0G environments, underwater combat's handled. Yeah, it's like, oof. Yeah, most of the time, it's like, your physical integrity is very low, actually. Like, this is your max amount of HP. This is actually a decent chunk of HP, too. And that's because I invested quite a bit into physical toughness. Yeah, so it's like, getting hit by something is like, yes, I have taken 4 damage. Like, yeah, sorry, you're just dead. You're fucked. Like, 4 damage is quite a bit. Like, even here, I could do 6 to 11 damage. I could outright, Smash Lockjaw could outright kill himself by reducing himself to 0 HP in a single attack if he hits well enough. It's like, oh, cool. Like, brought above 0 can perform minor acts involving survival instinct, or perhaps with the game's approval. Concussive damage, pierce damage, high-speed projectile damage. Yes, I do like the fact they do split up guns and spears, because they both technically are pierce damage, except one's just a high-speed projectile, which is, I've shot you with a handgun, it's not fucking penetration damage or pierce damage or whatever, it's a bullet. I put a fucking revolver into your chest, you're going to die. People are sending me Bussy the Vampire Slayer. I don't want to... Yeah, I mean, it worked. But also, if you're like, oh, but the art looks so bad or whatever, you gotta remember this is 2002. Like, this is like 2005, and like... Yeah, I'm amazed. Like, this looks fine, honestly. This is the jank-ass PDF from back in the day. I wondered, does it even register this as... Okay, it does actually register it as words. So, yeah, when a character takes an amount of damage equal to half their normal health or greater, major wound. Damn. You literally, if you take like for example, if Smash Lockjaw here takes 6 damage, he needs actually severe medical help. Like he's fucked up. Roll to generate generate a total greater than the amount of damage taken, which causes a major wound. If this roll is failed, we'll not start healing and instead lose one health per hour. It's like, yeah, armor is probably the most, consistent way of doing it. Because one of the weird things is everything is rolled. So, for example, I'm wearing light smart weave armor. Somebody has whipped around corner with a crowbar and has hit me over the head with the crowbar. They're going to deal, let's say 3D, let's be generous and say 2d6 plus 2 damage. Let's see, they did 8 whole damage to me. Damn, that's going to give me a major wound if it hits. It's almost going to kill me. However, I get to roll 3d6 because I have 3 in my concussive. I'm going to roll, and I get to mitigate 10 damage of it. I mitigated the whole thing because everything is rolled. Like how in Persona, there are 2 damage types, a weapon and gun. Yeah, like, if you even have, like, pretty good armor, like, you might not take any damage, but, like, when you start taking damage, you fucked. Bitch, you fucked. Damage specific areas, falling damage, paralyzation, stun damage. Mental damage is actually a pretty big idea in this game. There's an entire insanity mechanic right here. So, oh no, freak out. I've witnessed the horrors of fish people. Oh my god, they're from Rhode Island. 8. Vomiting for 1D round. 2. Yeah, once you witness people from Rhode Island, I'll just vomit for 2 rounds. I mean, I would too. Fucking Rhode Islander. Curing insanity, game mastery. Most things are going to be about 30. Yeah, actually, rules in this game are manual to relatively come on. It's a game. Average human stat with another chance he could die. However, many prefer people to be more sturdy. Yes, it's one thing about it is this either way is actually not quite how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to roll for actually your amount of HP based on your physical toughness score. I rolled very poorly, if you can tell, because what it is, if I go up to, yeah, right here. So, roll twice as many dice as you have in your physical toughness. Keep number of dice equal to the score and total them. For example, a character with physical toughness 2 rolls 4 dice and keeps the highest 2 and totals them. I have a physical toughness of 3. I rolled 6d fucking 6 and ended up with fucking 11. Not great. I'll have you know, Morra truly is the hero we need. But yeah, no, your health is also determined very much by these very simple talent skills. Intrusion. There's actually quite a few different talents to work with. Yeah, rules, light game, handling talents, evolving talents, naming talents, common sense. But yeah, like, agility is really good, but agility is also not very good. Because you want to know why agility isn't very good? Because agility isn't reflexes. Reflexes is insane. Art, bow, business, climbing, computers, deduction, crafting, driving. Like, pretty much every kind of talent you could think of is technically under here in some capacity. They do split up knives. They like knives and like larger melee weapons. You would think they would usually like, oh, this is just a melee weapon. No. Mental toughness, damage healing sections, more information about this talent. Notice, physical toughness, piloting, pistoling. Science, earth, science, life, science, physical science, social science. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill. They do have, God bless us all, they do have the swim skill. We also have special skills, such as Unarmed Combat, which has this entire fucking section dedicated to it. Which I always find hilarious, because you could... like, sword. The ability to skill a character when using a sword or similar weapon. Unarmed Combat. Yeah. I love it. Then you also have things like extraordinary talents. These are kind of like more of your like special powers. Like, oh, you can do things like, okay, maybe not that one. Dominate. You want to make a dominate check? Oh no! Oh no, everybody! If you use the dominate ability, you have to just roll for it. Flying, necromancy, nullifying, pyrokinesis, photokinesis. Telekinesis. Like, there's clearly a lot of like magic here. And this is kind of how the damage is actually done. So damage, damage type, range. So for example, let's take the most basic weapon possible, a knife. A knife is going to be rolling 2d6 damage. A battle axe, for example, is going to be rolling 4d6. You are very fragile in this game. Very fragile. And you're going to go down pretty quickly. You know, you want to have shurikens. Shurikens kind of suck. I mean, carbines, a horse pistol. One of the few games in the world where you can just bust out your fucking horse pistol and pop a bitch. You know, fucking blunderbuss. Blunderbuss is going to fuck your shit up because you can potentially do up to 30 damage with this, as that person is just reduced to atoms. Because, like, nothing can block against it. Oh no, I have plate armor. What are you going to do? Well, oh, Mr. Plate Armor, let me roll 5d6. 5 whole d6 damage. Let's roll. I rolled shit. That's great. 2, 4, 6, 8. That is 14 damage. And he gets to roll 1d6 to mitigate it. He rolled 6. So he takes 7 damage from getting shot with a musket. God bless him. Magnifying glass, courses, water skins. Yeah, all of these. Heavy rifles, rifle assault, taser pistols, ballistic light, ballistic medium. I don't know why there's just the Gorilla Man. Why hasn't Generia Chan weighed in and all? She's generic. We love her. Isn't that right? Literally, if you just Google generic anime girl, she was like the first one that popped up. I always like that. Yeah, as you can kind of see, I don't know why this is just a monkey. I don't know. Or why are we here? EL pistols, Gauze pistols, IROC. I don't even know what the fucking gyro. They don't explain really any of these things. It just kind of works. Yeah, Gyrox fire small spin stabilized rockets. They are small rifle or very large pistol. Damage shown is for standard high explosive round. Awesome. Cyber legs, fame, muscle grafts, more cyberware. Robots far future check. My favorite thing in the world. Force blades. Yeah, force blades. Let's see how much damage a force blade can do. Means the weapon causes twice as much damage as the normal weapon. Reactor cartridge will last these weapon 100 strikes. Takes 1 phase to reload. So, have no fear, everybody. I'm going to use my plasma grenade and roll 7d6 damage against you with my plasma gun. But don't worry, my defense screen is completely big up on there. I can do whatever I need to. Great. Here's the basic character sheet. Yeah, it's full of dice is actually, I think it's decent. It's just, this is what it means by a toolbox. Like, Sniper monkey. I think it's like one of the big things with it, like majority of the time, like adding things like cybernetics to things like this, usually boil down to one very simple idea, which is just to say of you need to put it in there to say you can do it. It's a toolbox. You must put it in there for people to understand that it is a tool to be in there. You don't put, yeah, it's like you need to put it in there because if you don't, people aren't going to think about it. And I think that's like one of the big things is with A Fistful of Dice is this really is the game. You make of it as you will. Like you have to make this game what you want it to be. You want to make this game Star Wars, you're going to have to do a little bit of work to make it Strong Wars. You're going to have to make it Star Wars. Hey, you want to make this, you gotta make it this. I think that's what it kind of wants you to do a little bit with it. It's very light, but it gets the job done. If you need something fast and dumb and pretty quick, this is going to do you just fine. Like, I would say, like, keep HP pretty high, relatively speaking. Keep talents a little bit more awkward, because, like, I think I didn't do the talents right. I think I should have a few extra points to distribute, because I forgot that pretty much everything starts at 1. And they don't, it's, just the fact of how everything is laid out, a little bit awkward in that regard. But yeah, like, simple hits could actually, like, kind of bring people down pretty quickly. Or it's like, yeah, technically Smart Weave makes it so getting shot is almost irrelevant if you roll well. So it's like, yeah, I get what the idea is. Yeah, it's very 2000s, early 2000s. Because if you think about it, this would be about 2004, 2002 when this is written. 2002. Like, this was a pretty, you gotta think, like, this would have been pretty, I wouldn't say unique, but this would have been kind of a newer thing of, like, how light and how easy this was. It seems kind of quaint now, but at the time, it was pretty much a thing. It was like, yeah, this was actually a pretty big deal. So, so that is that. We're going to go on to our next game here. Let's see. Do we want to... big one or small one? We're going to do a small one. This is Era. Era, the epic storytelling game. Yes, Era. Now, Era, epic storytelling game. If we go kind of here, drive through RPG. Like, oh, all right. You know, it's technically free. You can get this one for free. It's right here. It's pay what you want. Omnihedron Games, written by a guy named Neil Gao. Neil Gao is an oddity. He's actually written a few games. His most big one is actually Duty and Honor. This is kind of his big game about Napoleonic War, about the role-playing during this time. It's a little bit weird. This is his big game, though. This is the thing that he really wrote. However, he's been writing quite a few different for other companies, of course. Now, one of his big games that he wrote was Liminal. Liminal Pax Londinium, more specifically by Neil Gao. Supplement for Liminal, if you're gonna go here. A lot of stuff here, including the quick start for it. Liminal was actually done by Modiphius, as you can kind of see here. Modiphius. Have I ever heard of Liminal? No, not really. Never actually, like, seen anyone talk about this game before, but it exists. The platinum seller, so it has to be good, right? Right? Cool, yeah. Yeah, he worked quite a bit on this. Ow. Fast. smashed everything around. And, beat the quarters, Era and the Great Rock Race. Cool. I'm like, okay, what's this guy's thing all about? Who are you? Nothing really. This is just who the guy actually is. He's a very simple guy. Nothing really too big about him. He does a lot of stuff talking about things. Now, if we go to Neil Gao proper, go to his Twitter. Hello, say hello to Neil, everybody. Hey, Neil. Hi, Neil. Yes, we all like Neil. Hello, Neil. Game master, maker of things. He's UK based. Talks about games mostly. Yeah, he's the boomer we all need at some point. Yeah, it's like, hey boomer, how you doing? Yeah. He pretty safe boomer. Let's just say that. He's a pretty safe, kind of non-threatening human being. That nothing really is like big and exciting about it, you could say. Like nothing about him like really like jumped out at me. He's not like a fucking like murderer or anything like that. Pretty standard person, generally speaking. The only in duty and honor was kind of the only thing I'd really find about him. Era, kind of this. Era's kind of like he talks about Era, but it clearly is not his big thing. Aiming sharp's enemies, like duty and honor is his thing. Like this is the game that he likes. Running a clean game. What are your hygiene factors? Ta-da! Like there's nothing really else to say about the guy. A safe boomer is all I can say. Very safe boomer. Now, Era itself. Now, Era's kind of an interesting game. Because this is not a game for many people. If we go down here, notes from the author. Difficult second game. Inspiration came article many read regarding the origin of Magic the Gathering. Designed to be played between games at conventions, and this got me thinking about designing a game that could be played by a couple of people between sessions when people didn't turn up to schedule a gaming session. Totally from duty and honor. Yeah, beat the quarters. Completely different. Now, if we go down here, if we do, like, what is Era? So, this version of the game focuses on legendary heroes of mountainous fantasy wilderness with a distinctly Nordic feel. Your game could be anything. Cool, very understanding. But, as a game where one player plays with one storyteller. Yes, this is a one player game. It's one to two players technically, and a GM. Nothing more, nothing more. They really want you to play with one hero and a storyteller. Yeah, this is technically a two-player game. And, you can expect creation of your legend take 10 to 15 minutes, including time to reveal how awesome your legend is. Playing through a full 7-scene cycle of the game should take around an hour. Yes. This game is very short, very simple, and very to the point. It's about creating a legend. Now, this is actually where Smash Lockjaw actually came into being. The original Smash Lockjaw was actually supposed to be Duke Nukem. However, slowly it became me trying to figure out how to fit into things. Thus, he became a friend of effectively Bible Man. Hence, me writing in reading Rainbow's Strongest Warrior. Very important to do that. You may be noticing already, Notepad, what's up with all these fucking dice? Well, we need to go over the elements. Pretty much there are 5 main elements. These elements are very important to almost everything you do. Even the game itself are built around them. Fire, craft, song, granite, and ice. Fire is strength and fury. Craft is magic and unknown forces. Song is presence and charisma. Granite is wisdom and knowledge. And ice is speed and agility. Why do I say these are important? Because these are actually based on what scenes are going to be playing out. So you might be doing a fire and craft scene. What that means is you're going to be doing strength and magic. It might be you trying to, bully a wizard or, fight a wizard or something. If you want to fight a wizard, it's going to be fire craft. If you want to do craft song, that's I need to convince a wizard. If you want to do craft granite, that means you want to learn from the wizard. If you want to play craft ice, you might be trying to escape a wizard. That's kind of the idea. These always inform each other, and all of these elements are also tied to various aspects of the character in one way or another. So, you might have an attribute that looks something like this. Now, obviously, we have Smash Lockjaw. His elements, bring it up here, his basic elements of fire, he's the master of Smash Fu. He obviously knows Smash Fu, that's what he does. He does not understand no hocus pocus. He thinks being in school is cool. He's also a one-man showman and disco superstar and speedster. Yes, because this is just who he is. These are your main attributes. These are your main skills that you're going to be able to do things with. Trappings are things that you own or things that make you interesting, such as the Disco Warrior suit, which is tied to song. So my presence and charisma score with Disco Warrior suit, the smartwatch command glasses, which are tied to my granite here, and of course my ancient gauntlets of Smash, which are tied to my fire. Your lores are actually stories about you. Things about you that are interesting, cool, and very, neat. So for example, since I'm supported by smartwatch, it's tied to my craft. I'm a dance battle aficionado, so I tie to my ice. Reading Rainbow's strongest warrior is granite, and Kung Fu superstar is tied to song. And that's that. Each of these can be tied to one element of one kind. Technically, nothing is saying you can't have like 3 elements be like 2 trappings be the same thing, but you're just not going to get as much out of it. It is very discouraged. Trappings are just things that make you you. But you can also make things like a greatsword different elements, depending on the situation. So you can use this game for a pool RPG? What? Yeah, fire ice is like an epic chase scene, yeah. Or you're trying to outrun someone trying to kill you, or you're trying to try to catch up to somebody to kill them. It's like, oh hey, Executioner's Hammer of Chun, Ragnar's main trapping serving as a D8 fire. Because your trappings always are assigned D4, D6, and D8, while these go from D4 to D10, including the D0. So D0, 4, 6, 10, 4, 0, 4, 6, 8, 10. Ah, God. These ones are actually 6, 8, 8, 10 for your lores. And it's like, alright, cool, choo-choo. So we kind of understand like how these kind of look. Multiple elements in one trapping, so it's like, Technically, that's fact. Yeah, technically, he got this wrong. Yeah, technically, this should be D6 Blood Tattoos Gladiator. Multiple elements in one trapping. Technically, you can do it, however. Yeah, so you can technically like make one element multiple things, but it's not really. It's technically just writing it in twice. DDR, battle to the death. See, song is just charisma. That's the best way to think about it. Song is just your ability to convince others to do things. So what legends clip without tails? 5 pieces of lore, 4, 6, 6, 8, 10. And then technically you can specialize in elements. It's very discouraged that you do so, though. Usually having 3 in a thing is the most optimal. So every single thing you do is structured in scenes. This scene system is the big thing that actually makes it work. So this is called the 7 scenes in a single cycle, including the initial gateway. So what's going to happen is at your first scene, you're the initial gateway. This is what you have. So it's pretty much, it's going to be 1 GM, 1 player. So the GM could say, okay, you're getting into a fight. So the first initial gateway is going to be fire. And you're like, okay, who am I fighting? You're fighting the goblins. There's a bunch of goblins trying to kill you. Well, of course, because we're fighting a bunch of goblins, I want to do ice. Fire and ice make complete sense. We're going to be using these 2 together. Now, if you're successful, here's the thing. If you are successful, then good, you've succeeded at the task. However, if you fail, you actually choose the next scene. So, for example, let's say I am successful. And the GM, though, we do pathway 1, says, okay, all right, the GM has to choose. So 1 GM, then 1 player. And he's like, okay, we're going to do a granite scene with song. And we're going to do granite scene, and you're like, okay, I wanted to put song on it. But let's say you fail. So pathway 2 is going to be 1 for you and 1 for the GM. Now you have to do, well, you're like, well, I have some craft. I want to do craft. And he's like, cool, you're going to do craft. You're going to do that. I'm going to select fire. Someone's clearly trying to fuck your day up. So you can only have a pathway scene for a particular element once in each story. There will always be a fire pathway scene, an ice pathway scene, and a granite pathway scene. Yeah. Now the thing is that you can't do it the last one nor the first one, since you actually get illegal scene choices. When you choose the second element for the when you choose the next scene illegal, this can happen in particular when you choose the second element of the 4th pathway scene. To avoid this, you may not choose the remaining pathway scene element for the last scene, second element of the penultimate pathway. So the idea would be like pathway 3 would have to be if we kind of just using this, so we have the granite song, craft fire. Last one would have to be ice and trying to remember. God, trying to remember what it would be, because there's actually like a very specific way you have to do this. It's kind of stupid. Fire pathway scene, an ice pathway scene, a granite pathway scene. Actually, no, I think that would have to be the last scene of the story's final gateway. Because these are like one of the weird things that like yeah, like this is like, yeah, you gotta see choose the element for a scene that would make sense from scene legal. First 3 would have you played where the first 3 pathway scenes have used ice and granite, fire and crafted song and ice, but 2 remaining mandatory elements are craft and granite. Yeah, this can get a little bit confusing at some points, because at this one, I believe you would have to choose granite. And then at pathway 4, you would have to use craft and song, and then the gateway would have to be fire and actually no, you couldn't actually use fire, could you? You'd have to use fire. You'd have to use craft and granite, if I recall correct. No, you wouldn't be able to use granite either. You'd have to use, I believe. Yeah, I think I actually even made this illegal. I don't think I even did this right. Yeah, I don't like this system very much, in case you aren't kind of getting this. Because what the entire idea is, you have to use these various scores to do things. So for example, scene example, story kicked off the game with the initial scene, fire and ice scene, right? Now it swades into the fray. Then there's going to be a granite scene. Same as granite scene. Always make this fire ice scene. However, he can now choose between song and craft. Second element. He cannot choose ice and fire. He chooses song. So then the next one would have to be a granite scene. Actually, no, the next one would have to be a craft scene with something else. And then it would be... It's a full fucking nightmare. I don't think you quite understand. This is a full fucking thing that you have to do. It's not complicated. It's annoying. Because all it really boils down to is, it's element, it's pretty much like element 1, element 2. Then the next scene has to be element 3 and element 4. Then it has to be element 5, element 1. Then element 1. Then it has to be element 2 and element 3. And then the final one, technically, it would be element 4 and then element 5. And then it would have to be element 3 and then element 4. Actually, no, that's illegal, so we need to put this over element 1 and element 5. But we already did that one, so it would have to be element 3. That would make element 5, 4, 2. We already used 2, so we can't do that. It has to be fucking 3. It has to be 3 and 4. That means we have to shift this element over here. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this would have to be 2, 3. But we need to swap you out. Yeah, in case you're wondering how this can get a little bit fucking confusing, I really hate this system. I really dislike this game, actually. Because the problem is, it's like you may not choose an element for a scene that would make the next scene illegal. This can happen in particular when you choose a second element for the fourth pathway. To avoid this, you may not choose the remaining pathway scene element for the last scene, second element of the penultimate pathway scene. Actually, ice and granite, fire and craft, song and ice. The remaining mandatory element crafted granite. Craft is chosen pathway scene first, granite cannot be chosen as a second. You have to choose fire. Yeah, it's a fucking God, I hate this. See, even I'm having to like rewrite it a bunch of times because it's like how it actually plays out is a lot weird. So one of the basic concepts is that most minions, most enemies pretty much are going to end up with things like you are, at the end of the day, this is what a majority of the like enemies are going to look like, because they also have their own character sheets effectively. But depending on their strength, they might have different things. So this particular attribute can be a minion, standard, elite, or legendary pack. All of these would be different as well, the static value of them, but you actually have to beat. Inanimate adversaries might just have various granites options. Example adversary levels, pack wolves, and train hunting hounds, or the wolf spirit lords, or whatever. But the basic concept is you need to build up the scene. You have to build up your dice and then assign them to various things. So, first, let's say for example, let's just say for a very basic example, let's smash here. Let's say we have a fight song scene. Fight song scene, and there's 3 things that are occurring. 3 main things. The first one is we need to bash the villain. We need to bash the villain. We need to save the people. We need to save the people, and we need to bash the villain, save the people, and calm down and befriend the villain. Those are our 3 things we need to do. I'm gonna have to build my fire pool, which is going to be, let's say my fire pool is going to be D6. It would be, we're using fire for most things. We'll be using, actually no, we'll be using song for most things because song is our best one. We're going to use D10. We're going to use D8. and we're going to use D6. Those are our 3 attributes that we have to use. So, okay, he is questing for the death god. Interesting. So he chooses craft. The scene will resolve using granite and craft. One of the elements, 2 trappings involved in the conflict, 2 pieces of lore. Okay. So these are just our basic ones, but because we're in fire, because we're employing fire here, we also get to draft in a D4 because of our ancient gauntlets of the smash. We also get to bring in anything else that is relevant. We can't bring in anything out relevant because the fire song ability, we don't have anything fire song. So our final dice pool is going to look like this. And we may be able to assign things like D10 here, D8, D8, and D6 with a D4 to befriend the villain. There we go. Then we hit roll and try to beat whatever they assign to it. And that's how you play. From our dice pools, and then you're going to need to break. Then you're going to pretty much oppose them. So, for example, if the villain's trying to do the same thing, he might have a D8 here. He might have his he might have a D4 and a D4 and D6. Actually, he might have a D4, D6, and D8. Something like this, D4, D6. And he might have a D10 right here. So pretty much we would end up having to roll against all of them. So if I ended up with my success, if my first one was technically, let's say I rolled an 8, and he only managed to roll a 3, a 3 and a 4, smash wins. Second one, let's say I roll a 4 and a 4 and 3. Let's say I roll a 4 and 5. Oh no, he rolls a 4 and he rolls a 4 and he rolls a 4 2. Smash wins. However, the final one, I roll a 2, he rolls an 8, villain wins. That's kind of how the game actually plays out. Illegal scene choice is punishable by 8. Illegal scene choices make the game not work. The villain is trying to save the people. No, you're opposing one another. That's the idea. So you might want to say, I want to bash the villain in. Or I want to save the people. He's opposing that. I want to befriend the villain. He's opposing that. And it's technically what would happen here is Smash would win the scene, but he would fail at this last one. He does not... Whatever he was trying to do there actually fails. Damn, that sucks. Now, what may occur is, let's say he's a standard enemy. Your attributes maybe look like something more like this. He might just have like a 4 and 3 there, 2 and 3, 3, and then a 5. Which that's just the static numbers we have to beat. Luckily, that's kind of how it works. Also, 17, but only 5 elements. Yes, you're seeing the... things that get a little bit wonky. Because technically there are 6 scenes, because you have the initial gateway. You have pretty much scene 1, scene 2, scene 3, scene 3, scene 4, and then the final gateway. Yeah, you have these 4, and pretty much, yeah. No, 4 supporting scenes. That's the thing. 4 supporting scenes, because you can't have any more, because then you'd make everything illegal. Yeah, that's the funny part. This is a very structured game in that it has to be this way of how it's written out. If it's not this way, it doesn't actually work properly. How do you have 7 scenes then? Because how it works, this is where things get a little bit weird. Is that technically every single one of these are broken up into 3 phases apiece. Yeah, you're seeing how things get a little bit confusing here. A little bit messy, even. I might have also misspoken. But yeah, like, it's... Yeah, I kind of see the way, final phase. Because every single one of these things has a phase. And you have to divide your fucking dice up among the various phases per scene to make sure that it works properly. And it's like, holy fuck. and your eyes kind of glaze over a little bit and you die a little on the inside, and then you have to narrate, I'm a like initial scene, and then you have the middle scene, and then you have the end scene. And it's like, oh, Jesus. Which these do also inform wounds. Now, wounds are a little bit odd because they are just a raw penalty that you get to a problem that you have to assign to something. So, for example, I might take the wound of, injured pride. Injured pride 3, like injured pride 2, for example. I'm going to have to assign that to a single one of my challenges if it ever comes up, Injured Pride 2 song. And anytime a song challenge comes up, I'm going to have to assign Injured Pride to it, which is like, oh man, that really hurts. My ego is bruised and I am sad. 16s don't work at all. Yes. It is a little bit confusing. And there's a reason why it's like, the fact that he has to explicitly put in there, this is an illegal scene choice. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of Era. In case you haven't realized. Granite wound, almost social wound. Mercenary want to inflict you a granite wound. Using wounds, healing, because you got to do a different healing wound by making declarations. Because what happens, actually, is you have to make declarations. So, if you win a conflict, let's say, I win, let's say Smash wins the first conflict, Smash wins the second conflict, but the villain wins the third one, what's going to happen is, you're going to have to be making declaration. So Smash might say, being like, for his first one, being like, well, I bonk the villain, I bonk the villain on the head, I bonk the villain, and he gets a wound 2, and he gets a wound 3. He gets a 1d6 wound. He's out. I save the people. I save all the people, but the villain's like, I get away. I get away while Smash is saving everyone. These are the 3 declarations. Now, what can occur is you can alter declarations if people are getting away, if people are doing something. So technically this villain here he can say, well, I get away, or, I take, it's like, I take one person hostage. I take one person hostage. He can't get away now, but he's taken one person and he's edited Smash's second deck. It's like, damn, oh no. And then you might get some more declarations, you might not get more declarations. And it's like, well, especially if you get things such as this, where maybe someone's kind of like at the bottom or something like that, you want to keep your declarations. Your declarations are valuable, and you might make a declaration to heal. Smash is making me consider a G-rated Mutants Mastermind one-shot. Like, I don't think people quite understand how fucking hard it is to be G-rated. Like, that's why I always put it in things like Henshin Hero and Satan War Snakeskin. Is like, being G-rated is really hard for a player group because you have to consider every single aspect of being child-friendly. And, like, I don't think people quite realize, some of the shit people say. Even saying, like, well, fuck. You can't say that in G-rated. You can't do that at all. Like, you have to be overly friendly. And villains are like, we gotta talk about the moral. See, that would be, like, one game I'd love to play. I'd love to make. Like, everybody just has to play completely G-rated in the, like, nicest way possible. And it's infuriating for everybody involved. Everyone is just forced to be as kind as physically possible, and watching all of them cringe under pressure. It's great. Technically, dealing with death has, like, they have an entire fucking thing on death. It's like, oh no. you know, and then advancement. Pretty much every time you complete a full cycle, you get to increase one of your dies. You increase the die by 1, or introduce new trappings, or introduce newer lores, or add new elements to a trapping for deep, or heal all the wound. Pretty much you get to choose one of the following. You know, congratulations, you want to increase some of these. Cool, that's cool. Yeah, so it's like, this is like the obviously the one they want you to do, be like, because this is just obviously better, because you get to increase everything a little bit. Yeah, companions kind of do the same thing. They pretty much add in things for you to do. They add something in. They're pretty much pieces of equipment. So, for example, Tyke the God Speaker, if he's on your team and you're making a craft check, you can add his craft to things, because he's there to help you. You know, he's there to being like, I want to the fuck with you. Share creativity, make legends legendary, placing the game. Dragon Tooth Mountain, like, here's the entire thing on, like, kind of like how Dragon Tooth Mountain looks, and kind of like how this is kind of clearly like the main setting. Like, they want you to explore this setting in particular and talk about this setting. Like, one of the big things about it is, you know, which method you use. We go to populating a cycle, minion challenge, standard challenge, elite challenge, legendary points method. They give you a lot of things, like how to build enemies and do things like that. But most of the time, like, they just straight up fucking steal from Azog the White Orc champion, snarling pack orcs. Like, they clearly are like, yeah, here's what it is. However, if you are being a you know, an elite enemy, here's what you are. But if you're just a minion, you can get fucked up pretty fast. But that's not the point. Or it's like, oh hey, you're super legendary. You're a bitch to fight. You can, like, you are a person that needs to fight. Trapping, step up the dice. Quite a few different options here. They do say that if you're ever trying to fight like bigger enemies or like bigger allies, like, yeah, here's the fucking pathway. So pretty much, yeah, one element has to be represented in each pathway. It's then the secondary element. Yeah, and then we have our basic character sheet. Yeah, Era's weird. Like, I don't know if I like Era or not. Shadow of the Foundation runs. Puzzles were new paradigms were introduced, and if you... I need to understand the scene structure. Rook is just dying on the inside. Like, I would say the best way to think about the scene structure. We go down here. If we use this as kind of like an idea, like how pathway scenes and stuff like this work. So let's just try to break this down. Let's do first. We'll do gateway. We'll do the gateway, and then we'll put the final in. We've got 5 in the middle, so we've got scene. You know, it'd be scene 1, scene 2, scene 3, scene 4, and then scene 5. Okay, apparently scene 4 is the one that fucks things up. So yeah, okay, there is 7. Yeah, alright, this doesn't make sense now, I guess. Why? That's weird. So we do element 1, element 2. They don't mention this, by the way. So this one would have to be element 3, element 4. Then we could go back, then we do element 2, element 5. Then we do element 1, elements. Actually, so this would have to be element 4. This would have to be element 5. And then this one would have to be element 3. So if we do this, do that, and then it would be element 5. It's not the primary one. And then we would have to do... I believe this is legal. Yeah, I believe this would be legal because it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And because 3 wasn't chosen previously, it does technically count as being legal. And it's not the same as the first game. Okay, this is making sense a little bit. Because you always have to choose, pretty much every element's going to have its own prime time in the sun. But whatever the final ones are, they cannot be the initial gateway ones or already previously chosen. So in this case, 1 and 2 are out, but 5 is out. But since element 2 can be chosen before anyway, element 3 and 4 are the only ones left available. So element 3 and 4 is fine. When there's 5 secondaries, would have to be 1. Yeah, because if you look here, like element 3 is only actually used as secondary once. Technically, element 2 is only used, let's see, 1, 2, 3, element... You have 2 5s. 2, and yeah. Actually, 3 5s. Element 5, element... Oh, fuck, I fucked that up. That doesn't work. Because element 5, we already used element 5. So that would have to be element 3... Actually, no, that would have to be element 2. So that would be element... No, because we used 1 up here. So that doesn't work anymore. Okay, so we need to redo this. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have to use 3, 4 here. We have to use 5 somewhere, but we can't use 5 right away. So if we use 5 there, we replace that with 2. This is legal still. We can use 3, 4, 1. So we use 1 and 3. This is still legal. We put you down here, so 1 and 3 are illegal currently. So since 1 and 3 are illegal, you have to use 4. It would be 1. It would be 2, 4, 5. So we have to use 2. 2 and 5 would work. So that would make it 3. So we can't use 2 or 5. So that would be 1. It would be 2 or 5, since we can't use either of those. We can't use that, so we can use 1, 3, 4. We can use 1, 3, 4. We have to use 4 right here. And then we use 1? Because, yeah, we would use 1 here. And then that would make 3 legal. And then we'd have to use 2. It would be 2 or 3. Or 2, 3 and 5. So yeah, this would be, I believe this is no, we can't do it. It would have to be 5. Because it would be the same. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. 2, 3, 3, 4. No, you can't do it. You can't do that then. Because you can't use the same one twice. You can't use them right after each other. They don't need to be used all at the same time. That's the best part. They don't need to be used all at the same time. So this is technically works. Pretty much one element has to be the primary one for each of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is all valid. These, and then it would be 1. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 also is valid. So it would have to be 3 and 5. 4 is just not used in the final. I believe this does work, in fact. I believe this works. Because 4 would be the only one unrepresented, and that's fine. Because we can't use 4 again because we already used it here. Yeah, opening and closing can't use the same, I don't believe. Yeah, contains any of the primary elements. yeah, so I believe the elusive, yeah, I don't believe they can use the, I don't believe they can use this one. So this would have to be the final element. I believe this would be the legal. I believe this is a completely legal set of scenes. Correct. So if you use it, yeah, if you use pretty much Gateway 1, you can't use it here, but you can start using 1 or 2 here again, because it's not the previous one. Nothing previously can be used. So because, because we used, for example, because we used 3 and 4 in Scene 1, we can't use 3 and 4 in Scene 2. But in Scene 3, we can use 3 or 4. But a primary element has to be the primary. Pretty much every element's going to get as a primary element. So, what are my thoughts on Era? As we just spent the past 10 minutes working that out. I think the issue with Era is that it is very much tied to its... It's tied to its scene system. Like, the basic concept is fine. I think the problem is that basic concept has the problem of being like, you kind of got to plan everything else. You have to plan ahead of time because it's very easy to make an illegal scene. Especially because it's like, oh, well, you have to use, you have to follow through on it. And it's like, really? I don't, like, even if it doesn't really make any sense, it's like, well, that's kind of a bummer to me anyway, because it's like, clearly this isn't making any sense, but I have to use fucking Granted and Song for this fight because, not because it makes any sense, but because that's, if I don't do that, it's illegal to have the final fight. And the final fight's completely illegal. It's like, fuck. That's a little bit infuriating. I will say that. That's a little bit annoying. I mean, the basic concept is fine, I guess. Fine, but fine enough. There is clearly a setting, though. I will say that. There is a setting right here, Dragontooth Mountains and Califort. These are, like, the main setting. They want you to play in these. Advanced, everything else is kind of just feeding into that. And I'm like, would it be better if it did have just, like, a basic setting? Maybe. Kind of hard to tell sometimes, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Era. If you give me a moment, I need to do something before we get to our final game. Let me open up our final game, though. We're going to be looking at this. Actually, I should say we're going to have 2 final games. This is going to be kind of the final one. The final main one, I should say. If you give me a moment. Alright, hello, I'm alive. So, this is Morra. Morra Cinematic Gaming System. Yes, Morra. What is Morra? Well, Morra, if we go here, Morra Cinematic Gaming System is drive-through RPG. Came out relatively recently, 2021 actually. Actually had a Kickstarter as well, if you look right here. A guy named Jeffrey Fowler. First created, like, okay, 36,000 out of 21,000 gold. Alright, Mighty Narwhal Productions. Now, who are Mighty Narwhal? Well, Mighty Narwhal is, nothing much. They've not really done anything outside of Morra. You know, Morra book cover reveal. They technically partners with Zorro Incorporated. Yes, this is the full Zorro, I should say. You know, Zorro partners, they fully aligned with them, and it's like, okay, so these guys technically have the current license for Morra. They have a full code of conduct of what you should be doing it. A diverse mixture of storytellers, rules analysts, editors, of all dedicated to bring the best story to the table. Cinematic games that promote courtesy, diversity, and kindness. We celebrate coming together as a group to provide fun and safe environment for everyone. Morra errata. Yes, there's a full errata for the game, actually. We're not going to be using the full errata. We're just doing by what the game has told us. Because that's what you're buying. Gonna see here character sheets and, you know, shops. Of course, we got a shop. Yeah, generally speaking, this is the, you know, bonus content, extended plots. This is all the bonus stuff. This is the basic system. We're going to be going over the basic system. Can I find anything else about it? Not really. Now, weird thing you might notice over here in the corner, there are a lot of authors. Why is that? Well, also, why do they cite fucking Storyteller? It's not Storyteller, by the way. I don't know why they cite it as Storyteller. It's clearly not. The main person behind most everything, though, is this guy right here. Actually, no. Fucking. That is Jason. Jason Andrew is kind of the main guy behind everything. But J.N. Childs is also kind of a very fundamental part of things, as you kind of see. And you kind of see who the, you know, cited developers and creators are. These three are the main guys, pretty much. Jason Andrews, J.N. Childs, Jeffrey Fowler, as you can kind of see there. Art and layout and art direction, J.N. Childs. Editor, J.N. Childs. Then you see all the writers and additional writers. Also, my favorite fucking... My brand new favorite term, the safety calibration subject matter expert. Safety calibration subject matter expert. Oh, Lord. Fabio Coman, various artists in here, a lot of stuff. Mythical photography. Like, like there's a lot here. And in case you're wondering, like, man, this cover looks like ass, I think that might just be compression. Don't blame it. I don't think that's the case. I think it's just the... Yeah. But weird thing about Jason Andrews, see, Mind's Eye Theater, V20, V20, Shadowrun 5th edition, Shadowrun, Mind's Eye Theater, V20, 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 Mind's Eye Theater, V20, and you see him right there. So it's like, okay, a lot of V20 stuff, a lot of, you know, kind of a large collection of stuff under him. Now, J.N. Childs is Mind's Eye Theater, Beckett's Vampire Folio, White Wolf, Starfinder, German Starfinder, a lot of Beckett's journals, Werewolf the Apocalypse, where, you know, fucking Mind's Eye Theater. And then let's find Fowler, Mr. Fowler. Come on, Mr. Fowler. Mr. Fowler, please load. Drive-through RPGs will always terribly. Right. Oh. Well, speak of the devil. It's Mind's Eye Theater. Now, I find this interesting because all of these guys are connected actually to Mind's Eye Theater, which Mind's Eye Theater, for those who don't know, are technically the LARP rules for Vampire and White Wolf in general. These are the LARP rules for it. So these are the guys who actually created Morra, which I think is one of the reasons why they cited under storyteller system, even though it's really not. It's not that at all. However, they put it under there because they have pretty extensive connections to those guys. Have they made anything else really? Not really. The closest I could find was like, this is Jeffrey Fowler himself. This is one of the main guys, I believe, behind it. I couldn't really find anything else on him. I'm like, yeah, hi, Mr. Fowler. I believe this is the main guy, and I think this is one of the main guys behind it. Or if you look here, you go to Jeffrey Fowler. You can kind of, I said, go to Jeffrey Fowler. We do this. Let me bring that down here. Yeah, okay. My name gonna be on here. No, I don't. But yeah, you kind of see. This is Jeff. Yeah, you kind of see this is Jeff right here. Go here. I just see the names, the looks kind of add up. If we click on here, you kind of see this is clearly him. And Jason Andrew is the other guy. This is Jason, Federal Way, Washington. Created 3. Couldn't really find anything else about this guy in particular because he is probably one of the most generic fucking names possible. But yeah, this is who we're dealing with here. Hello, Jeff. Yeah. Yeah. There's Judd. We goddamn did it. Hello, Judd. There's another one. Sometimes I tweet about politics. Don't do this. Don't do that ever. But yes, kind of see the, I like how you dox all the writers. It's publicly available information. All I'm doing is pointing out who we're dealing with. That's all I can say. All I do is find the people, and I find them, and I examine them, and I find what's going on. It's not my fault that I can find all your personal information as well as where you live. That's not my fault. That's your fault for putting that information out there. I will find your home. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, he's connected it to, like, the thing, like, my thing is that he's connected it to his Kickstarter. Anyone can find this. Like, that's my big thing. It's like, he's connected it to his Facebook, to his Kickstarter, and things like that. Everything has been there. The reason I took the Facebook off is because I wanted to make sure my name didn't pop up. But yeah, like, this is who we're dealing with. Like, this is kind of the, he's a, God bless him, he's from the West Coast. This is Morra. Morra. This is one where we like to call art direction TM. Yeah, art direction is, hey. And you find their home address and what they are drinking during writing. Yeah, pretty much. West Coast, that poor soul. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, sometimes I go pretty deep on it and I can find some pretty weird shit because they just post something and it's like, Yes, this is also the one where I'm gonna point this out immediately right now because I feel this is actually kind of like relatively important. If I don't mention it now, I'm gonna lose my shit later. These are Hero Forge miniatures. I believe it's called Hero Forge. There are a few of these, actually. And this is like very obviously artwork, like quote artwork that has been used. This was the one that kind of tipped me off. I'm like, this seems a little bit wonky. Because I'm like, wait, yeah, these just look like Hero Forge miniatures. Like, these are just slightly... Yeah, these are just slightly posed Hero Forge miniatures rather than anything else. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I kind of just want to point that out right now. When if you see anything weird art direction or like any weird art or anything, like, yeah, I'm not really feeling that this was like I don't want to word this. I don't think there was a dedicated art guy, and I think, or the art guy got real fucking lazy. Because these are the 4 artists. Fabio Coleman, Jennifer Brazos, Mark Kelly, Gavin Posey. Fabio did the cover, and the cover looks fine. I can assume he probably did some of the other covers and things like that. Like, you kind of see that. Like, I don't know who did it, was like, yes, this is fine. I want to put this in. You know, it's like, oh, Mystical Rome Photography. Like, okay, that's kind of weird. It's kind of funky. Well, I should also mention this as well. There are 30 writers on this game. There's Jason Andrea Barr, Andrew Biddle, Andy Biddle, J.N. Childs, April Douglas, Jeffrey Fowler, Jason Husley, Rachel Judd, Michael John Martinez, Matthew Montalto, Renee Ritchie, Chris Rambach, Brendan Whaley, and additional writers of Lisa Andrew, Hiromi Koda, Riley Crowder, William Hammer, Joanna Kaljonen, Jess Menton, Jimmy Ricketts, Tanny Nancy Telson, Eleanor Todd, Sable Switch, Chanel Gambo Waters. There's 30 writers in this. I'm going to give you a secret. There are not 30 writers in this book. Because what these guys did, interestingly enough, and they actually talk about it a little. Let me bring up a little. Andy Biddle. Yeah, they actually mentioned here in like the FAQ, 30 effing writers. What's wrong with you? Several people are experienced writers. We want open field for a number of new talents, such as female, queer, and POC writers that know. So they not only got experience working in writing, but received credits for their work for user projects. Even if they only wrote a few sentences. The old story of entry-level job requiring 5 years experience, that's an experience we struggled with ourselves and wanted to eliminate for others. Furthermore, several people just submitted a paragraph of work as a tryout. Oftentimes this work was not used. However, we still made sure we paid them for their time, including among our staff, and credited them for their work they did. Not get them robbed of their time and effort. Yes, these guys also paid 8.5 a word, which is actually above industry rate by quite a bit. 7 is industry rate, by the way. Remember that. 7 is industry rate. Yeah, so these guys, if you submitted anything, you got technically put in the credits. So there's a bunch of people who's probably did an absolutely zero work on this, who have credits in the book, because bulking up your credits work is great, and we should just credit each other in books, because that's how life goes. So, what is this game? This is a cinema tabletop role-playing, and I say cinema very lightly, though. Cinematic game with random stimulating experience of watching your favorite movie or television series. Woo! Why do stories matter? Technically, the name, in case you want to know, Morra is the modern name for one of the oldest hand games in the world, played in a similar manner to rock, paper, scissors. It is well-meaning, however, you know, well-meaning means very little. Morra is very interesting. And I first read this, I was like immediately after I kind of learned about the Mind's Eye Theater production connections, I immediately started panicking that this was going to be a literal rock, paper, scissors system. I don't think anyone quite realizes how much I was like, holy fuck, did I find a LARP game on accident? God damn it. It is not a LARP game. There are LARP rules in the back, but yeah, it's for everybody. What's the genre? We have Mystical Rome. Yeah, 20 years after the whisper of the dire warning, magic and myth run rampant. Caesar still reigns over a unified Roman Empire. Oracles who saved him now operate as a notorious academy where they instruct sons and daughters of elite families in eldritch arts. Punching Nazis. Wars are not just fought on the battlefield, but in the minds and hearts of the people. Our troops land on the beach in Normandy, our legends, myths, and pulp press heroes fought the Nazis in our imagination. World of punching Nazis, panzers blitzkrieg across Europe, supported by genetic monsters of science and alchemy. That Luftwaffe battled the night witches in the sky about London, and Paris SS vampire hunters in no man's land pick off lone soldiers. SS vampires hunt, not vampire hunters. The Thule Society conducts unholy rituals. Blah, blah, blah. And then Ravenswood Academy. It's Harry Potter. If you've noticed something slightly, not $7 a word, 7 cents a word. Yeah, $1 a word. Maybe for writing a fucking sentence. Yeah, they paid 8.5 cents a word. So if you wrote effectively a 100 words paragraph, you would make $8.50. Now you would write 85, which, mind you, is still kind of nuts. Actually, no, it wouldn't be 85. That would be yeah, no, it'd be $8.50. You'd make $8.50 from 100 words. Yeah, no, this is in cents we're dealing with. Yeah, 7 cents a word is the average. They paid actually above industry rate, which, mind you, is that why 5e is so bloated? To a degree. Freelancers are usually paid in cents per word. I'm weird because I don't do that. I just say, here's a flat value. Even though people have told me repeatedly I undersell myself horrifically. I do that simply because I write verbose sometimes, and I don't want to be like, haha, surprise, you need to pay me like $400. Because I added a bunch of shit you didn't want. I added a bunch of shit I think you need. I don't want to do that. Because I'm not a dick. But yeah, no, it's... One thing about Mr. Fowler, anyway, is Mr. Fowler really, really likes Harry Potter. He's a big Harry Potter guy. And because he's a big Harry Potter guy, yeah, everything is going to be Harry Potter. So, hopefully you're all Ravenclaw! I'm gonna fucking kill someone. Namely myself with this. I hate Harry Potter. I hate it so fucking much. But everything has to have magic, and it's always like, oh my goodness, look at everybody, he's punching Nazi. It's quite literally Roman Harry Potter, World War II Harry Potter, and this fucking Harry Potter. Just... Remember, everybody, no sexism, racism, bigotry, homophobia, transphobia, body shaming, bullying, or hate speech is tolerated. Right in the game. No violence, threats, intimidation, doxing, or harassment of any kind is allowed. I'm not doxing you, I'm simply informing others. And I'm going to say this very kindly. Can you zoom in more? Zer, like, where do they see Zer? Yeah, due to a bleed crossover emotion between what you feel and what your characters feel. Yeah, these guys are, we're gonna be nice and say that it's the usual suspects. It's the usual suspects. And I say that in the nicest way possible. No doxing, no shit. Yeah. So, One of the basic ideas is you are supposed to create a character at first, and this is one thing I actually really dislike about this game. Remember that genre defines the following aspects: available archetypes, budget, and everything else. Now, what is a genre? A genre, you could say, is the setting that you're going to be running in. If you want to define a genre, you got to turn to page 121, and you got to build it. All right, everybody, let's build a genre. Like right here, we got to do everything here. We got to do all the budget. Because one of the weird things is that your budget actually is the level of like power your character has. It's like, let's say, for example, like lead character beginning of their careers or adventures, at like their starting points are distributed as follows. Movie of the week, you want to go for like syndication stuff. Like, you don't actually get that much for like lower budget movies. You are technically weaker than other than like bigger pictures, because remember everyone, the less budget you have, the less cool you are. I made a fucking movie. You make a movie, with $1,000 budget, and it turns out to be a blockbuster hit. Doesn't fucking matter because you aren't cool enough. Yeah, this is kind of how they determine power level. Why do the usual suspects always love Harry Potter? God bless them. Yeah. The other thing is the idea of is the concept of archetypes. Archetypes are actually templated character types that what you need to actually do. So you pretty much have a name, you have a basic motto, you have a symbol, you have a description of them, and they get a +2. They pretty much get a +2 to some attributes. They might get some special qualities. They also have to determine their Jungian archetype, any of their social archetypes, and any other kind of archetypes that they kind of embody. And then they get some minor skill adjustments. There's some very basic ones of like, you might have something gradually important, and then they have some basic new genre and archetype ones, and then don't forget about going story Bible and any crossovers and any reference materials. God help you if you have any monsters or some basic plot threads and everything like that. Yeah, so if you want to learn how to like actually get a character up and running, you need to do this first. This is very important. However, the first one that we actually, let me just zoom all the way back up here real fast. This is very important. But yeah, so we're going to use blood again. I will say, Smash Lockjaw, he's the Saturday morning cartoon genre. Pretty much, he very low budget, very G-rated, and he has a very minor budget. What I ended up doing with him is that he only had, I believe, 10 attributes. He had 10 attributes and like 6 skills. No, he had 10 attributes, 10 cinematic quality. No, he had 8 attributes, 10 skills, 10 cinematic qualities. That was it. That's kind of how he do it. Through some various things, he ended up being able to boost up his art and attributes pretty well. But yeah, these are everything up here technically doesn't mean anything. I don't know why they restrict things behind archetypes as much as they do. But like, yeah, you gotta know your archetype. There's a lot of work that goes into like just building it initially. Tell that to Ash Williams. Yeah, that's kind of the problem, is like Ash Williams in the original like Evil Dead, if you're going by like what they're saying, he would be very weak. He'd be like a normal person, not the chiseled jaw badass he was in the first movie. God help you all, and things like he would be more accurate to like Army of Darkness tier. But yeah, no, it's starting attributes. Then you gotta select the archetypes, which technically here are our basic basic archetypes and kind of our basic ideas. Wants to play a punching Nazis. Excited to play. He wants to punch Nazis in Harry Potter land, because I hate Harry Potter still. He wants to play a Dragon Ace archetype because that's how it goes. What's their motivation? Call to adventure. What's all these basic things going on and how we do things. Welcome to making characters, everybody. We like making characters. Then we got to assign our points. So every typical human has 2 in each attribute, with a maximum of 5 for our starting character. So every required score of 0 or below, the character is knocked out. Because that's what you're mostly going to be doing. You're going to be damaging people's attributes. Not quite in a direct way. So that's very important that everyone kind of has 1. And most of the time, you're only going to be able to distribute a few points between them. With 8 points, this is kind of what I ended up being able to do. You don't get too much to work with if you kind of go for like the lower budget things, and that's like, oh, that's on purpose. We don't want it to do it. That's kind of the... Yeah, for some reason, he cites a lot of movies, but like simulating street level characters like a certain dark cape vigilante known for his gadgets. I don't know, just say Batman. Say Batman and Superman. These are not like fucking copywritten. Well, why can't it ever be punching GIs where you play as the Viet Cong? Viet Cong. Now, for every 2 points for the attribute, you gain an attribute specialization. Clicks like specialization for list to create new ones. Now you may be wondering, Notepad, this sounds amazing. These are attributes. Nito Burrito, they are not cool. They suck. They really do. They really kind of blow. You know, assigning basic starting attribute points. And they kind of, I don't know why they go with like the highest tier 1, because like this is not what a standard character is going to look like. This is a high-powered super blockbuster that is really fucking scary to look at because you got so much things to look at. Like, yeah, because again, oh no, wow, look everybody, Jackie fucking Chan gets mentioned, God help us all. Michelle Rodriguez, Arnold Schwarzenegger, let's see, Hart, Angela Bassett gets mentioned, Idris Elba, Jeffrey Connelly, Jack Nicholson, Benedict Cumberbatch, Viola Davis, Jodie Foster, Jeff Goldblum, Catherine, Chow Yun-fat, and how can we forget our boy Keanu Reeves gets mentioned, our favorite actor. Hello, Keanu Reeves. Art direction. I don't know why they chose this fucking image here. I don't know why. That feel when I wake up and I'm still not Keanu Reeves. One, I'm never gonna make it. See, that's a happy thing if you consult the Cyberpunk game. That's the good ending. I wake up and I'm still not Keanu Reeves, thank fuck. Now, if you have like your skills here are actually also somewhat important. So, depending on if pretty much every 3 ranks, you end up going to get a specialization in it, which are also not nearly as cool. So these are actually fairly important as well. If you have a 2 in something, that means you're like relatively skilled in it. Like, that's it. 1 means like you have a passing familiarity. Anything higher than that, it's like you're getting gradually better and better at it. But like 2 is like this is something you do for a living. You know, anything higher is like you're getting like gradually more and more impressive. Yeah, if you don't have a SAT, you're going to be unskilled. You get -3 penalty to your action pool. God help us all when we get the action pools. You know, genre, skill adjustments. Because like, they do say outright almost, like, if you want to play a certain kind of genre, you can just take, you know, just get rid of it. You just get rid of half the skills because they're not going to be useful. Yeah, every you scared 5 knowledge rights, you can have 3 skill specialization. After purchasing 3rd point of skill and every point thereafter. As you can see, I have Disco Smash Fu and Friendship and Leadership as my specializations. The real friends were the ones we use to make dubious financial decisions. Convince, it's such a strange choice. It's convince. So, skill lists, you know, transport, technology, fix, notice, fighting firearms, convince, and subterfuge. Basic skills are art, cool. We have bushcraft, convince, crime. Bushcraft's a great fucking skill, by the way. I love bushcraft. I always find it funny. Fighting, which is just hand-to-hand, like melee fighting. Firearms, fixing, knowledge, medicine, notice, subterfuge, science, stunt, which I always find stunts to be interesting. Because these are like partially like your actor skills, but also not. Also your character skills. So you have technology, transport, and then we have more like specific skills that you can choose to adapt. Like you can have magic, or you can have transport mecha, or astral navigation, or shit like that. You can add in other skills of your choice. That's fine. Then you assign points to your qualities. Your qualities are also determined by the budget. Where the lower budget you actually have, the lower tier you're actually going to be able to work with. Because remember, every single like poor production that doesn't have a lot of money is obviously the exact same quality and doesn't have any fantastical elements about it. None at all. And big budget super blockbusters obviously have some of the craziest wild qualities available all the time. Then we have some basic like flaws are like problems that you can assign to yourself to get more XP. You shouldn't do it because you're going to get flaws anyway. But yeah, so it's like, yeah, it's wizard duels. Wizard, I love wizards. Man, I fucking love Harry Potter, guys. Fucking love it. It's great. So generating support characters, use of dramatic time in Morra. Because yeah, everything is actually played out, not necessarily in... How do I want to word this? You are not playing a game necessarily. It wants you to make you believe that you're in a movie. You are in a show. It's dramatic time. It's acts, episodes, seasons, series. That's what the game is actually focused around. How the game is actually built around that idea. We're going to keep seeing that throughout here. But now we have dramatic moments. Okay, we need to go over this a little bit. So, this is your action pool. The following format defines all action pools. Attribute plus skill plus wildcard equals your action pool. Okay, so let's say for example, I need to convince somebody. I need to convince somebody who is my friend. So, Smash Lockjaw needs to convince somebody. His action pool for this action pool is actually going to be 10 because he's got 6 heart plus 4 convince. Cool, that's what he's got. He's got an action pool of 10. Now, this may sound actually interesting, and trust me, it is not. Then we have any wild card bonuses. Let's say we have a +2. +2 because it's he's already our friend, so we got a +2 to that. Like let's see, we got do we got anything down here? No. Let's just say we have something completely random. Let's just say random. Just we've got a bonus slightly. So this is our action pool of 12. All right, cool, awesome. So we got skill, wildcard. Wildcard is not like just random bonuses or dramatic moments, items, or qualities or something like that. They're just a modifier, like a random flying mod. That's really all it is. Determine the difficulty rating. Difficulty rating of dramatic moments is higher than the target's plot armor. Overall difficulty scenarios described, chart below. May be willing to drop their plot armor. Scene's believability must always be preserved. Yeah, so rolling the dice. This is a 2d6 game. Yes, this is 2d6 plus mods. This is what the game really does boil down to. This action pool is just a combination of your modifiers. Dragon Ball fighting skill so I can wish for a higher budget. Sorry, Rook, we ain't that lucky. Yeah, so it's weird because it's saying like, oh, well, here you got to build the action pool. But it's really not. It's 2d6 plus modifiers. That's really what the game is. And that's like your final action pool. So it's just 2d6 plus mods. So it's pretty much, if I were to do this, I'd be 2d6 plus 12. And that's it. Your lower than difficulty ratings fail and earns 1 point of consequence. Apply to a category that feels the most appropriate. You roll double ones, you earn 2 points. Roll double sixes, you roll again, adding the sum. You pretty much, you explode slightly if you do that. Now, complications are a little bit wonky. So, let's say I fail. I've been hurt. I might take a consequence to my body, and it might be rating 1, and it might be, oof. I've been minorly injured. I've taken an oofy. Pretty much now, my body is being treated as if it is 1 lower at all times. And if I were to ever say, let's say I take a body, let's say I take a nasty body 3, oh no, gunshot. I would be technically out of the scene because my body is now 0. I've died. I'm outie. Now, consequences can be applied to anything. So, after a particularly painful series of scenes, you might have like a body rating 2, and you might have a mind rating 1, you might have a soul rating 3, and you might have a heart rating 4. This just removes various things, and you have to spend time gradually removing every single one of these to make sure that you aren't affected by them. But your actual 2 hit is right here. This is your plot armor. If I want to punch Smash Lockjaw, I want to bop him in the nose, I have to beat his plot armor of 16. Because you determine plot armor for all of your various attributes by your attribute times 3 plus 2 for every attribute specialization. So pretty much everything after 2, you double it. So if I have a 2, it's not 6, it's 8. Technically, this should be plot armor resistance should be 8. That's why they don't want you to go above 5, fun fact. Because if we kind of look here, like, if it's attribute times 3 plus 2 for specialization, interestingly enough, how this is going to kind of pan out is having a 2 in something pretty much means you have an 8. So it's like attribute 2 equal, plot armor 8. However, attribute 3 suddenly makes that a little bit higher. Suddenly, that becomes, it's a 9, 10, that becomes 11. However, at attribute 4, that becomes 16, because you not only are getting a new specialization, you're also increasing it by 1. You're also getting more. Attribute 5, on the other hand, that's 15 plus 4, you have PA 19 now. Attribute 6 means you have, guess what, 20 fucking 4. You are rapidly increasing, because 6, it's 18 plus, it would be 18 plus 6 effectively, and you just get more and more and more and more. It's very... The target numbers rapidly increase after about, because remember, it's just 2d6 plus mods. And those mods are really, because even at attribute 3 with very limited mods, even attribute 4 with something with 16 with lowerish mods with a 3, that's already getting a little bit hinky. That's one bad roll and you fucked up and it's Jover. Jaster is demonstrating his power to inspire the masses. So yeah, it's This one's a little bit weird. But what do skill specializations do? Well, you can remove a single level of an incoming consequence, lower the difficulty rating of a dramatic moment by a single tier, or 5, reduce the plot armor of a target by 5. Specializations do not assist you necessarily, they lower the difficulty. But here's the thing. Let's say, for example, I need to convince somebody to be my friend. I want to be friendly with somebody. And I'm going to reduce the difficulty. What I have to do is I have to delete friendship. Yes, you consume specializations per episode, effectively. Per session, you're going to consume a specialization to get a bonus. This also affects your plot armor. You technically are getting weaker by doing these things. So, for example, if I have to burn tough, for example, my plot armor per body goes down by 2 points because of how it actually pans out. So it's like, oh shit. Yeah, so most things like standard are going to be about 11 to 15. Like this is like, okay. But like even there, like even ramping up, like this is going to start getting harder and harder because like even for like 24 is considered heroic. This is hard to beat by default. And you're like, but then you also get like, if you have a 2 in something, I have an 8. I literally have an 8. It is literally easy to hit my mind, but like a single point, well, 2 points suddenly bring it up to a challenging. The scaling in this game, it's a little bit weird. You know, you might get dominion over characters. Plot armor is like this entire thing because you need to beat plot armor effectively. Like that's what it really boils down to. That's your AC. Attributes, conditions, taking hits. Because if you ever take too much damage, the consequences, you're going to take body consequences, and if it ever goes too high, you are dead. And that's why you need to burn your specializations. Because anytime you get too many consequences and get knocked out of the story, you have to convert things into a flaw. Flaws are going to make your life miserable. And yes, taking consequences also lowers your plot armor. So taking a single consequence suddenly makes your abilities weaker. The death spiral in this game is insane. You take even a little bit of damage and suddenly things are looking pretty bad for you. But what you really need to do is you need to remove consequences, story conditions, or like first aid, or you're relaxing. You really need to get rid of them fast, because if you get stuck into a fight, for example, you're fucked. That ain't how it works. You are bonkered. You know, it's like, yeah. And you want to convert flaws into consequences into flaws if you really need to get back. They even talk about kind of like dramatic, revivals in case you do die horrifically. In case that's kind of like how things actually go. And they kind of go through like how everything is actually worked out. One of the big things is you actually operate in scenes based on that action pool limit. So if we, get into a scene, my action pool is 15 and yours is 12, I'm going to be acting first before you do anything. But if your action pool is 15 and mine is 14, you're going to be acting. Then we roll our 2d6 and determine the final results. And then we have the entire section on contract. Yeah, that's not in my contract. Yeah, just pain, Pecco. Yeah, this is the X card built into the game, actually. Yeah, this is the pseudo X card. You like X cards? Yeah, that happens. You're going to get experience points pretty consistently by just kind of completing a episode. You're going to get about 6. Mostly you're going to end up, I would say, about maybe like 8 per episode if the GM's being a little bit generous. That does actually mean you can get some, you can get things, not quickly, but you can get them. It might take 2 or 3 episodes to kind of like get some of these bigger ones. It might take you a bit. It's like, oh, okay, all right, that's fine. immersive entertainment. You know, you want to do all this story calibration techniques. You know, it's like, what's my motivation? Remember when? Safety calibration techniques. The clapper, yes, this clapper slate used when filming. And let's have the we gotta have the X card. We gotta have all these things because every single one of these. Yeah, we like Jeep form. What the fuck is Jeep form, LARPs? What the fuck? Okay, I'm doing investigation. I need to learn what the fuck a Jeep form LARP is. LARP right. They're called LARP rights. I hate Nordic. I hate the Nords. I hate the Nords. I hate the Nords. Superheroes and all that job. Now, qualities are kind of like the big thing of what, you know, mostly you're going to be actually on. Independent movies, alternate routes, assembled, you get bonuses. All of these are like your powers in one way or another. Now, mind you, if you notice, independent movie / web series quality. Yeah, you can't really have anything too high. You can't. You want to enter the memory palace? Man, that's gonna cost you a lot of your fucking points. Battle form, go. Can we even have battle form on this level of quality? There's a chance we might not be able to. Yes, we can. Luckily, we can have battle form. Luckily, yeah, these are like your abilities, like as the character as well as the. How do I want to do this? As the character as well as the, you know, person yourself, these are like your abilities to do stuff. Now, some of these are, let me see, find like cut off for some of these. You kind of see there's quite a few of these in case you haven't realized yet, and a lot of these are yeah. It's in movie of the week syndication quality. This is kind of like the next step up from like web. Like, yeah, from this sucks to this is actually something relatively decent. Let me see if I can. Yeah, no, it's like everything after about 3, everything about 4 is like you need bigger ones. You need this. You can't have, yeah, you can't have fast reactions if you aren't in a, you know, good movie. Sorry, everyone. Money makes you fast. That's what I've learned from this. Special effects are things like sets and set directions. Sets are... I hate LARPs, I hate LARPs! What are the rules for Hallmark Christmas movies? We aren't that cool. I would say... See, the thing is, if you want to make a Hallmark Christmas movie, I would say make everything a blockbuster budget. Because those things usually have a weirdly big budget, but they don't... They have a weirdly large budget that doesn't go anywhere close to the movie. They go to, like, random people involved with it. Or they have a pittance of money where it's just like, yes, this is what it is. Like, the thing is, you are not going to be playing this game as a Hallmark movie. This is not a cinema movie game. This is a combat. This is a fucking game about combat and things like that. You know, this is a combat game, unfortunately. Because one of the big things is also about, like sets are like locations that you have a bit control over, being like, oh, wow, look, it's the Chosen One, cool. Or it's the Control Center, it's Crime Alley. You can, like, fix up things that you can, like, design to make things work properly. It's like, yeah, these are, like, how you make scenes, effectively. So it's like, okay, this is fine. You know, theory and practice of magic. You want magic in my movie? What if my magic doesn't work like this? Fuck you. Fuck you. That's what how it works. You gotta kind of work by this. I'm like, of course there's going to be like 3 fucking pages worth of, like, let's see how much magic pages there are. I mean, come on, there can't be that many magic pages. Right? Right? Yeah, so I mean, there's only like 10 pages of fucking magic. That's fine. Yeah, 10 pages of magic is fine. Right? Right. We like 10 pages of fucking magic. Yeah, it's like challenges in a movie. This storyboard action scene or harrowing challenges for the characters from that genre. Ritual takes an act. Yeah, these are still more casting things, by the way. Theology, crafting technological MacGuffins. Because, like, MacGuffin... Yeah, also, do you like all the fucking... Here's all the tech levels. Yeah, these are all various tech levels and, you know, medicines and fucking military weapons and... money laundering. Let's actually, you know, I will, you know, let's do this. Hallmark movie TTRPG. Excuse me. Zine Quest. Yep, that's you can now for sale and bought and downloaded on itch. Hometown Holiday, tabletop. Oh wow, it's gonna be completely black and white. Awesome. Yep, here it is. You wanna... Yeah, it's... If you are in PBTA, everything in this game should be like putting on a well more... Maybe we don't deserve to be happy. Thought about that? There's like 24-hour Hallmark movie loop. I've learned that through meeting a family like a dozen times. See, yeah, Hallmark movies are special. Like they're just fucking nuts. I love them. One of the big things about this game as well is that there's the concept of MacGuffins. MacGuffins are like the unique object. They're special and they do things. They call they are not quite MacGuffins in this because MacGuffins are a plot device. You know, it's the soul of a wicked man or a legendary sword or something like that. These are special items that you are allowed to take that only you can use. These aren't really MacGuffins because this game has a weird tendency to do one thing that I hate, and it's apply terms from movies and shows and stuff, and they apply it to just regular game terms, regular game things. It's not just a special item, it's the MacGuffin. Even though that doesn't really make sense when you consider what a MacGuffin actually is. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, it's like, why are you the way that you are? Trivial MacGuffin. And like, here's all... You want to build an epic MacGuffin? Cool. You get all this? Cool. You want to do this? Cool. It's like, oh, that's... Well... Yeah, most monsters are usually... Monsters and enemies and stuff like that kind of use these ideas of exploits, which are kind of like MacGuffins, but not... They pretty much... Like, exploits allow them to actually, like, specialized qualities only monsters possess. Like, enemies have things to do things with. That's pretty much the best way to kind of think about it. If the Nazi zombie wants to shoot you, he's using an exploit to do that, pretty much. He's doing a thing to... you know, mitigate weakening an enemy, you know, extra consequences. He's using immunity, he's grappling you or something similar to then we have just, again, kind of like what we already talked about. It's like building a genre, which you gotta kind of go through this entire thing if you really want to do it. Here's the GM section. Plot threads, follow the money. Out of character zone, leveraging the montage. Gastel training montages. Running the montage. The reveal, leveraging Fade to Black. Days of the Future Past, time at your table. Oh boy, everybody. Cool. Oh wow. Yeah, it's a lot of how to make movies and things like that. Then we go over all the various also, these guys were too much of a fucking bitch to throw in an actual fucking swastika. They were. Oh, sorry everybody. Looks like someone made a boo boo and did the fucking pay notepad. So give me a second. Okay, cool. Thank you all for paying me. Can't pay me for a sorry everybody, can't pay me for a while now, but welcome back. But yeah, like I understand being like, oh man, like you can't, if you show a swastika you can't pay in fucking Germany or whatever. Like I understand that, but like, wait, you ran an ad? Yes, I did run an ad. That's why I was dead silent for a minute. I hit the run ad button, and everybody who had the like everyone who was unfortunate enough to have it had to watch an ad. So a lot of people who do anything because they don't want to risk being banned. Yeah, I understand that. I didn't see the ad. I don't know why. I clicked the ad button. I probably will get paid 5 cents. It's great. Love it. No! No! No, little German boy! Don't run up the ad money! Yeah, I find it... like, I understand being like, oh, you can't sell it in Germany or whatever, but it's also like... at least come up with the fun ones. Come on, guys. Come on. But yeah, no, this one is Harry Potter World War II edition because everybody has magic and fuck historical accuracy. The whole group of good time devising interesting, imagining ways to punch Nazis. Punch Nazis. Get it? Yeah, we also has the no playable Nazis. No. You know what the worst part is? No one can stop me. Yeah, you kind of see, this is what it means by like for example, this is, you know, so this is like the super soldier thing. This is the character creation, you know, this is the characterization and wardrobe, what they usually wear, but this is really the thing that matters. Like you get +2 body and you get these qualities. And it's like, cool. Now, weird thing is like they have this like weird obsession with like, oh, well, we'll just put things in like, oh, yeah, they put things in different places. Like, oh, here's all the qualities. I don't know why they put qualities like down here for different things. It's like, cool, I guess I'll just make my own. There's 3 of these, mind you. Like almost the rest of the game is broken down into just these, by the way. Also, here's not Harry Potter, by the way. So like the rest of these are just like how to do like the various settings and things like that. So there's some like different ins and outs of like how to like kind of edit things and make things work a bit better, but it's like so yes, and there also are the LARP rules. Let me actually bring up the LARP rules real fast. Let's see, immersive entertainment, there we go. More cinematic can be used in not only play traditional fashion around the table, but also for enjoyment of an immersive entertainment style called live action role play or LARP. Going to Morra, cinematic remains the same. Yes. They want you to, you can play Morra as a LARP. Yeah, so that's a thing you can do. So that's kind of give you all the idea. Do I like Morra? Do I think Morra is good? Yeah, use a black eagle or something, not a fucking triangle. Oh, ads on in Russian to YouTube. Huh, interesting. Oh, probably because nobody run ads back to back for like 10 minutes. No, don't spend it on fucking ads. No, Pen, you've just been running ads for the past 30 minutes. What have you done? Everyone spent money on it. Damn it, Notecoin. I even increased Notecoin pricing. I need to flush the economy. 10,000 Notecoins for a highlighted message. You know, just dump. See, what I should do is just save the. I should just make make one called "Save the Economy" for like 1 million fucking Notecoin. It's like, yes, we just kill the economy. Just please save it. Just dump everything in there. Equalize it. We've been suffering from inflation for too long. Notecoin's worth nothing. Do I like Morra? Here's the thing. Here's the thing with Morra at a mechanical level. It feels fine. It just is. Everything that could be said in a simple way, they say it in a weirder way. It's, oh, it's not just 2d6 plus modifiers. No, it's your action pool, and you add 2d6 to your action pool. It's like, why? Just say it normally. And the fact that you have to build every single genre, you have to build the genre, then you have to build the archetypes, and it's like, just tell me what the fuck to do. I get a +2 here, and I can do some special things here. Fine, fuck it, I don't care. Or it's like, it hands you a toolbox, and then it like smacks your hand every time you want to do something with the toolbox. Like, no, like, give me something to work with here. Tell me, the first thing, it shouldn't be, here's how you define qualities. Cool, this is how we define, cinematic qualities. But the problem is, all the cinematic qualities are actually very specific to the system. These are game systems. These aren't generic that can be applied to many different things. They have this bad tendency of going back and forth, being like, oh, you're playing the character. No, you're playing the actor. No, you're playing the character. I'd be like, no, make a decision. Are we playing the actor or are we playing the character? That was actually one very big point I actually made in Satan War Snakeskin. I made that as a very, GURPS but cringe. Not even GURPS but cringe. GURPS just hands you a fucking toolbox and tells you to go fuck yourself. This one's like, no, it's the movies, but not really the movies. Now, one big thing about it, like I actually did with Satan War Snakeskin and Henshin Hero actually, is I wanted to emphasize the idea being like, you guys are actors on a shitty television show. It's not necessarily about what your characters can do, because your characters are going to do whatever the writers want you to do. It's about what you as the actor are doing. It's about, yeah, you're good at stunts. You're going to be able to pull off the stunts they need you to do without looking stupid. Hey, you are, you're the one acting, therefore you should be the one acting. That's how I kind of I wanted to do that particular. I'm not saying I'm the greatest game designer in the world, even though I am, and you need an ego in this industry, trust me. It's just one of those things, make up your mind. Are we actors or are we just movies? Because if it was hey, we're doing cinematic gaming and that's the entire idea, re-emphasize the fact that, hey, the script can do whatever the fuck I want it to do, but I have to deal with some things behind the scenes. We don't have the budget for this shit. What the fuck are you saying? No, we don't have a budget. Let me hey, we have this absurdly large budget. Let me burn it all on stunt actors for me to get a bunch of bonus dice or whatever to a check, because I paid a bunch of stunt actors to be cool and do it for me. That's cool. That's funny. That could be kind of an interesting interesting way of approaching things, but they really don't do that. It's like no, you're playing this, no, you're playing this, no, you're playing this. It doesn't help that like specializations don't feel like specializations. They feel like ablative armor. Oh no, I've been shot. Luckily I have agile, so I block like the 1 damage I take. Oh no, I've been you need to convince this person to do something. Okay, I'm going to use my specialization rather than getting a raw bonus for it. I'm going to use it to lower the difficulty by 5. It's like, well, that sounds kind of awkward. That sounds kind of odd to me. If there was a weirder way of doing it, they decided to do it that way rather than kind of one that feels a little bit smoother. It feels like this is like 2 games at once, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. It also kind of looks like ass, so maybe take that as you will. Will we ever see additional Morra cinematic gaming system content? We already have like the advanced version. I don't know. Like, it's been about a year since anyone's really talked about this game, since it was out. Doesn't seem like Mighty Narwhal is going to put out anything anytime soon, simply because I haven't seen anything for it. So maybe not, or maybe this will just be condemned. Condemned to the sadness place where it belongs. Now, it's the moment of truth, everybody. The moment in time we've all been waiting for. The moment that we've been really waiting for, the time that we need. Are you ready, everybody? Because we're going over the final game. The one that you've all been waiting for. Say hello to COGS, the collaborative one-shot Generala system. Let me do something here real fast. Did I not save it? Ah, there we go. COGS. I didn't make it into a PDF. Give me 1 second. Cringe. PNG to PDF. Nani. COGS. I didn't forget. I just did everything else first. No, god damn it. There we go, COGS. Haha, I've done it. This is collaborative one-shot Generala system by our own Scribbles or Sage Baroff. Hello, Sage. How are you doing? Cringe opinion ignored. Yes, this is technically version 1.2.3.1. I don't believe this is the most updated version. However, because fuck you, that's why. Now, this is, I believe to be, this is not the most updated version. I do believe that there is another version of it. But Sage ourselves, I actually did a little bit of looking at Sage. This is Sage Baroff. They are an artist from New York. You can kind of see right there. They go by Scribble. They're in my server, and they're very nice. They're a nice person. Everybody clip the fact that Sage Baroff, otherwise known as Scribblegs, is a nice person, and I recommend COGS. Okay, everyone got that clip? Cool. Scribble is a fucking racist, and I love him to death. Like, he's our racist friend. If you downloaded this a week ago, you're easily 30 editions behind. I'm like, oh, I even checked last night. I'm like, what is the latest version that was updated on, in submissions? And, I actually checked submissions, and this was the latest version as uploaded there. So, God, I fucking hope. This is version 2 test PDF. No, please. It was last month. This is most likely horrifically out of date. I want you to all remember that. This is a very horrifically rosy. Yes, they're an artist mostly. This is what they do. They have actually been discussing with us quite a bit about some of the artwork that they wish to do for it. And here is COGS actually on DriveThruRPG. They actually cite my boy Law even. This is Lossy Esper. He's a very cool dude, and you should totally follow him as well, because he's actually working on another very cool game called Trails of... God, what do you end up calling it? Because this fucker keeps changing the name of his game. It was Vagrant Star, I believe. Yeah, you can see Travel Journey of a Short Tale. This is also one game that he did, and you should also like that one. I believe I believe it's Vagrant Star. No, I can't run another ad, Jaeger. Can't, god damn it. Scribble add rules for stretch. Okay, I can stretch. I can do that. Ah! Oh, God! Sweet baby Christ almighty! That's not how my back goes. Ah! Everybody is just abusing paying me. But, yes. Lossy Esper, all of these people, and they're all good people, you know? I meme a little bit, of course, but no, generally speaking, COGS and a lot of these other people are actually very good. Totally like them some more. You should totally follow them on various sites. Let me open up Scribbles' Twitter account real fast. There should be nothing wrong here. Hopefully there's nothing bad being showed here. That would be really awkward if some random showed up. Right here, this is Scribble the Spooky. Tired student, amateur writer. This is what they do. Now, one big thing, they do commissions. Commission artwork here. You can kind of see right here. Very, very detailed stuff. If you like this kind of stuff, you do you. I can't stop you. Let's see. Is there anything else? This is going to be the artwork of COGS proper. This is this is an artless version we're going to be going over today, but this is going to be kind of the general feel of the artwork on which is what's going to be happening, otherwise known as kind of simplified, very nice and pretty, but also kind of colorful in its own way. I do enjoy the artwork that they are deciding to go with. I think it's very clean and very pretty. But I also like this kind of simpler version of art. I like this kind of artwork personally. That's just kind of my jam. Amogus eyes. Look, everyone. I am updated. See, version 1.2.3.1. Ah, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you see all these? This is... No. See, this is the worst part, is that this various piece of artwork was actually inspired by one of my other games, otherwise known as Going Yandere Mode, and they do have an itch.io. I did not know they had an itch.io, everybody. They have an itch.io. Look, everybody, it's Scribble on itch. Ta-da! Follow me on itch.io. Don't follow Scribble Likes, follow me. Oh, follow Scribble. See, Scribble, I'm following you. There. Cool. We like each other now. Please. What about the Duolingo girl? See Zone that scroll. No. If I get off his Twitter, it's an FBI investigation. He did it. I got 4 hats. Yeah, no, we can't. We gotta be good. Yes, this is Law. Law disappeared to finish his game finally. Mind you, there is an entire fucking, like, cycle of shit that, like, of people vaguely connected to each other. This is Stormforger. This is actually Isaac in my server. You follow me. I do follow you, Varric. I believe I do. Pretty sure. No, I'm not. I can't run another fucking ad. No. Let's just forget the game. Let's just on Scribbles Twitter. I'm gonna get fucking crucified by poor Scribbles. He's gonna be so pissed as I go through his fucking life story just to gaslight him. But yes, there's a very large collective of people that, most of these people are actually my server, and you should actually follow all of them because they're all good and great people. But follow me first. Follow me first. Follow. Let me just feed the algorithm. There we go. But this is basics of COGS, Cogarinos, or COGS. COGS, let's get going. You follow me. This wasn't a question. So this is COGS, one-stop Generala system. Now Generala, this is actually a very important thing to know. What is Generala? Now you may be wondering, that's just general system spelled in Spanish. No, that's not quite the case. Generala is actually a very specific kind of thing. Let me go here and type in Generala. Generala is actually a dice similar to poker dice. You might think about it as Yahtzee. It also has, again, it has some things there, kind of similarity if that's kind of what you know, but this is Generala. It is a poker dice game. And also Odd Generala, which is its own thing as well. But it's pretty much poker dice. Now you may be wondering, what the fuck is poker dice? What in the goddamn are you talking about, Notepad? Are you insane? Poker dice? Poker is a card thing. Well, there's actually a little bit something interesting. Once we get to it, I can explain a little bit more detail. Now, what is a role-playing game? They do go over quite a bit of things, group roles and how things go, player versus character, character creation, character sheets. There are no character sheets for COGS. So this is one of the ones they provide at the bottom, hence why it is technically in what I can affectionately refer to as a 144p resolution. Don't think about it too hard. I'm not going to think about it too hard either. Don't worry about it. So, basic character ideas are basic backstory. Oh, cool. We like backstory. Here's a backstory template. Cool. Traits. Traits are your big thing. These are really what define who you are. Technically, they should be a word, but since I'm a gamer, I don't need to have I need more than one word because I'm cool and you're not. Now, one of the big things about traits in this game is that not only do they define you, they also can hinder you. Because congratulations, having a trait that is like, I have a broken arm, is actually pretty fucking bad for most things in life. These getting changed are probably one of the most important things. Items act similarly to traits in a way that they are something that you can draw upon. So my traits as Smash Lockjaw is I'm the former goon of the evil wizard. I'm athletic, a bookworm, I have the smartwatch troubleshooter, a disco smash through, charming and empathetic. However, I also have the smartwatch command glasses, smartwatch protection suit, and the adventures of Huckleberry Finn, a heavily worn copy of such, because that's his book. Anytime I see Feeder it's Manifesto. Yeah, poker dice are really cool, by the way. I like poker dice. I don't think they're used enough. Yeah, so items are anything the character should wear or carry on their person. Pretty simple. Trait lists, serving people with the group. General traits are things that, the idea is that traits define who you are. Now, I will say this, Scribbles, please define things quicker. Please, I'm begging you. Because what occurs most of the time is when you need to make something, you're going to have a total of 10 traits and items. Now, these are spread between those, and if you want to do it, you're going to have 10 maximum focus and up to 3 techniques. Now, I wanted to keep things a little bit more on the light side because I thought that would be more appropriate. So I chose 1 technique and 5 focus. That's how I wanted to do it. I wanted to make things nice and simple just to explain the rules more than anything. But generally speaking, these traits and items are going to come in handy when you are doing things. Yeah. And mind you, everything are based off of these traits in one way or another. Now, you could say, like, what do you mean by that? Well, let's say, for example, you're fighting a pack of wolves. You're going to be fighting wolf pack who might have things like ferocious or savage or feral. These things are obviously going to want to kill you and want to do things against you. And major ones are going to have even more. They're going to be roughly on par with you. Copy of Huck Finn is Sneed level 7. What? I like Huckleberry Finn. Good fucking book. We got a little bit of Rices in it. Just a little bit. Yeah, so player did how they wish. One example, 10 traits and items may have 5 traits and 5 items. I would say put 0 items. You have 7 traits and 3 items. Now, poker dice is very simple. So let's take a bunch of d6s. I got my 5 d6s over here. And I need to make checks. Okay, so we're going to roll our 5d6, and we've rolled. I've rolled a 4, 4, 6, 5, 5. So what happens here is I end up with 2 pair. Technically, because I rolled 4, 4, 5, 5, that's 2 pair. I get 2 points because of it. Now, you may be wondering, well, what about that 6? I rolled high. Shouldn't 6 be good? Well, straight is just technically nothing. That just one die doesn't do anything. It's better to have 4 1s than to have just a single 6. The number on the die doesn't actually mean anything. What this is that you need to build this. Now, let's say, for example, one of those 5s ended up as a 4. I would have 3 of a kind, still worth 2 points. Let's say another one ended up as 4. Let's say I rolled 4 4s. That's pretty damn good. That's 4 of a kind. That's worth 4 points. It's almost doubled my value. But let's roll again. Let's roll. And I got a 1 1 5 3 3. Come on, I need something better. Give me a 2. Give me a 2. Actually, I can roll a 1 there, even better. I got a full house. So, full house is 3 dice show one number, 2 dice show another, worth points. Generally speaking, rolling consistently is good. Now, you may be wondering, where are my attributes? What am I doing here? Since I'm always going to be rolling 5 dice, isn't that going to affect the results? Well, that's where the idea of traits and items come in. What you're going to do most of the time is you're going to need to re-roll things. This is actually where things really become valuable. That's the benefit of them. Because it might say, okay, difficulty level 2, I roll, and wowzers, I rolled fucking terrible. Let's see, 2, 1, fucking 2 pair. I got a 1 pair, fuck. Let's say, for again, look at a good example. I got difficulty number 2. I've got 2, 6, I got a 2, 2 2s, a 3, a 4, and a 6. Damn, this is looking pretty bad, guys. Not gonna be able to do it. So but I've got 2 helpful traits. Let's say I need to do something. I need to run across a field very quickly. But oh no, I've got athletic. Okay, I got athletic, and I'm also a former goon of the evil wizard. Pick another one, and I'm going to re-roll 2 of those dice. I'm going to re-roll my 6, and I'm going to re-roll that 4. So let's see. Let's roll, and I've got a 3 and a 2. I've turned that 1 pair. Turned that 1 pair, only 1 point, to a full house worth 3 points, and I succeed. Congratulations, me. I did it. Simple to understand. Not a very complicated game, nor does it need to be complicated. It doesn't really need to be very weird or wacky or anything. Usually what happens with these, the problem is, you might be noticing this, is that stats and things like that can sometimes get a little bit wonky. As well as it's harder to, I would say, predict the results. Because you really can't say, well, I have a 40% chance of success. Yeah, you're not doing that. That ain't happening. That is definitely not happening. But it's like, well, roughly speaking, you're most likely going to get a 1 pair. Maybe a 2 pair if you're lucky. But you may also just roll shit and get a bunch of junk. That, my friends, is COGS. Most things are only going to be 1 or 2 points. You score more points than what you need. Congratulations, everybody. You got something better. You make things go faster, you make things go better, and you make things generally good. Yep. Yeah, characters receive 1 explaining action in detail. This is a very narrative game. So let's say again, let's roll something. I need a success level 2. I roll Garbo. 1 3 3 5 6. One pair. I need help. So if I describe something in graphic detail, I get 1. I have a boon that's helpful. I get another. I have an item that's helpful. I can take another. And congratulations, I'm allowed to re-roll. And I re-roll, and congratulations, I got a 4 and a 6. Good. Now, one of the big things about these as well is technically the value does matter if you are equal. And if we go kind of by this, usually the case, this is who the value of it is. 4 of a kind does technically beat a straight. However, a full house is always going to lose to a straight, regardless of what it is. Just because it's worth 4 points, it's more than that. However, let's say, for example, we both get 4 of a kind. I have 4 of a kind of 3s, you have 4 of a kind of 4s. You would beat me because your dice are technically more valuable than mine. If I rolled 5 1s, and you rolled 4 6s, I still win. Because I rolled a 5. Yahtzee. Technically, Yahtzee is a copyright term. Limits on boons and rerolls. Sample actions, action overlap. You're going to be doing multiple things at once, so you want to do helpful traits. The problem is, if you fail actions, you might get problems. You might get things that are a little bit raunchy or a little bit bad. Hey, I've got a broken leg. Like, my leg is broken. I'm going to need to do something bad. Like, I need to jump. Yeah, that ain't happening. You're going to get a bad boot. You're going to get a bad bane. Bad things are going to happen. Yeah, a number of values added to the trait or items. Sword Fighter 1, when using an action, the value is added to the point total of the hand. So, one of the big things is, say I'm using a magic sword that has +1 on it, and I roll a 3 of a kind. 3 of a kind is usually going to be worth, I believe, 3 points. 3 of a kind, 3 points, but I have a magic sword of +1. It's going to be worth 4 points now. Pretty simple. Easy enough to understand. Now, these can apply to just about anything. These are really how you advance. You aren't advancing by increasing a skill up by 1, and you're not going to be increasing a ability by, you're not going to dump points into your strength attribute or anything. You're going to get a +1 to a trait, or +1 to this, making those rerolls as well as just a raw modifier, which is very good in games like, that's kind of how it works. But these things can also be particular random bad things as well. If you're using some shitty gear, you're going to take a penalty to it. Simple. Pretty easy to understand, too. And we like easy and simple. So, focus is represented by tokens. The best way to think about it is you want to add focus to do things. All characters in a contested role can use focus, and every time you use focus, you're going to be getting. Now, focus is very valuable because you can add points to a hand value. Now, this means you can bring a 3 to a 4, for example, or you can bring a 1 to a 2, which could be very important, but you're always burning this value, and it's very hard to get rid of unless you roll bust, in which that's already bad because you've scored a 0. Oh no! That's really bad, but focus can be used for a variety of different things. Generally speaking, they say recommended about 10. I kept it at 5 because I could do that because there's no rules dedicated to various settings. Edge. Rebels. Brother in Christ. Brother in Christ, please. No limit how many focus tokens character can. Conflicts are pretty simple. It's just keep people go at each other and see who wins. You may combat multiple groups of enemies. Basic round turn timer. Paths and zones, you go around, range attacks, attack other zones such as weapons or a laser gun or rock picked up off the ground. You need to roll, and you're going to try to beat them. Pretty much that. So, let me see, during conflict, let me see if we can do this. Equal to the point difference between the characters' rolls. So, let's say I roll something worth 0.3 and you roll something worth 1. You're taking a danger level of 2. Oh no! That's pretty bad. That's a -1 modifier. you're suddenly becoming the death spiral in this game is a fucking death spiral. And you can become damaged, your traits become damaged, until generally speaking, you roll something really bad, like DL5, and you are downer, and downed. Or there's alternately the health system, which is kind of like ablative armor before you end up kind of influencing your traits. Which, it's -1 to a minor trait, or, -1 modifier to one trait or item. One minor traits. It's, generally speaking, you don't want bad traits. That's really bad. These things are going to hinder you. Things are going to make your life harder, and you're going to make everything you do harder. Damage boxes, I would recommend almost always take the damage boxes option if you're doing anything remotely combat related, just because it allows you to prevent things. Again, they're shield boxes, so if you take 5 damage, then you're going to start rolling out. But if they do go away a little bit, it does make people a little bit hardier, but I'm okay with that. I think it gives people a lot more options. It gives a little bit more detail and nuance to smaller engagements. I would say that you need to do an action or something similar to vent these. That would be my one change. Like, you have to do something. You have to perform like a rest action to vent your damage box. I just fucking... You've got to burn something to get rid of these. So if like you take 3 damage, for example, the 3 damage is going to linger until you do a thing. And it's usually not meant to be permanent. You need things and healing, and character death is very easy, but is also very difficult. Generally speaking, don't die. Now, techniques are a bit weird. I don't think I read techniques quite right. I'm going to be frank with you here. I'm going to be real frank with you. Water, because I'm... The basic concept behind techniques are just weird abilities without using an action roll. All of these are based off of you need to use one focus token to actually use them. I need to hack a computer. You're going to be using a technique most likely, because that's just not something you can roll for. What you're going to do is adding different modifications to make it more advanced, but you're going to be changing the nature of it by changing the value, changing the focus value of them. So, for example, you can choose mod 0. You add nothing to it. However, roles made this technique can be increased by focus. It is only recommended to add this technique if you have also mod 1. It requires a roll. However, if you choose, let's say, mod 1 and mod 2, you balance each other out. However, you can receive boons and modifiers from one specific trait or item for this entire thing. However, you do require a roll to do it. Now, I chose for Disco Smash Food to have mod 1, 2, and 3. Mod 2 allows me to use Booster Roll. Mod 3 is a tech breaks the rules of COGS. Changes but not included to creating a traits or items, allowing characters to act outside their own turn, or changing out dice or roll. Pretty much Disco Smash Food allows me to break something that shouldn't be broken, because that's how he operates. Because he's a Saturday morning cartoon hero, and that's what he does. There's quite a few different number of these mods. I would recommend that probably you should give them a real name. Not mod 10, mod 3, mod 8. Just maybe give them a name first. Because I know there's this name over here. Like, prepared, it's self-harming. Don't put it there, put it like self-harm, put it like self-harming. Here's the, here's the cost. Then that we get that it's mod number 9. There's only 10 mods. That's just how it works. Yeah, that's COGS. I mean, I kind of went like a very quick way over it because this isn't the final version. And in the final version, there's probably going to be someone else explaining it far better, or there's going to be a lot worse situations in it. It's kind of hard to do things like that without just saying, oops, it's good. Oops, it's bad. So yeah, this is COGS. You can now finally stop bothering me about Scribbles. So thank you all. That is generic system. I think generic systems will continue to be produced as long as there are people with ideas. Because generic systems are both simultaneously some of the easiest to develop and also the hardest. Very simply just due to the fact of, well, there's a lot of it. There's a lot to consider with a generic system. You have to manage everything at once while managing not a single thing. You have to rely on the players, rely on the GM, but rely on your own kind of game design sense to make it understand. That's why they're kind of complicated. But I also like going over them because they do provide some very fascinating looks at things. A very fascinating look and very fascinating idea behind it. So, we're at that phase of the episode, otherwise known as I get to go to Kickstarter and I get to fucking... Whoa, hey. Oh, hello. That's interesting. I need to log in, fun fact, because God is dead. Oh God, not another polymorph game. No! Let's do Everett Taylor. Oh God, Kickstarter CEO Everett Taylor on blockchain inclusion, unions, and the future of crowdfunding. Yep, here's Everett Taylor, CEO of Kickstarter since 2022, he was CMO of Artsy? Online art brokerage. Milsense, Pop Social, Artex, Growth Hackers. Ah. Interesting. Give me 1 second. I got a phone call. Hello. So what's your opinion on crypto block unions as a source of crowdfunding? We live in a society, and that society is raised by sadness. So, I mean, he seems fine. I'm not seeing anything like... I'm not seeing anything immediate about it, like... blockchain plans. Also, people think we're turning Web3 blockchain. We started protocols as a separate entity. But you are moving into the blockchain, though. That is a blockchain thing. And I'm like, well, I don't think so. I think our own point of supporting creators. So he's still stuck on that. I find that fascinating. He's still stuck on it. Like, that is, I find that fascinating. He's stuck on it. Walks of life, Kickstarter. So they're out there. They just want to be engaged. They want to feel seen. I've heard that So yeah, okay, this guy's sticking with the blockchain thing. I'm curious of how that's gonna go, because the thing is, here's the thing with that. It's not necessarily that it's blockchain, it's that it was opened up to people being like, it's blockchain right during the NFT craze. That, I think, spooked a lot of fucking people. And I am very fascinated he's stuck on that. I would have changed the name. We're not doing blockchain anymore. We're doing chain. We're doing decentralization. Very different. And it's like, yeah, it is. It's not this, but it is totally this. It's like, Let's get going. Decisive battles. Great War Dreadnought. Rift card battle TCG. Seven Sin dice role playing game. Bribes of the North. Dungeons, buffet boss, all you can snack game. The steeple chase. Steeple. Covenants. Oh. Oh, the ultimate. See, I feel so bad for everyone bringing out like 5e stuff. I feel so fucking bad for them. I don't, but I like to say that I do. Swedish vehicles, Piccadilly, Patriot and Murphy 1 to 6 social deduction game. The edition of the Viking Tales, not chess, about expand party game card. No. 911 operator board game. Oh. Dublin Corsairs. I will draw your D&D and any other RPG groups or characters. That's not quite how Kickstarter works, man. Mafia World. Quintessential Fighter. Series of optional rules for your 5e fighter, including feats, weapons, and archetypes. Cool. Almost like it should... Interesting. It's interesting. Oh, it's back. Black Paper Moon. Somebody was talking about... It was fucking, talking about games. My boy there. He was talking about it. So I saw it. I'm like, I'm interested. I'm like, this seems kind of weird. Trailer Park. The magical, terror-driven story game about witches. Pork in the Void. No. Or a mystery role play. Or a Nevermore role playing game. Okay, so let's cast away. Okay. It's shipwreck survival powered by Morkborg. No. 7 deduction role playing game. 7 sins, draw, fill secret mission, someone else does. Not feeling that this is a dice role playing game. Draw one, try to fill its secret mission. That doesn't really feel like a... Yeah, this doesn't really feel like a role playing game, Mr. German man. That's also not a good... Jason is a game designer based in Germany. He would also make video games, but he needs to improve his programming skills. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I don't think this is a role-playing game. What do you need? The fuck do you need 9,500 euro? The fuck? Alright, that's something. I miss COGS. What was your verdict? It's fine. Generally speaking, the issue with COGS, my big issue with COGS is that there just isn't a lot of detail of like how to make things very properly. Or like, why do you need 9,500 euro? Art is expensive. Yeah, but like not like Jesus. I just want Fair to shut up about their stuff. Like, yeah, how hard is it to get fun to LC? It's not hard, like, how fun, LCGs, those aren't really too difficult, because people are going to buy them because they just like card games. TCGs are really easy because people usually buy them in because this is going to be the next big thing. Oh my god! 1,500 euros. It's actually 9,000. It's actually a little over 9 grand. Because the euro is almost 1-to-1 with the US dollar is almost 1-to-1 with the fucking euro, which is hilarious. Secret World RPG. Yeah, okay, well, let's do Covenants. Okay, what's Covenants about? Been hooked on countless worlds and entertained vivid worlds. What have you done, Taylor Sanic? Taylor Sanic. Sanic. Okay, what's 2D6 system? Exactly what I think it is. The Secret World. I remember they were talking about this shit about like years, like about a year. They've been talking about this for like 2 years ago. And they decided to do it for fucking 5e for some godforsaken reason. And I remember every single person was like, but why 5e? Being like, because that's the world's greatest role-playing game. Like, wow. I hate everything about this. Star Anvil Studios. Tell me more about you, Star Anvil Studios. Arkham Knights Arcanum, Saints and Sinners. Knights Arcanum playing cards. What? Nortec Saints and Sinners playing. Why are there playing cards? On Syndicate, Saint or Sinner, get to experience high action. Merchandise coming soon. What do you fucking mean? Saint or Saint and Sinner. What? Tiny D6 RPG as was a Tiny D6 RPG. Okay, why is it not listed on fucking any? It's Knights Arcanum then. It's gonna be another Tiny D6. Knights Arcanum. What is Knights Arcanum? Savage. So it's Savage Worlds. Okay, so they have a Savage Worlds. Yeah, this is Savage World setting. And then they did a Tiny D6 game. I guess it's only natural for them to decide to do a like. I guess it is literally only natural for them to do a 5e game at this point then. So, they made their money. I remember this game coming out a while ago. Won't be this. Knows what's gonna be your first Kickstarter. I have a few ideas. I would, you know, it was a moderately popular IP. I would have said that 3 years ago. I would have said that a few years ago. Now though, not really. Like I know like the MMO kind of went free. I know the MMO is free to play. It kind of, yeah, I wouldn't say burnt out, but kind of just. Who cares? It's been a while. This is the one that fucking... Okay, this is Vincent Baker, not Vincent Baker. Yeah, okay. I'm like, this isn't Vincent Baker. This isn't Baker. This is the other Baker. This is the fucking guy. This is the dude! This is the fucking dude who kept making the fucking waifu card games. Yes! Yes! It's this fucking dude. Yeah. This fucking dude. I remember I've seen him before. Spooky about saying the world from darkness. This guy keeps just making like some weird faux anime shit all the time. When a player doesn't succeed a check, they must place a die from a dice tower. If already formed, they must add a die on top of it. Dire consequences. Oh my god, you have to be literal fucking cancer to play this game. Ugh. I admire the attempt, but man, that's gonna be fucking cancer. Oh wow, yes, cool. Yeah, this guy's fucking cancer. I love him already. I remembered this dude. Yeah, needed $99. Oh, he's even a real scumbag. I love it. He's the hero we need, not the one we deserve. 100 concurrent players on average. Brother, that's fucking nothing. For an MMO, that's nothing. Yeah, no. Yeah, MMO, that's really nobody. We've been streaming 6 hours, fuck me. Let's see. Solve mysteries, encounter horrors, face perils, see what changes you as a person. Sixpence Games. Fear the Unknown is powered by Apocalypse. No. Never more. Okay. Uniquely American realized 7 American Gothic tale. Haunted houses. Okay, what's the system? Antagonists, you're gonna tell the cabals. I'm seeing cards. Unique card-based system. Few friends. Tokens. Quick start guide. I guess. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna remind me about this one. I'll follow it, see if I can find about it. I'm interested in card game. I'm interested in those kind of card games. I like things like that. Board game. Also, someone asked, will I ever review board games or card games? No, because that's not really my jammerino. Rebels of the Outlaw Wastes. Alright, cool, seems big. I like to comment on them, but it's like, I'm not actually very... I don't think I would be very good at commenting on them, being like... These look like fucking CryptoPunks, and that's a fucking NFT thing. Oh my god, Maria de Jesus! Ah, my love. Maria de Jesus, my love. My beloved, I need you more. Dude, when did the secret about? Secret World came out in 2012. Fuck me, it is a decade old. Feels weird. Doesn't seem that long. Retro dystopian table. Fight tyranny with the power of friendship, whoop ass, and explosions. Yeah, powered by the apocalypse. Yeah. Yeah, no. No, can't do it. Don't feel like it. Yeah. Punk apocalyptic V. Come on, there's gotta be something here. The emergency cleric bag. Everything your cleric needs to keep your party alive. Hey kids, here's meth. Oh geez. OSC stuff. A realistic and historical D&D 5e setting for Middle Ages. No. Stop it. Get help. I take a fucking D20 game over making 5e stuff. Oh, it's my favorite. It's my favorite time of the day where I get to try to interpret Japanese bullshit, weird ass Japanese board games. Manny and Clyde. There's got to be something here. Come on, give me something. Give me something to work with here. Wait, Rottenreich? What? Nani? No. Yeah, there's got to be. Come on, there's got to be something here. That seems like a board game thing. Crossroads, forge your own path, funded. I'm seeing it's Swedish. Gotta be good. Come on, Tapestry of Lives, 27, a graphic novel adventure game. Oh. Riftborn, Althing. Own Invasion. Sorrow. Black Dragon Guild. Elvenus Guild Party. Korean 5e Adventure, Code Warriors. Hero Quest tabletop role-playing game. Modern Zombie Apocalypse tabletop RPG. $2,000. Oh wow. Okay, let's. I need to click on this one real fast because I'm seeing $2,000, 11% funded. That's going to be comedy gold. Okay, so time to fully balance combines all the story building interaction traditional tabletop with personally crafted character. Leveling it will be the player. Character sheet belonging to 3 factions, larger kingdom. This is a weightlifting RPG. Alright, everybody, time to pump some iron as I kill some fucking goblins. Alright, based. My. What is the honestly? That's kind of the problem. Oh, geez. OSC stuff. A realistic and historical D&D 5e setting for Middle Ages. No. Get out. Damn it. Okay, so social media. Oh, it's a social media platform. I thought it was actually going to be like a social media game. I said, yeah, it's a tabletop RPG social media app. I'm like, okay, is that like the game? No. Beginner friendly with replayability in mind. First words: Dungeons and Dragons is an amazing experience. Overwhelming for beginners. No, we're yeah, this is Rottenreich. Upcoming, yeah. What the fuck? How can we be fucking fans of the game and it's not even out yet? Yeah, this is Rottenreich, by the way. This is a World War II furry. This is a furry World War II game about rats. I think a lot of people know this game because of Boob Rat. A lot of people know this about Boob Rat because it's. But yeah, apparently they have a board game. That's. And this is like a big ass board game. This is a lot of plastic. Is Rattenreich that popular? I didn't think it would be. Like. Yeah, the thing is, like, again, the game isn't out yet. Like, the game is not out. It's not like a game that's like available for to purchase and to me like to buy or something. It's a what are we putting out a fucking board game for? And they made $5,000 on it. They need 27,000. What is this from? Austria? Yeah, that sounds right. Huh. I'm curious if this goes anywhere. I'm curious. That's a lot of plastic. Let me get this is a war game. Cool, but no. Crossroads. Core system and campaign setting. All in Swedish, probably. System that we come in play, lend them dice, for these. Swedish, Swedenheim. Some attributes. If you haven't 12, plus 12. What do we? Okay, I mean, seems kind of interesting. I'd be more curious when it comes out. Let's just say that. I'll keep an eye on this one. When it finishes, keep an eye on it. Thrive to $25,000. Oh, wow, this looks autistic. Oh, copy of it. Many years trying the rules, taken hundreds of hours of playtesting, decade of designing, testing, and writing. That was best combat system, zombie-based RPG. Come on, guys, you can one-up them. Starts foundation of the game system, want a realistic and simple form of combat. Future of Thrive to Survive, pre-built apocalypse campaign, a miniature model line. Like, yeah, I mean, cool, but that's a lot of money, brother. That's a lot of fucking money. Okay, everybody. Why is it called Tavern like it's some sort of dating app? Maybe it is. Maybe it is a dating app. I don't know. Okay, so let's play interpret what the fuck the Japanese are doing. Wait, it's just love letter. Is this just love letter? Oh god, it's horny love letter. Yeah, okay, so it's horny. Yeah, it is horny love letter, but there's like power cards and just more horny. Yeah, it looks like there's like, okay, it's just advanced love letter. That's cool. It's just really horny advanced love letter. Soloist quiet. Identity not verified. Wingo Games, your games artisan. Oh, yes. Little sumo wrestler playing cards. Note.com. I need this domain. Yeah, okay, so hey, these guys aren't the guys who made the fucking Guro, you know, the fucking Gyaru Guro game. So I mean, that's cool at least. I still need the English version of that game. That is one board game I will go over. Fucking DC Universe Online has 600 players. That's funny. Yeah, Latra recently did a big video, did the big push to go free to play. PlanetSide 2 has always been pretty consistent. Fucking Realm of the Mad God's been around forever. You want the British Merchants Guild loves fucking Realm of the Mad God. I always see that. Valor, Heroic Lore, Role Playing. I believe we've already been over some of these. Yeah, we've seen some. Yeah, okay. That's pretty much that. I will do a cursory glance at itch, if only to satisfy my own desire for cock and ball torture, because I hate actually enjoying life. Oh, that's a good College of Counsel. Awesome. That's what I need. A counselor bard. Or on the Siberian Express. Oh. Oh. Okay, cool. Thank you all for coming out today. A little bit longer. Hello, everyone. Well, hopefully everyone enjoyed their time here. It's been a 6-hour case. Yes, 6 hours. I believe it's just because we went over so many goddamn games more than anything. But yes, I find generic systems to be fascinating. I believe we're going to continue to see generic systems be produced in just, if anything, in an SRD format. Because people like making games. I think that's going to be kind of an inevitable thing. People are going to continuously play games. They're going to make games, but they're going to be, as the first game even said, a game without a setting. And as the person who does Sprug games, single purpose role playing unitary games, I don't usually do generic systems. I do games that can be kind of adjusted to them, but generally speaking, I think generic systems will always be interesting. I even have some more, so if generic system case can actually continue going, we can do another one. That would be pretty easy to do. There's always a couple of them out there. There's probably some new SRDs I could probably just download it. That the actual Sprug system. Every system is the Sprug system on this channel. You should know that by now. Because all it is, all the single-purpose role-playing unitary game actually means is every game is unique. It does a single thing. That's all it is. This is a game that does its own little thing. See, now, again, there's a few things I actually need to kind of explore and see if I can't find some more and kind of put things together. But generally speaking, thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon. I hope to see you all probably on Monday. Perhaps we'll call Sprug Mega System as Megaversal Clone all along. He found me out. But yes, most likely it'll be Monday. Possibly tomorrow if I'm feeling up to it. Probably not, though. Kind of depends on the situation. But Godspeed, good luck, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. I am going to probably get something to eat because I'm starving. So, goodbye, and good night.